An Outlaw's Word. Highland Heartbeats. Book 9. Aileen Adams. Chapter 1. That's it. That's all we have to show for ourselves. Quinn Murray looked around at the others, the three men who were as close as brothers to him, and knew the answer full well. There was no need to ask the question. Still, he held fast to a slim hope that one of them may have been holding out a surprise. That hope was dashed when Roderick Anderson shook his head. "Aye, that's all. And don't think for a second that I don't feel the pinch as acutely as any of ye. Me with a bairn on the way." Roderick's wife Caitlin was due to deliver within days. It had been a mild winter by all standards. What little snow was left on the ground by March was thawing quickly and aided by heavy rains which washed away all traces of the long nights and cold days. While the air had not quite been warm, there was still a need to ride beneath furs provided by Porrick, Roderick's brother and their host for the winter. The four of them had seen little reason to huddle around the fire when there was silver to be collected. They might have done just as well to cluster by the warmth of the flames, judging from the paltry sums they'd been earning. There simply wasn't much need for them, at least not yet. Most in the Highlands and the surrounding country were still making the necessary repairs to their homes and fields, unconcerned for much beyond their borders. Most news from the village and further out hadn't been delivered yet, the men on horseback more likely just on their way west from Kirkcaldy or from Inverness to the north. Once such news had been delivered, old Murphy would likely have more opportunity for them, missions they might accept. Until then, the pickings were disappointingly slim. "I might ride into the village to see if Murphy has anything for us," Quinn proposed. Bryce lifted a questioning brow. "Oh. What's the hurry then? We've still got more than enough to sustain us comfortably." "Aye, and it isn't as if Porrick has asked us to make our leave," Fergus agreed. "On the contrary. Did he not extend the invitation for us to treat the Anderson stronghold as our home for the foreseeable future?" Their placidity baffled him. Then again, they could afford to be placid. Roderick was in his ancestral home, having spent much of the winter advising his younger brother on clan business on the rare occasions when Porrick needed assistance. Bryce and Alana had wed over the winter and had spent much of their time behind closed doors, as newlyweds were wont to do. Fergus, meanwhile, had done his level best to train the Anderson men in combat. Up to that point they'd been undisciplined, unskilled, prone to allowing emotion, typically rage, to inform their tactics. Typical clansmen, really, good at wildly swinging their weapons but likely to walk straight into an oncoming blow. Everyone had found their place within the clan, at least for a time, and along with this they'd all insisted on compensating Porrick for the food they consumed, and the work it took for Caitlin's aunt Sorcha and her household staff members to clean up after them. It was a comfortable arrangement. It was enough to drive Quinn half out of his mind. He wanted to move, to be out of doors, even if it meant riding in the chill dampness of late winter. He longed to feel free. Instead, the walls were all but closing in on him, and had been throughout the winter. One of the household lasses sauntered through the room a bit slower than she needed to, catching Quinn's eye as she always made a point of doing. He looked away, the stirring in his loins little more than a bitter reminder of what Sorcha had promised to cut off if he touched even one of the young women she oversaw. "Ye know how fond I am of all of ye," she'd whispered after having cornered him one evening, while the rest of the household enjoyed a large raucous feast in the great hall. She trailed him when he'd followed a serving girl into the kitchen and caught him unawares, pushing him up against the wall while holding a large carving knife below his waist. "Aye," he choked, afraid to draw too deep a breath, much less move. While he was rather fond of Sorcha in return, she who reminded him so much of his mother, he had no doubt she'd be deft with a blade. "I'm also rather fond of the lasses who work in the household," she'd informed him. "They're fine, good girls who do not need a rascal such as yourself to get them with child, then run away on some fool adventure he might never come back from. Are ye understandin' me?" He'd nodded, deeply uncomfortable at the increase of pressure at his groin. How sharp was the knife exactly? He wasn't in a hurry to find out. "Also," she'd grunted, I've neither the time nor the patience to comfort a weeping young lass after her heart's been broken beyond repair. There's work to be done here, from morning until night, and that work does not include emotional outbursts. Do ye hear me, Quinn Murray? I do. Then you won't be laying so much as a fingernail on any of them, no matter how much they seem to fancy ye. He'd groaned inwardly, suddenly questioning the wisdom of this bargain. It would mean avoiding temptation time and again, and he'd never been one to turn his back on temptation. And there was still an entire winter ahead. Likely cold. Lonesome in his bed at night, comfortable thought it might have been, wondering who might be warming it. I don't hear your response, Sorcha had grunted, pressing the side of the blade more firmly against the inside of his thigh. All right. You win, woman. I'll keep my hands to myself. Just like that, it was over. She'd stepped back, smiling her usual smile, then turned to pick up a platter of roasted root vegetables. Here. Make yourself useful and take this to the table. Porrick loves his turnips. Yes, it would be a fine bit of distraction to ride into the village. Perhaps he might avail himself of the company of a lass or two, in one of the establishments intended for such doings. He normally stopped himself at one, but after all, it had been a long time. There had been no occasion to pause and enjoy himself while on the road with his friends. Roderick sat back in his chair with a shrug. That might not be a bad idea. I would go myself, only. Quinn waved a hand. Ye needn't say it, lad. With Caitlin so near her time, Roderick had been loath to step foot out the front door in the last several days. Do ye want one of us to accompany? Fergus asked. Nay, you've both enough to do here, he insisted. And it would do me good to get a bit of time to myself. A man needs to be alone with his thoughts at times. But ye won't be alone, Roderick jested, and the three of them laughed in a knowing manner. There was no getting anything past them. Quinn joined them in their laughter. There was still a chill in the light winds coming in from the west, carrying the reminder of winter even as the sun tried to warm the earth and coax it into new life. As he rode away from the house, the sounds of activity fading behind him with each step the horse took, he noted the beginnings of fresh bright green blades of grass poking their tips out from the rich black soil. It was always his favorite time of year. So much promise of what waited ahead. So much life ready to burst forth. Opportunity around the bend. He'd always felt that way, ever since an unhappy household had made winter miserable for him in his youth. His father with little to do in the way of work, the small family farm quiet, the fields frozen over. Nothing to do but brood and drink far too much ale, and take his boredom and frustration out on his wife and sons. His second wife. Quinn's mother. The poor wretch of a woman. Warm, loving, eager to please, always trying her best to win her husband's approval. But she never had, not quite, for she was not the woman the late Kenneth Murray had loved. The woman he'd lost to some unnamed illness when their son, Lennox, was only 2 years old. Kenneth had married again in haste, desperate to provide a mother for his boy. He'd never gotten over that first wife of his, whose shadow had hung over the Murray farm as long as he'd lived. Which hadn't been far past Quinn's 15th birthday, after a drunken night in the village tavern had caused old Kenneth to fall from his horse and drown in a shallow puddle along the side of the road. A sad end to a pathetic man, who was like as not happier to be dead and with his beloved wife, if heaven existed, which Quinn was doubtful of. The only bright light in the house had been Lennox. Quinn had adored him as only a younger brother could, all but worshipping him as a hero. 4 years separated them, making them a bit too far apart in age to ever have been close, though Lennox had protected him and cheered him when things were darkest. And they had gotten quite dark indeed. It was with amazement that he reached the village, having directed the horse without conscious effort. Too wrapped up in memory. He greeted a few familiar faces who passed his way, men he'd grown to recognize over the months spent in the area. He wondered what it would be like to make a home somewhere, a real home, to cease moving to and fro as necessity deemed fit. It would like as not be enough to drive him out of his mind, for movement and action had become his way of life. If he had hardly been able to sit through an entire winter without losing hold of himself, what would an entire year do? The closest tavern was rather quiet, though it was early in the day, and most of the village men were busy about their work. Quinn slid from the saddle and tied the horse off to a post before entering. The owner of the establishment was a jovial man, though Quinn suspected this attitude was more the result of good business practices than any true warmth on the man's part. While his mouth was normally tipped upward at the corners in a smile, his eyes were unfailingly hard and sharp as flint. Seeing everything while his shrewd mind worked out how to squeeze another few pence from his patrons. "Aye, so it's young Quinn Murray, is it?" he called out, waving Quinn over to where he'd just rolled a cask of ale from a small side room. "And how are things with the Andersons?" "Just fine, thank ye," Quinn replied, his eyes moving about the room as they always did when he entered an enclosed space. Pure reflex, honed throughout his days in the army. A soldier never entered a tavern or inn or even a home without surveying his surroundings. "Please send my best wishes to Porrick," the tavern keeper insisted. "I will that," Quinn replied out of habit, too distracted to pay attention. "Has old Murphy been around these parts as of late?" "Aye, he has, the old rascal," the man chuckled, shaking his head. "He tells stories fit to keep a man's interest for hours on end, that one. I must admit between the two of us, that I always sell more ale and wine when he's in the place." It wasn't on account of Murphy's personal charm, of that Quinn was certain, for the man reeked like a cesspool on a humid summer's day, and that was when he was at his least offensive. But he could see how Murphy's tales of past adventure and close calls with bands of thieves, violent noblemen and the like, could capture a man's imagination and keep him drinking far past the time he'd promised his wife he'd return home. "Was he here recently?" Quinn prompted. "Earlier in the morning, having his customary mug of ale and crust of bread. How the man keeps body and soul together is beyond my understanding. He said something of checking with a few friends over at the inn, if you're in need of him." "I am, and thank ye." It was a bit of good fortune as Quinn saw it, seeing as how he did not much care for the tavern keeper or his false pleasantries. He'd always been in favor of a man facing another man full on, with no pretenses. Which was why he would never be much of a businessman, he thought with a wry grin. The inn was only 2 doors down from the tavern, the village blacksmith sitting in between the establishments. Quinn nodded in greeting to the men working inside, the doors flung open, so they might let out some of the heat which built as they bent iron to their will. It was like walking through a wall of flame, Quinn thought as he passed. Working inside must have been akin to working in hell. Another trade he would be ill-suited for, though he thought nothing of riding for endless days under the blazing summer sun and sleeping out of doors in the harshest, wettest conditions. He preferred the man who ran the inn, who seemed genuinely happy to see him when he entered, and not because he felt it might earn him a few pieces of silver. "Ah, it's been far too long," Clyde McDervish beamed, clapping Quinn on the back. "As soon as I saw ye riding past, I hoped you might cross my threshold." "I understand a friend of mine may have also crossed your threshold," he explained, looking over Clyde's shoulder into the main room of the inn's ground floor where patrons gathered to eat, converse and conduct business. "He did, and he's enjoying his dinner," Clyde explained, steering Quinn inside to where Murphy sat alone at a table in the corner. He speared a hunk of some unknown roasted meat on the end of his knife when he saw Quinn approaching. "I hope that isn't what you wish to do to me," Quinn chuckled as he sat. "I've no desire to be at the end of your knife, old man." Murphy laughed over a mouthful of food, revealing both his ruined teeth and the food he'd somehow managed to chew with them. "Nay, nay," he insisted, spitting bits of meat and bread out with each word. Quinn managed to disguise his disgust, at least he hoped he did. He decided to do the speaking, in hopes that the man might at least swallow what was left in his mouth. "We're at a loss, my friend." He leaned in against his nose's better judgment. "Tell me ye have something for us, or I might go stark raving mad." Murphy laughed again, but not as genuinely this time, which Quinn knew meant bad news. His heart sank. "I'm sorry to say it, but I've nothing of real worth for ye," he lamented after taking a deep gulp of the ale left in his mug. He wiped his mouth with the crusty sleeve of his tunic. Quinn averted his eyes, before curiosity caused him to wonder exactly what had dried there. Nothing at all. Nothing of the nature which you four normally undertake, Murphy explained. A handful of smaller tasks which between ye and myself 4 men aren't needed for. 2 at the most. I see. That would mean deciding which 2 of the 4 would sit back and allow the others to collect a fee. I didn't think you'd be wanting to decide that sort of thing amongst yourselves, Murphy observed, watching Quinn's crestfallen face. You were correct, though I'm certain we could work something out. Perhaps he might at that. Murphy leaned in. I have some news for ye, just for ye, which might change your mind and leave ye feeling less inclined to allow your friends to collect what could be yours. What are ye getting at? Quinn murmured, careful to avoid being overheard the moment Murphy's voice dropped to little more than a whisper. The nature of their meeting had suddenly changed. I've word from your brother. Lennox. Quinn's heart clenched. What about him? He's in debtor's prison. I'm sorry to be the one to tell ye. It was a fight to breathe properly, as though he'd been kicked in the chest. How did you come about this knowledge? I passed through your village on my way here, Murphy explained. I spent the winter in Killichonate, among Clan Cameron. A very interesting winter at that. Go on, Quinn urged, careful to circumvent any opportunity for the man to lapse into one of his colorful tales. Murphy held no clan allegiance and was an entertaining and often profitable friend, which allowed him to move in and out of various types of company with little trouble. On the return journey, we passed through Tor Castle along the River Lochie. You're familiar with it, from what I understand. Aye. His father's farm had sat down river from the castle, held by Clan Mackintosh. It's my understanding that your brother Lennox fell into debt while maintaining the farm. Some of it was earned by your late father and was forgiven after his death, but your brother, Murphy shook his head. Go on. Just say it, man. It seems, your brother's temper earned him the ire of more than a few of the old men who your father had been indebted to. He's not one to take his drink easily. So the 2 of them had more in common than a last name, Quinn thought with a bitter sneer. His older brother had become a drunkard as their father had been, though unlike Kenneth, Lennox had not the excuse of a dead wife. At least that was Quinn's understanding. It occurred to him how little he knew of his brother's life, having left home not long after Kenneth Murray's passing. Lennox had stayed behind as the eldest son, taking up his father's work, including a farm which carried a debt. He insulted them or started arguments, and they decided to call up the old debts then, Quinn murmured, staring at the wall over Murphy's shoulder. Aye. That seems to be the long and the short of it. Is he married? Quinn asked. Did you hear anything about that? He is that. A wife 2 wee ones. She took them to live with her family, so it isn't as though they're suffering overmuch, Murphy assured him. That is a small relief. Do you know how much he owes? I do not, sorry I am to say it. Quinn set his jaw in a determined line. Not to worry. He would see about it himself. Chapter 2. Quinn looked at the faces seated around the table, and was not surprised by the stunned expressions of all. You believe it would be in your brother's best interest for you to go off alone. You believe you would earn more that way. Fergus looked around as though assuring himself that he hadn't heard wrong. Aye, Quinn replied with a firm nod. I've got to ride out, see how much it is he owes and find a way to aid him. We could come with you, Bryce said. We've never allowed for one of our group to struggle when there was something this important in the balance. Aye, Roderick agreed. It hardly seems fair to send ye off on your own. What if the sum is beyond what you're able to pull together? There is no such thing as a sum I'm unable to earn, Quinn replied, eyes moving over the 3 of them as if to dare them to deny it. It may take a bit of time, but I'll do it. I am the only hope he has. Do ye think any friends Lennox may have will go out of their way to pay his debts? Do ye think he would even let them? No man would. Why are you doing it then? Bryce posed in a quiet, thoughtful voice. He doesn't need to know I'm behind it, Quinn explained. I have no intention of making it known until the deed is done. When none of them offered further questions or argument, he continued, I'll be packing my things then and leaving in the morning. I will speak to Sorcha and Porik, Roderick offered. I know they'll both wish to send ye off with bags full of food and anything else you may need. Quinn turned to the bed, where he'd already begun to lay out the new tunics a few of the Anderson women had made for him during his stay in the household. Tunics made from fabric he'd purchased with the silver from Earl Remington, the fee for delivering Alana safe and in one piece. Granted, she had then run away from the man on their wedding day, and Quinn had helped spirit her away to Porrick's home where she and Bryce were married. But the silver had remained in their possession. He ran his fingers over the fine fabric, then looked down at the new shoes and trousers he'd purchased. He thought about the new saddle, so shining and fine, and how dearly it had cost him. He could have used that toward Lennox's debt. If he'd only known. Bryce cleared his throat behind Quinn's back. How Quinn knew which of his friends wished to speak with him was a mystery, though likely the result of so many years spent together. Have you come to help me? Quinn asked, still focused on what he'd spread out before him. Perhaps, though not in the way to which you refer. What is it then? Quinn glanced over his shoulder. Coming to say you'll miss me. Sending me off with a warm glow in my heart. What do ye truly intend to do? Truly. Bryce stepped into the room, closing the door so they might have privacy. I told ye, Murphy gave me the names of a few men in that area who employ themselves as he does. Listening, asking questions, knowing people. It's as though he has ears all over Scotland. And ye plan to visit these men, find out what needs to be done in the area, and collect a tidy sum each time you've completed your task. You've described it perfectly. Quinn looked up with a grin and saw that Bryce was not smiling. In fact, his brows drew together until they formed a straight line over his eyes. Why don't ye try being honest with me, lad? Ye know I see straight through ye. The others might not, and I have no intention of sharing your secret with them, but I do wish you'd at least let me know what it is I have to be fearful of. Since when are ye fearful? Quinn gestured in a poor attempt at humor. Since learning that a man I think of as a brother intends to do something terribly foolish, Bryce murmured. He'd already run his hands through his shaggy hair until it stood on end, Quinn noted, and the flames flickering in the hearth made it glow like a cloud of fire around his head. There was no lying to a man whose head appeared to be on fire. Not when his eyes glowed with the same intensity. Besides, it would be a comfort to know that at least one of the people who meant something to him knew the truth of what he was about to embark upon. Men do it all the time, men know better than ourselves, Quinn whispered. Lying in wait along the side of the road, stealing from those who happen past. Bryce shook his head with a sorrowful sigh. We have always been better than that. Haven't we? Not by much. But we have, Bryce insisted. We've never harmed anyone who did not place themselves in harm's way by attacking first. We've always protected those who might fall prey to thieves. I would say that's a large part of what we've done, wouldn't ye? Protection. Aye. Now, you're going to go on and do the opposite. Quinn whirled on him. What do you expect me to do? For him to be in debtor's prison means he owes a great deal, much more than any of us could get together using the few paltry tasks Murphy currently has for us. And there is no guarantee that the four of us would fare much better if we rode out to Tor Castle together. So there is no sense in anyone but me going. This is my brother, this is my concern. What if you're killed out there on your own? That will not happen. What if it does? Then I'll die. It happens to all of us. He shouldered his way past Bryce to open the door. I do not need ye to tell me how to conduct my business. If that is all ye came here to do, I would ask ye to kindly leave me so I might finish preparing. I do not wish to leave things this way, Bryce said, remaining in place. In fact, I refuse to. I will not carry the memory of a fight between us, knowing it was the last time we ever spoke. Do ye really have so little faith in me? Quinn asked, the fight suddenly leaving him. Moments earlier, he would have liked to teach his old friend a lesson for doubting him so. His pride fell by the wayside when he recognized the concern in Bryce's face, in his voice. It isn't a matter of having little faith in ye. It's that I have little faith in those who travel the road, their eyes always sharp for thieves who might be lurking out of sight. We all hear the tales, do we not? Anyone traveling on horseback or in a carriage through days of open country is bound to be on their guard. Quinn offered half a nod. He clapped his hands on Quinn's shoulders. It's that I have little faith in men such as ourselves when a stranger threatens that which they've been paid to protect. If any of us were to cross paths with a thief on the road, what would we do? Would we accept their apology and send them off with a warning? You've made your point, Quinn grumbled. Bryce nodded, sighing again. I know ye feel this is what needs to be done, and perhaps it is. I only want ye to take care, to avoid taking chances, to size up those ye choose to accost in a careful manner prior to making your move. I will. Bryce's hands tightened, and a ghost of a smile played over his mouth. And for the love of all that's holy, try not to get yourself killed over catching the eye of another man's lass. It would be just like ye. Chapter 3. The rain fell in gusty sheets, rendering the trees under which Quinn waited useless in terms of keeping him dry. Water dripped from every leaf, running down the back of his neck and into his tunic, over his face, plastering his hair to his head. He imagined his normally dark thatch would appear black, both thanks to the rain and the darkness. He reminded himself that this worked in his favor, in spite of his discomfort. As he crouched beneath the tree, the road which ran alongside the river Lochie in view, he could not help but think of his brother. How different he'd looked when Quinn had visited the prison. How old, how drawn. The lad could not be older than 27, and yet he might have easily passed for a grandfather. The circles under his eyes, as though he'd smudged ash there. How long have ye been here? Quinn had asked upon first seeing Lennox, taking note of his tattered tunic and trousers. I cannot say, his brother had admitted. I've lost track of the days. What is the date? This is the last day of March. Lennox's already haunting eyes had gone wide. They brought me here just before Christmas died. You've been here for 3 months. It was not a question. It was a statement of horror. How had he survived so long without breaking entirely? Then again, perhaps he had broken. Perhaps the poor, sad, helpless shell of a man who sat upon the bench opposite Quinn's was all Lennox would ever be. Then he had smiled. My brother. It's been far too many years. Shame had rushed to the surface of Quinn's thoughts, darkening his face. Too long. Lennox had shaken his head. Not at all. You've had your life to live, as every man does. I only hope ye haven't made the mistakes of your older brother. I hear you married. I wish I had known. Another smile, wider this time. Aileen. We have twin girls, Innes and Kerstein. They're 3 years old. It's glad I am that they're but bairns. They need not bear their father's shame. What happened? How did this come to pass? Father's creditors, Lennox had spat, a bit of his old fire returning along with the memory. But how? Did they not forgive his debts? They claimed to, but recalled them when it was convenient. They received word that the farm was failing. It wasn't, he'd been quick to add, but the harvest wasn't strong, and a few of the cows fell ill and died, meaning I would have to purchase more. The man who holds the next parcel of land, Alec, was one of the men to whom father owed money. Do ye remember him? A nasty man. And an extremely wealthy one. That would be him, Lennox had confirmed, a hard glint in his eye. He was quick to provide me with what I needed after father died, and I was left at sea, without enough understanding of how to run a farm. Seed, a few hands to assist in the planting and the like. It turns out he had loaned father many things over the years. I was never aware of just how much. When he decided it was time to collect, I had nothing to give him. He decided that instead of demanding I repay, he would simply take ownership of the land. Quinn had frowned. What was your response? What do ye think? I blacked his eye and knocked out one of his teeth. Because ye were in your cups, Quinn had muttered. Lennox's jaw had set in a hard line so much like their father's, and Quinn could admit, like his own when he was feeling stubborn. What of it? Right is right. That land has been Murray land for generations. We've been free men, outside the rule of lords and the like. Land of our own, which we've been fortunate enough to tend to feed and provide for our families. How much does he want? Quinn had asked, overlooking sentimentality. It helped no one. Lennox had looked at the floor. You're forgetting something. What is that? He spoke with each of the other men to whom father owed something, and worked out the value of each debt, and to each of the ones I owed, then paid it off in order to carry the full debt on his own. I see. A shrewd man, to be certain. And how much is that, all told? £10 7 shillings. 10 and 7. The number was enough to knock the air from Quinn's lungs. He'd never seen £10 all at once in his life. I'm certain some of it is additional shillings he's added on for his troubles, Lennox had snarled. It was enough to make Quinn wish for 5 minutes alone with old Alec, but it would do no good. The matter had been turned over to the Com. H.D. Hale, and the assembly of men who composed the court had sentenced Lennox to prison until the debt was repaid. Killing Alec would not erase the record of the debt. Quinn had craned his neck to look through the open door to the communal room, in which prisoners were kept. All of them men, women, children, in one great room. The horrors of what must have taken place in there were not lost on Quinn, nor was the sound of great racking coughs and groans of misery from inside. Illness spread like fire through a dry forest in such a place. There was no telling what might befall Lennox if he spent much more time in there. I will help ye, Quinn had promised as the guards approached to take his brother away. No, ye cannot. Ye must not. Not for me. Quinn had stared into his brother's eyes, willing himself to commit them to memory. No, Murray dies in a debtor's prison. I wasn't going to tell ye of my plan, but I want ye to have a little hope to hold on to. I will free ye from this place and see ye back with your family. On our land. He'd watched as the guards led Lennox to the communal room with its filthy walls and floor, where women huddled their sickly children in the corners, and the healthy men paced like caged animals, while the ill simply curled up against the wall and waited to die. He remembered all of this as he crouched by the tree, soaked to the skin, waiting for the chance to overtake a rider or carriage. He'd already collected 15 shillings, the better part of £1, along with a few pieces of jewelry which might fetch a sum. They were tucked deep in the leather purse he wore on a strap across his chest, never willing to be far from his treasures. If he didn't die of the grippe after spending so much time in the cold, wet woods, he would have his brother out of prison before long. He needed to believe it.
Chapter 4. Ismane, might you speak with Mamma about letting us go to Inverness with her and father? Little Hilda looked up at her tutor with pleading eyes, which threatened to become watery. Ismane knew all too well how easy it was for her charming little charge to turn on tears when she felt it would suit her purposes, and willed herself not to fall prey. Instead, she ran a hand over the little girl's auburn brown curls and shook her head with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, my dear, but I do not think it will be possible. This is why your mamma and father have asked me to look after you while they are away. It will only be several days, perhaps a week. And we always have lovely times together when I stay with you, do we not? Aye, the little girl agreed, though it was clear she did not truly share her tutor's opinion. Hilda. Ismane crouched before the 8-year-old, so that her own blue Fraser eyes might meet the sharp snapping grey so prevalent in Clan Bissett. They were of a distant relation through marriage, which was why Hilda's father, Niall, had been quick to employ Ismane as his daughter's tutor. That and the two men had been best friends throughout their lives. He, like Ismane's father, believed in the value of educating young women, though in hindsight Ismene believed it was much more her mother's gentle French influence which had worn down her rugged Highland father's opinions. Hilda scuffed at the soil with the toe of her leather shoe, unwilling to look at Ismene. "Hilda dear, you know your father is an important man in Clan Bisset. He's taking your mother with him to the clan meeting in Inverness, but it will be no place for young people," she was careful to finish, keenly aware of an 8-year-old's loathing for being called a child. Especially a keen, bright little thing like Hilda. "But I could be of aid to him. I listen in on the meetings he holds with his advisors, you know." Hilda grinned with both mischief and a little girl's sense of adventure. "You do not." "I do. He doesn't know it. He told me I never should. And with good reason. I'm certain they use language in those meetings which should never reach a young lady's ears." She straightened, turning her head to the side so that her young charge might not see the smile she couldn't contain. It would do no good to encourage such behavior. They walked together hand in hand from the clearing where they'd spent the late morning, in the very serious business of picking wildflowers. Both of them still wore tiny white and blue blossoms in their hair, the first of spring's blooming. "If your hair were gold, you would look just like one of the fair folk," Hilda declared as she looked up at Ismene. Ismene merely laughed. "I'm afraid I carry too much of my mother's coloring to be considered one of them. And her height and her wide shoulders and long arms. She came from good stock," her father had always insisted with a note of pride. Though she had sometimes felt like a giant among other women. Even among some men. It would not have pained her overmuch to be small and fragile. "Your mamma was from France," Hilda remembered, unaware of Ismene's turn of thought. "Yes, she was. And that's why you speak strangely sometimes." "You, I mean," she self-corrected, blushing. "Strangely when compared to some of you," Ismene smiled. "My mother wanted me to learn as she learned. She grew up in a great house, where her father was an important man. He wanted his daughter to have the finest learning she could, so that she might make a good wife for a nobleman some day." "And did she?" Ismene barely hid her laughter. "Not entirely, no. She made a good wife. My father was always very happy with her, and she with him. I remember how happy we all were. But my father was like yours. A Highlander, from Clan Fraser." "Oh yes. I remember. Father talks about him sometimes." "Does he?" It touched Ismene to know that anyone would speak of him. "What does he say, if I might ask?" "That Connor Fraser was the bravest man he'd ever known, that he had once seen him take down 10 men with a single swing of his sword." By the time she'd finished, Hilda's cheeks had flushed with excitement. Ismene chuckled. "While I doubt such a feat is truly possible, I know it to be true that he was a brave man in battle. And a loyal one. He fought for his clan because it was dearer to him than all else. And he had died for it. Followed by his wife. No one could tell Ismene for certain what had killed her mother. Some whispered that she'd fallen with child against the advice of the midwife who had helped deliver her first and only living babe. The labor had been so lengthy, so brutal, it had been decided that she ought not put her body through such a struggle again. Though Ismene, as a young woman, suspected her mother had been with child more than once afterward. She remembered at least 2 times in her life when Mama had glowed from within, when she had hummed as she'd bustled about the house. When Ismene would find her staring into the distance, her hands crossed over a still flat stomach. And then the sadness. The visit from the healer. Much whispering, the sound of barely muffled sobs coming from the room she shared with her husband. Papa had been quite sad as well, and those were the times when he'd often pull Ismene into his lap, the two of them sitting quietly by the fire for hours at a stretch, while Mama had rested in the other room. Had it been another such instance in the case of Louise Fraser's death? Ismene would never know, as the healer who'd been ancient by all accounts while Ismene was a child had died in the 4 years since she'd last treated Louise. Was it possible to simply die because one's heart was crushed beyond repair? If so, was not the fact of Ismene's existence not enough to convince her mother to hold on to life? Regardless, Ismene was an orphan, and had been since she was 15 years old. Hilda was merely the latest in a long line of children who had been taught the basics of reading and writing, of music and mathematics, even of embroidery and dance. The education her mother had insisted upon paid off by allowing Ismene a small living, which along with the small piece of land she'd inherited from her parents allowed her to sustain herself. It was possible that she would spend her entire life teaching children, even living under the family's roof when called upon to do so. After all, who would wish to marry a girl without a dowry? One who might just be better educated too? In Ismene's admittedly limited experience, men did not take kindly to women smarter than themselves. Hilda's home sat just beyond the crest they climbed together, its thatched roof recently repaired after the normal winter wear. It was still a bit too early for planting in the garden, but there was weeding and tilling going on in preparation. One of the household servants waved from the doorway, then cupped her hands around her mouth. "He is looking for ye," she called out, and Ismene needed no explanation as to who he was. She allowed Hilda to linger in the garden, while she hurried into the house. Niall waited for her in the room he used for meetings with the local clan members, those who also made their home along the banks of the River Bewley. It was a fine large room, with a roaring fire to keep at bay the chill of early spring. It seemed as though the stones which made the walls and floors held onto the cold almost as though they were too greedy to let it go. She cleared her throat upon entering, then strode over to the long table at the head of the room. Niall sat with his back to the fire, resting his weak right leg on a stool at his side. He'd earned the injury during battle alongside Connor Fraser, years before Ismene was born. Ever since, his leg had pained him whenever the weather turned damp. It was an unfortunate time of year, as a result. "I've had a letter," he explained, flying headfirst into his reasons for summoning her, as was his manner. He rarely wasted time on niceties or polite conversation, for conversation's sake. "A letter?" she asked, puzzled. "Aye. Someone from your lands came to deliver it, as it was sent straight to your home." He held it out, and Ismene accepted it with a trembling hand. She'd never had a letter before, and couldn't imagine why anyone would send one. The wax someone had carefully dripped on it to hold it closed was unbroken, telling her Niall had respected her privacy. The crest of the stamp was only vaguely familiar, like something out of a half-remembered dream. A lion and a rose. Where had she seen it before? She broke the wax and unfolded the parchment with care. Niall waited while she read, but he could not withhold his curiosity for long. "Bad news?" he prompted. When she glanced away from the letter, she found him squinting at her. Her hands were shaking. "I suppose one might think it bad news," she whispered in a voice which trembled as badly as her hands. "My grandfather is dead." "Your grandfather? The one in France?" "Yes. This letter is from a marquis, who I suppose is in charge of the estate. It would appear as though my grandfather left it to me." Niall blinked, his mouth falling open. "To ye? All to ye?" She scanned the careful print, eyes flying over the words. "It appears that way. I'm to have my things packed and ready to be escorted to Cherbourg. My escorts will be arriving." She double-checked the day and gasped. "In 2 days. I must be there in person to settle things." 2 days. Niall looked as though he shared her concern. "I'm sorry. I hadn't the first idea," she whispered. There he was, on the verge of departing for the journey to Inverness, and she was announcing her departure. "There's no need to apologize, lass," he assured her with a broad grin. "Your father was never overly fond of his father-in-law, and the old man outright hated your mother marrying a Highlander." "That much I know," she replied. "It was always understood that he disinherited her," Niall mused. "I suppose he had a change of heart. Even the hardest old man is certain to soften in the face of old age and knowing he'll be dead soon." Ismene shifted in discomfort at his flippant tone. Then again, she had never known her grandfather, and he had disowned his only daughter over her marrying a man who'd never been anything but kind, loving, gentle and wonderful to both his wife and their child. But he'd left everything to her, sight unseen, and might very well have just answered the question of what she would do with the rest of her life. From the little she'd heard of her mother's upbringing, she knew the family had been quite wealthy by any standards. And that would be hers, had things remained as they'd been. There was no telling until she arrived in Cherbourg. I suppose this is goodbye then. Niall stood with some difficulty. I would prefer it if a handful of my men could assist in your escort, at least until you reach Inverness and depart by boat. As it is, I'll have a pair of them escort ye home now, so you might ready yourself. It was all happening so quickly, without any warning. She had only just been planning methods to keep Hilda occupied and happy. Now she was on her way home, and then? There was no telling. No telling at all. Chapter 5. The hooks along the walls sat empty, no longer holding her modest kirtles or chemises. The little chest which had sat at the foot of her small straw tick bed held everything she owned in the world, other than her land, naturally. There was nothing left to do but wait for her escorts to arrive. Time had never stretched out the way it did just then, with each moment seeming to span a day. It wasn't as if she wanted to leave, or that she wished her escorts would make haste. It was merely the strain of waiting which wore on her. Ismene gazed out the window beside her bed for what could well have been the 10,000th time. And possibly the last. How many sunrises? How many first snowfalls of the season? How many nights had she spent there, seated on a little stool, staring out into the dark, starry night? Wondering? What she'd wondered had no name, no explanation. She'd simply wondered. About life, about her future. About the past, and what had brought her mother across the North Sea from Cherbourg and up to Inverness, where she'd met the man she'd been fated to wed. Ismene had pondered the question of whether such a fateful journey might be in store for her someday. Now, she was on the verge of a voyage to the land from which her mother had come. What would her mother think if she knew this? Would she be proud? As Ismene took one last long look at the land which her father had left her. It stretched down to the river, where fish traps had sat for as long as she could remember. Many was the morning she'd walked down to the water's edge to check for fresh pike, carrying the traps back to the house with a proud smile, as though she were the reason the fish had swum into the traps. Many was the day she'd stripped off her stockings and tucked her skirts into her belt, before playing in the cool water. She had once slipped and fallen in entirely, with only a low-hanging branch further downriver providing her the means to save herself. She'd never told anyone of it, out of shame for the panic she'd suffered in those agonizing moments before she'd seen the branch and reached for it. When she'd been certain she was going to drown. The land on the other side of the river was covered in fragrant pine, providing the most wonderful scent when the wind blew just right. She would never smell pine again without thinking of home. Niall's men had already come to gather the chickens and livestock the day before, as she hadn't the heart to sell them prior to departing, and he'd offered to take them. There simply hadn't been time to prepare herself for everything involved in leaving home, but he had promised to look after her interests in her absence. The Marquis had certainly not given her much time to settle things, though he might have assumed there was nothing for her to settle. Women did not often own land. Connor Fraser had made certain that none could contest her claim in the event of his death, but many men did not take such pains. The sight of a carriage in the distance, pulled by a pair of black horses, shook her from her reverie. Was it coming for her? She did not recognize the men seated behind the horses, both of them dressed in long tunics which fell past their knees and were dyed the most fascinating shade of red. How did one achieve such vibrant color? She could hardly imagine, never having owned anything that was not brown-gray or, in the most special of cases, a shade of red which reminded her of rust and faded with each washing. Nothing near as wondrous as what approached. The men wore hats with tall crowns and wide brims, which made it all but impossible for her to see their faces, not that she could have made much out from afar. She merely wanted to know, needed to know, whether they were friendly or unkind. The swords hanging from their leather belts caused her to believe they might be much more the latter than the former. A lump grew in her throat, making it difficult to breathe. They were her protectors. The Marquis had sent them for her to ensure her safety, as her grandfather would have wished. There was nothing to fear. Even so, the hand she ran over the front of her kirtle trembled. She looked down at herself once again, wondering if the garment she had chosen for such a special occasion was truly so special when compared to the finery of her escorts. It was something her mother had overseen the making of before her passing, and was perhaps a bit tight at the elbow and bust. It was several years old, and while in good condition from being rarely worn, was still a garment created for a 15-year-old who'd had growing left to do. She'd wanted to impress them, to prove that no matter what idea her grandfather had given his friends about his son-in-law, she'd lived a good life. A life in which her parents had provided well for her. Though her father was no longer alive to bear the scorn of Simon de Montreal, that did not remove the bitter thorn from Ismayne's breast. When the carriage turned from the road and through the opening in the stone wall which bordered it, she knew it was there for her. This was it. The day on which the course of her life would change. She cast one more look about her chambers, a room in which she'd slept and dreamed, tossed about the bed with a fever which her mother had helped her through, and wept when both her mother and father left her forever. So much of her life spent right there behind the window, looking out onto a world of which she was about to become a part. It was best to hurry out before tears had the chance to take hold. Her trunk sat inside the rear door, everything of value packed inside. It wasn't as though she possessed much. A pair of copper candlesticks, which her father had presented to her mother after their wedding, and the gown which Louise had worn during the ceremony. An old rag doll which she'd loved in her early years. Her mother's pearls, carefully wrapped in layers of linen so they might not become scratched and dull. The only other valuable item, other than Ismayne's garments, all of which were packed around her treasures, was a jeweled brooch. Gold inlaid with pearl. Louise's favorite jewel. Oblong as wide as the length of Ismayne's thumb, it had been used to hold Louise de Montreal's cloak together while she journeyed from Cherbourg to Inverness, where she had become Louise Fraser. Ismayne closed her long dark cloak with the same brooch, before opening the door to her escorts. Rather than the men, what caught her eye was the horses. Beauties, all of them prancing and sleek, muscles standing out beneath their shining coats. Their tails flicked back and forth, their heads tossed as they waited impatiently. The man sitting beside the driver alighted from the carriage and bowed. "Is this the residence of Ismayne Fraser?" he asked. "It is. I am Ismayne." Her cheeks pinked. She was not accustomed to speaking with strange men, especially those who were not of her father's clan. He nodded, then looked about himself. "We've come to take you home." Home? But she was already standing at the threshold of her home, where she had spent her entire life. Cherbourg was not home, no matter what waited for her or how wonderful it might be. She hoped she might one day come to think of it as home, as her mother had once she'd settled into married life. "What are your names?" she asked as the man loaded her trunk into the carriage, its rounded top covered with thick canvas to provide privacy. They exchanged a wide-eyed look as though surprised she would ask, why she could not imagine. They would travel many days together, after all. Why not at least know how to address them? After a pause, the man loading her trunk, younger, almost rather handsome, replied, "My name is Leon. The driver is Geoffrey. I'm pleased to meet you both." She looked up at the driver, who nodded without speaking. He was older, weathered, with the dark complexion of a man who spent much of his life out of doors and a scar which ran down the length of his neck. "You are the Marquis's men then?" she asked, and realized she was stalling. This was it after all. There was no turning back once they'd begun, certainly not once they boarded the ship which would carry them across the sea. "Yes, we are. And we had better be on our way, as the Marquis is waiting for us." "Yes," Geoffrey agreed, finally deciding to speak. He is not a man who enjoys waiting. "Well then." Ismayne held her tongue, and allowed Leon to help her into the back of the carriage, where there was no choice but to make a seat on the wooden boards, among lengths of rope, bags of oats for the horses, and crockery which she supposed was meant to store water. "Our apologies," Leon murmured, looking pained. "We were unable to secure a more comfortable carriage upon our arrival in Inverness." She put on a cheerful expression. "Not at all. I am certain this will do very well." She sat with her back to her trunk, facing the rear of the carriage, so that she might at least have a view of what she was leaving behind, even if the canvas made it impossible to look around her. "Take care to watch for anyone who might follow us," Geoffrey grunted from behind her. "Why is that?" she asked, craning her neck to look up at the two men through an opening in the canvas. "These roads are not safe," Leon scowled as he called over his shoulder. "We heard reports at the inn, in which we spent the night, of 3 carriages overtaken by thieves in as many days." The thought was enough to stop Ismayne's heart in mid-beat. She fingered the brooch at her neck, rethinking the wisdom of having worn it. Judging from the distant attitudes of both men, she could as easily have worn her oldest kirtle and foregone entirely the use of shoes. It would have made no difference in how little they considered her. Geoffrey snapped the reins, and the carriage jolted, then began swaying back and forth as the wheels turned and they began their long journey. Tears flowed freely down Ismayne's cheeks as she watched her little house grow smaller with each turn of the wheels. It looked sad somehow. Abandoned. As though it knew she was leaving. This was all nonsense, naturally. Stone and mortar made a house, nothing more. This did not comfort her. She still felt the pain of watching her childhood home dwindle in size as keenly as she'd felt the pain of losing her parents. Perhaps that was what truly hurt, leaving the last of them behind. And moving on toward what? She could not say. Not yet. She could only hope it was something better, something that might make the loss worthwhile in comparison. Chapter 6. Why did we stop? Ismayne roused herself from the near slumber into which she'd fallen, lulled by the swaying of the carriage and encouraged by the lack of sleep the night before. Who could sleep with such a life-changing journey ahead of them? She eased her way to the back of the carriage, looking up at the sky. The sun had crossed the midpoint of the sky and was beginning its descent. Not more than 3 hours had passed. Judging from the slow pace which they'd taken over the rocky road, it was likely they hadn't covered much ground at all. Leon turned on the wooden plank, which served as a seat for both him and Geoffrey. "The horses need watering, and it would do you well to stretch your legs." That was all she needed to hear. She'd already lost count of the splinters in her kirtle, and only a few hours of sitting on the unforgiving wood had created soreness from shoulder to knee. Leon helped her down. It was good to feel the sun on her face, the canvas having blocked it out through the ride. When she smiled up at Leon to thank him for his assistance, he responded with a frown. "You are taking quite a chance wearing something so fine." He gestured to his throat, indicating the brooch at hers. "Oh yes." She blushed as she looked down. "Perhaps I ought to remove it and hide it among my things when we continue." "That would be wise. Anyone sees that when we stop for food or shelter, and you can count on it being taken from you." She shivered, though managed to keep her composure. She even lifted her chin, slightly defiant. "Are you telling me this merely to frighten me? Because I do not frighten easily." He let out a gruff laugh, exchanging a look with Geoffrey before joining him to unhitch the horses from the carriage. "On the contrary," he assured her before going about his work. The idea of being robbed of her treasures, few though they were, did not frighten her. It infuriated her. No one had the right to take what was hers. Connor Fraser had always taught that men ought to earn what they called their own. Anyone who took for the sake of profit at another's expense was beyond reproach. Thieves were the lowest form of life, worse even than rodents and other pests. She watched from the side of the road, as the men led the horses through a clearing to the banks of the river. The Bewley flowed quickly past, swollen thanks to the melting of the last of the winter's snow. Leon returned to her with a freshly filled clay jug, fitted with a wooden stopper. She drank deeply of the fresh cold water he'd just taken from the river. "I will refill it," she offered, carrying it through the clearing between towering pine trees to the water's edge. An excuse to refresh herself, if nothing else. She splashed water on her tear-stained cheeks, washed her hands as best she could. It was a fine clear day, the air heavy with the promise of spring and then summer. By summer, she would be in Cherbourg. She would no longer know the deep joy of looking across the river to the endless stretch of green, spanning the horizon as far as the eye could see. watching as storm clouds rolled in, building as they moved until they seemed poised to swallow everything in their path. Perhaps Cherbourg was as beautiful. Come, Leon called out. When Ismene turned, still lost in reverie, it was a surprise to find the horses hitched and Gregory behind them. She'd been wool gathering for far too long. I'm on my way, she announced, carrying the jug back with every intention of apologizing for having taken so long. She never had the chance. Leon was poised at the rear of the carriage, ready to help her inside, when something in the deep woods on the other side of the road caught his eye. He froze. So did she. The horses pranced and pawed at the ground, their ears turned in the direction of the noise from the woods. Inside, Leon's hands were at her waist before she could utter a cry of surprise, holding fast as he lifted her into the carriage and dropped her with a thud. She scrambled to the corner, wedging herself behind sacks of oats. Her heart hammered wildly, her thoughts racing in a dozen directions. Perhaps it was a wild animal. If only it were a wild animal, and not something worse. If she weren't so terrified, she might have laughed at the notion of hoping for a wild animal to threaten them. Who goes there? Leon shouted. Show yourself. Why didn't they simply ride away? Surely a pair of healthy, strong horses could outrun a thief, even if they pulled a rather shabby carriage. It seemed the height of foolishness to stand their ground and challenge an unseen enemy. Twigs snapped to her right across the road, and she hugged her knees to her chest. Would it be better to see what emerged from the woods, rather than having to imagine, thanks to the canvas covering the carriage? Good day to ye, friend. A Scotsman. He was sneering. She could hear it in his voice. Good day, Leon grunted. What business have you here? We was about to ask ye the same. More rustling. Much more. How many were there? She desperately wanted to know, but fear froze her in place. The sound of a sword being removed from a scabbard. We want no trouble with you, Geoffrey said in a cool voice just over Ismene's shoulder. We merely wish to be on our way. And we merely wish to know what ye have in that carriage. There came the sounds of a scuffle, with metal crashing against metal, grunts of exertion and groans of pain. The carriage rocked in place as bodies collided with it. Ismene covered her mouth with both hands to stifle her whimpering, nearly out of her mind with panic. What would they do to her? Her escorts were very likely outnumbered. Why had the Marquis sent no more than 2 men to protect her, if roadside thieves were so common? A strange, rough man with blood running down the side of his head threw himself halfway into the back of the carriage. Ismene screamed, her hands flailing about in search of a weapon. She landed on one of the clay jugs used to store water, and threw it at the man, where it shattered against his face in spite of the arms he threw up to protect himself. Leon pulled him to the ground by his legs and ran him through with his sword. Ismene closed her eyes as the man cried out in agony, then went silent. Another cry quickly followed. She peered out from behind hands now covering her eyes, and screamed once again, when she realized another one of the thieves had attacked Leon from behind and stabbed him repeatedly through the back. No, she wailed, both horrified for him and terrified for herself. The carriage began moving forward, with Geoffrey shouting at the team to move. Ismene bounced up and down as the wheels lifted from the ground and fell again, and she knew before the body appeared on the road behind them that they'd run one of the thieves over. The thief who'd murdered Leon gave chase, but gave up when it became clear that he'd never beat the speed of 2 healthy frightened geldings, especially on a flat stretch of open road. Leon's body lay in the road as well, his eyes still open and staring blindly at the hints of blue sky which revealed themselves through the leaves of the trees all around. Are you injured? Geoffrey called back, shouting to be heard over the pounding of hooves. No, she shouted, holding onto the side of the carriage for dear life as it rocked violently. That makes one of us. To her surprise he laughed. Perhaps out of relief for being alive, perhaps because there was nothing else to do but laugh at the way the day had turned out. And this was only the first of many days she'd spend traveling to France. Would that she had never left home at all.
Chapter 7 Quinn motioned to the rather homely lass employed by the innkeeper to deliver platters of food and mugs of ale to the patrons, when she was not involved with cleaning the rooms and refreshing the linens, candles and the like. He held his empty mug aloft, in desire of another drink. This brief bit of rest was due him, he believed, after spending the better part of a month living mostly out of doors. He had only spared a few pence on a room for the night twice in all that time, when the thought of another bite of day-old rabbit set his teeth on edge and caused him to regret ever having left the comfort of the Anderson clan. When such sullen thoughts overwhelmed him, it was the time to spend the night at the nearest inn, so long as it seemed fairly clean and reasonably priced. Now that he was so close to Inverness, the thriving port on the northern coast and perhaps the capital of the Highlands, if there was such a place, he'd had his choice of several inns down the length of the road leading into the heart of the town. He'd chosen well, the taste of crisp, glistening fat still fresh on his tongue as he drank from his second mug of ale. Not the best, not by far, but fairly priced for the low quality. It mattered little just then, at any rate. He was too relieved to be at rest for the first time in a fortnight, to mourn his choice of refreshment. Several of the other round tables were occupied. All of the patrons were men, either on their way in or out of Inverness. He was near the territory of Clan Fraser, he knew, and he'd seen several clansmen riding in groups past the well-concealed place he'd chosen for his lookout. It seemed there was a clan meeting in the works. None of this mattered to him. His only concern was for the coins in the purse at his waist beneath his tunic. How many times a day did he test the strength of the cord which held the purse in place? Its contents meant everything. They meant his brother's life. He'd reminded himself of this very fact more times than he could remember. When the rain fell so hard it made him forget what it felt like to be dry, when the hooves of his faithful chestnut gelding sank into the mud as they made their slow way through the woods, when he was hungry for lack of decent hunting so early in the season, he'd reminded himself of Lennox's haunted eyes. Of the coughing and groans of misery coming from within that large room. Of its filth and disease. Disease which Lennox might contract and perhaps die of. It was all that kept away the guilt at times. At one of the tables sat a man wearing a bright red tunic, his sword at his waist. He'd seen fighting, judging from the way his eyes moved from side to side at all times. He was on his guard. One look at the man's companion explained why. When she removed the dark cloak which had disguised her to him at first, Quinn took note of her the way he'd always taken note of women. Her long lustrous braid, brown with a faint hint of red when she moved her head one way or the other, and caught the light from the candles throughout the room. She was a bit broad-shouldered for a woman, a bit long of limb, but full at the breast and hip. Womanly. She stirred something in him which had gone silent in recent days. It appeared that even he was capable of losing his appetite for the pleasures of the flesh, but this lass reminded him of what he'd been missing. Her profile was strong, her neck long and lean and leading up to a proud jaw and chin, a straight nose, full brows over eyes as blue as the sky just before twilight. Yes. She stirred him. But she was not alone. And judging by the good quality of her kirtle and the jeweled hilt of her escort's sword, there might be more to her than just a lovely face and pleasing form. The two of them rose from the table once they'd finished dining. Quinn lowered his head, making himself invisible as always, but still watched from the corner of his eye as the man with the sword, he was a soldier or had been one judging by his bearing and the quality of his weapon, dropped a handful of coins onto the table. They were leaving. They had only come in to dine, or were leaving after having spent the previous night. Quinn couldn't remember seeing them before. They'd like as not kept to themselves, as they seemed to be making haste to take their leave. There was a choice to be made. Leave them alone or follow and take what he could. He might threaten the lass, make it more difficult for the soldier to refuse him while there was a dirk held to the throat of the woman it was his responsibility to protect. His mind was made up before he stood, handing a few pence to the homely young serving lass before following his new prey. The poor thing looked homelier than ever in comparison to the vision of beauty who he intended to steal from. In another time, a better time, he would have followed her with something else in mind. something far more pleasurable for them both. Everything he needed he carried either at his waist or in a canvas pack over one shoulder, so he had nothing to do once he stepped outside but mount his horse. "My apologies," he murmured, patting the beast's withers. "I know I told you we'd rest, but I cannot ignore opportunity." The soldier drove a carriage, a simple thing with a canvas top. The lass must have rested inside while her escort manned the two-horse team. It was late, full dark, but the light color of the canvas stood out even when clouds obscured the moon. They were heading closer to Inverness, with only a small patch of forest standing between them and the town. Quinn thought quickly out of necessity, as there would be little chance to overtake the carriage. He left the road, riding just within the tree line, keeping the carriage in his sights until he'd passed it. In spite of a pair of powerful animals pulling it, it moved slowly. It had been used quite heavily and perhaps pushed past its ability, for the axles creaked terribly, and the wooden box pitched from side to side, reminding Quinn of nothing so much as a man who'd had too much to drink. The poor lass must have been sick to her stomach from the motion. He reminded himself there was no room for that sort of thinking. He could not imagine what she was thinking, could not feel pity for her. No matter who she was, no matter how comely she may be. The more he thought along those lines, the more difficult it would be for him to do what needed to be done. Once he was certain he'd put enough distance between them, he turned toward the road and dismounted before tying the reins off to a branch. The poor beast was near exhaustion from so much riding. "This will not take long," he promised, patting its withers again before crouching behind a birch nearer the road and watching for the approach of the carriage. It came up slowly as expected, still swaying with each turn of the wheels. It was enough to bring questions to mind. Questions of whether the carriage's passenger possessed anything worth stealing floated through his mind, based upon the condition of the carriage in which she rode. There had to be something. The jeweled sword, at the very least. Quinn held his breath, one hand on the dirk still tucked into his belt. When the time was right, and the horses were close enough to startle, he leaped out from behind the birch and threw himself into the path of the oncoming carriage. The horses reared back, hoofs pawing at thin air, their screams mingling with the shouts from the driver and those coming from the lass. He couldn't see her, but he could hear her. She shouted with good reason. The horses veered to the left when their front hooves touched the ground, away from Quinn, pulling the carriage violently to the side. So violently, the axles broke, which tore the wheels from the body. The carriage fell apart, the wood splintering onto the road when it made contact and sending up a great cloud of dust before the half-mad team dragged the carriage body off the road and into the woods. Quinn took advantage of the chaos, taking hold of the soldier when he jumped from the driver's bench and holding him by the wide collar of his tunic. When the man's hand went to his sword, Quinn was quick to remove it from his belt before tossing it aside. "I would not make any further attempts to defend yourself. Let us see if the lass is injured. If you brought harm to her, I will make you pay," the soldier swore, though anything else he wished to add was lost forever thanks to the blade which Quinn pressed to his throat. I'm certain I will," Quinn grunted as the two of them followed the path the horses took to what was left of the carriage box. It was empty except for a trunk and a handful of supplies. "Where is she?" Quinn hissed, pressing the blade tighter against the man's throat until a thin trickle of blood ran down. "I do not know. There was nowhere else for her to go." The man sounded genuine, just as perplexed by this sudden turn of events. They had more than likely both expected to find her injured, perhaps grievously so, lying in a heap. "Let him go." Both of them turned as one, and found the lass in question holding the jeweled-hilted sword with both hands. He caught a glimpse of a crest engraved in the metal close to the hilt, though he did not recognize it. She leveled the sword at Quinn's chest. It shook terribly. "I've nothing for you," she declared. "Nothing of value. You might take this sword so long as you swear not to harm us with it, but that is all we have." "Lass," Quinn whispered as soothingly as he could, suddenly concerned. Not because he thought the woman could harm him, she could hardly hold the thing still, as strong as she appeared. His concern was with the time they had already wasted. They might be overtaken at any point by another traveler, who would spy what was on the road, and perhaps wish to be of service. The horses still hitched to the carriage had dragged much of it off the road. Even so, the wheels and several pieces of wood were still scattered about and would surely attract attention. "Are ye certain ye wish to do this, lass?" he asked. "You are the one who brought us to this point," she reminded him in a trembling voice. "Now, please, release him and allow us to be on our way." "That isn't how this type of situation normally progresses," he smirked. "You're in no position to be making demands. I'll slice the throat of your friend here." "He's not my friend," she admitted before wincing at her loose tongue. Not that Quinn had been under any other impression. Men who carried swords and wore what was clearly a uniform of some sort did not escort young women out of charity. "Just the same, I'll kill him, and that would leave ye all alone." She hesitated, holding his gaze for one breathless moment. It was the soldier who spoke first. "The Marquis will hunt you down for this. He will see to it that you are severely punished for laying hands upon me, not to mention how you've threatened this young woman." Quinn was still looking at the young woman holding the sword. "Who are ye to this Marquis then?" he asked, keenly aware of the time they wasted but curious just the same. "He is waiting for me," she admitted. "We have business to address." He couldn't help smiling at this turn of events. Is he now? A plan quickly formed itself in his mind. If a nobleman waited for her, there would be much more involved in her delivery to him than the price of a sword, no matter how handsome the hilt. She was to be the man's bride, like as not, and a man awaiting a bride, especially one as comely as the lass before him, would be more than willing to pay handsomely for her safe delivery. Her arms were growing tired. The sword's sharp tip sank further until it all but touched the ground. In one quick move he released the soldier, and pulled the young woman to him instead. He wrenched the sword from her hand, while holding the dirk to her throat instead of to the soldier's. In the time it took to blink an eye, Quinn had gained a new captive. He motioned to the remains of the carriage. "Take all of that off the road. Now." The soldier wished to defy him. Quinn could see it in his eyes how bright they were with hostility, but complied instead. The man had seen enough fighting to know when he was outsmarted. Quinn waited in the shadows, holding the lass, while the soldier was quick about removing what was left on the road. It was not an unpleasant task. Her body was warm, soft, the reminder of all he had given up over the last weeks. "I tell you, I have nothing for you," she whispered. Her body shook from head to toe, her knees nearly knocking together. He wondered in the back of his mind whether she would be able to hold her water in such a state. "Ah, but ye do," he chuckled. When she let out a pitiful whimper, he softened slightly. "I do not mean what ye think I mean, lass." He had no intention of ravishing her, tempting though she was. "What do you have in mind, then?" "All in good time." He beckoned for the soldier to join them. "Now, strip down." The man blinked. "What?" "Strip. Take off your tunic, trousers, shoes, hat. All of it." He held the sword out, the edge dangerously close to the man's stomach. "Be quick about it." As he did this, Quinn bound the young woman's hands in front of her, using the reins from one of the two horses still hitched to what remained of the carriage. They had quieted somewhat, but were still rather anxious. "Calm them," he ordered. She couldn't ride away on either of them, attached as they were, so he had no concerns on that matter. What concerned him was the now nearly naked man before him, trembling in the chilly night air while wearing nothing but a pair of thin breeches. Quinn leveled the sword at him. "Make a false move and I'll cut her throat," he whispered. "You will do no such thing. If you intended to, you would have done it by now." "I intend to do much more with her. She is quite valuable to me. But do not think that means I wouldn't kill her, rather than let you have her." Quinn led the man to a thin birch, the trunk just big enough around that one might wrap their arms around it and touch their fingertips. "What is your plan then?" "Nay," Quinn chuckled. "Do ye think I would tell ye what I have in mind? When ye might be able to tell another, and send them after us. He used a coiled rope from the remains of the carriage to tie the man to the birch, while the young woman looked on. Only once did a brief flash of guilt stab him, but the man would not freeze. It was not quite that cold. He was far enough from the road that he would not be seen, but not so far that he would not be heard if he called for help, though judging by the fact that they had not been disturbed he might not have the chance to do so until morning, which would give Quinn time to get away. He bundled up the man's clothing, and was quick to unhitch the horses. Beautiful creatures both. Which reminded him of something. If ye manage to free yourself, there's a chestnut gelding tied off on the other side of the road, where I overtook ye. He would hate to see it starve there, simply because he'd come up with a new plan. Wait, the young woman begged. Please. If you wish to leave with me, please allow me to take my few possessions along. Where are they? He asked, exasperated. In the trunk. Quinn shook his head. We have neither the time nor the room in my pack to transport your garments and shoes and so on. He took her by the waist and lifted her onto one of the horses, holding tight to the reins before she had time to come up with any ideas about escape. Please, please. They're all I have left of my mother. She began to weep. Do what you wish with me, only do not ask me to part with the only reminders I have of her. He merely snickered as he led both horses to the road, looking both ways before crossing to the other side. His chestnut was there, waiting faithfully. It is time for us to part ways, he murmured as he untied the pig's bladder which served as his water jug and removed his bedroll from the rear of the saddle. Thank ye for helping me feel less alone. Where are you taking me? The bound woman stared at him, the tears still fresh on her cheeks. Would that he might be able to wipe them away for her, but this was not the time for such flights of fancy. You'll see when we'll arrive, he promised, mounting the second black gelding and taking her reins in one hand. The truth was, he was as uncertain as she. A marquis meant France, even he knew that much, but there was no telling where. She would have to provide him that information. Which meant he would need to get her to trust him, if he hoped to collect a ransom for her.
Chapter 8. It beggared belief. She was captive, and he hadn't allowed her to take the only things she had left of her mother. Tears had long since dried on her cheeks, leaving them sticky, and new tears sometimes surprised her by trickling slowly from her dry, swollen, tired eyes. They had not stopped to sleep, and the sun was already on the rise. She had never felt so heartbroken, so utterly desolate. He barely spoke to her. Hardly a word. She might as well have been alone, though if she were, her hands would not be bound tight enough to leave them numb. She was nearly unable to hold onto the saddle's horn to maintain balance. They were no longer on the road to Inverness, that was for certain. She kept her wits about her as best she could, determined to remember the route they took in order to trace her course back home. Or at least, to the place on the road where she had been overtaken. They were on little more than a trail at times, the trees closing in on either side, hardly much more than a thin strip of worn-down ground marking the way. It was full of stones which made for slow going, the horses needing to take care in finding secure footing. In other words, it was little traveled. Which meant there was little chance of anyone saving her. If only he would tell her what he wanted, what he expected of her. The brim of Geoffrey's hat shaded his face from the sun, making it impossible for her to discern his thoughts or even the mood he was in. You know, she said, just to twist the knife in his chest, that he might understand some of the pain she felt, my mother's pearls were in my trunk. And her brooch. Both of which might have fetched quite a sum. But you would not allow me to bring them along. He growled. I didn't know, did I? I suppose I would have taken them at that. You would have stolen them from me and sold them, in spite of how I begged and pleaded with you over how much those things meant to me? Pearls are merely pearls, lass, he informed her, casting a doleful eye in her direction as he did. In Geoffrey's tunic and other garments, he reminded her of a child dressing up as a man. He was far younger than Geoffrey, for one, though his shoulders and arms were much larger, stretching the cloth in places. Her eyes snapped back up to his profile, rather than lingering over his sizable frame. They meant something to me. And you were foolish enough to order me to leave them behind. Now they are worthless, lying in a trunk which someone else might discover and benefit from. If ye had told me what ye were going on about, I would have only taken them from ye, he reminded her. Which ye didna tell me, because ye knew that was what I'd do. It was smarter for ye not to mention pearls or any sort of finery. I would do the same in your place. I would most certainly have taken them into my possession as well, so ye would have parted with your precious pearls in any case. Let us forget about it and be quiet, for the love of all that's holy. His attention turned to the road, which was not a road, to guiding their mounts between two close-growing trees with branches which tangled together low overhead. She did not speak again until they were clear of it. Why did we not continue on to Inverness? She asked, though she knew the answer. She merely needed to hear another voice, even if the voice happened to be his. I thought I told you to be quiet. I merely wished to understand. You have me bound up like a brood sow on the way to market. The least you might grant me is understanding of what you plan to do. Why do you speak as you do? She blinked. This was a rather abrupt change of subject. What do you mean? Are ye from the Highlands? Yes? You've spent your entire life here. Yes? He cocked his head to the side. Yet ye speak like you're a noble. Educated. Why is that? She smiled with fond memory. My mother wished it so. Who was your mother? A noble. Why do you insist on going on about nobles? Because only nobles think educating their bairns is important, especially little girls, he added. She could not argue the point. My father did not see the importance of it, she admitted with a wry grin. He was the Highlander then. Yes. He was. Which clan was his? It did not seem as though he could use the information against her, and her sense of pride pushed her to speak. Fraser. Clan Fraser, eh? He nodded. Not a clan to be trifled with. No, indeed. It is a good thing then that we've left their territory, he grinned. She controlled her distaste and her disappointment. I suppose you would see it that way. She might have thought to mention her clan before then. It might have caused her captor to think twice about taking her. After all, the Marquis was in another country. Niall and the rest were like as not on the road to Inverness, while the entire nightmarish event of her capture took place. She might have thought to mention this to him, perhaps threaten him with their possible presence. This ordeal could have been avoided, perhaps. You wanted to know why I didn't wish to travel further toward Inverness, he reminded her. Do you think I'm daft enough to take ye into a busy, crowded place and allow ye to scream at the top of your lungs that I took ye captive? Do I look like a fool? Perhaps I shouldn't answer that question, she replied as icily as possible. He laughed. I shouldn't have asked it. Strange. He seemed good-natured, even amusing. He could laugh at himself. He had been so fierce and ruthless while taking her under his control. It might have been the fact that they were now far from Inverness, or by the looks of it, any village. He felt secure, so he could be in good humor. What is it you plan to do then? Escort me all the way to France? You do not even know where we're going. I expect you'll tell me, if you ever plan to make it there. He looked at her, his keen eyes taking in her face, slumped shoulders and bound hands. I suppose I might as well make it clear to ye. I have no intention of harming ye. I've never harmed a woman and never wish to do so. This is merely a way for me to earn your ransom. We will part ways after that. She could hardly believe her ears. You think it will be so easy? That the Marquis will allow you to leave unscathed? Leave that to me, he muttered, looking straight ahead. Ismene fell quiet, but only for a minute. Truly, I think this is poorly conceived. I didna ask ye for an opinion. And I won't be letting ye go, so you might do well to abandon all such hopes. Where are we going then? She asked. Must there always be questions? Yes, because you chose to take me captive, she pointed out. I could gag ye and earn a little silence, he mused. She snickered. I'm certain that anyone we happen to cross paths with would find it worth questioning, a young woman bound and gagged on horseback. If they spent 5 minutes with you, they would understand the reason for the gag, he grunted. They rode in silence for a stretch, with Ismane gathering her thoughts as best she could. If there was any chance of escape, it would have to be when they'd dismounted. Either to water the horses or to answer the call of nature, something to that effect. While she hadn't the slightest understanding of where they were, she could follow the nearest stream or river to find help. One thing her father had taught her was the importance of following the flow of water to where people built their homes. If ever she became lost, simply follow the water. It would do her well to wait until the horses needed watering then. How much longer will we ride without resting, she groaned. Every muscle in her body fairly screamed in protest at the slightest movement. Will ye ever tire of asking questions? I am holding the rope which binds your hands together, along with the horse's reins. And I will not hesitate to harm ye if pushed too far. You already said you wouldn't. I said I had no wish to. He fixed her with a cold glare. I also had no wish to leave a man tied to a tree, while he wore nothing but a pair of breeches, but I did so because I had to do so. I would not want to make ye even more uncomfortable than ye already are, but I could if the need arose. Keep that in mind, lass. As if to prove his point, he gave the rope around her hands a mighty tug, along with the reins of the horse on which she rode. She jerked to her left, closer to him, unable to stifle a cry of surprise at the sudden movement. I am in control here, he said. Remember it. She would remember. That would not mean she liked it.
Chapter 9. Would that she would never know how far out of his depth Quinn truly was. He had never held a woman for ransom. Yes, he had travelled with women who would rather not have been in his company, but that had been no fault of his. Alana was the most recent, and she'd been quite the handful. But Bryce had managed to tame her, so to speak, and there had been the others as well. They had worked together, had made decisions together, had relied on each other. He was alone now. There was no asking for advice as to how he ought to handle this infuriating lass with her countless questions. There were moments when he questioned the wisdom of this far-fetched plan. Moments in which he'd struggled to control both his mount and hers on a road which wasn't a road at all. When he would ask himself how he was going to find out where they were going, and how they were going to get there. And damn it all, he had left pearls behind. He ought to have allowed her to take what mattered so much, should have thought twice about whether she carried something of value. He'd been foolish to take her at her word, when she'd sworn there was nothing for him there. He had been too hasty, too fearful of passers-by. He needed to make better decisions if he hoped to make a success of this. She was ominously silent. He was not certain if he would rather she stay that way, or if he preferred to know what was on her mind. She could be plotting anything at all, smart as she was, or as she believed she was. I need to stop, she suddenly declared after hours of silence. It was likely that she did. They had been riding straight through. The horses probably needed rest as well. We will stop when we reach water, he decided. There was certain to be a stream somewhere. The sound of flowing water was never entirely absent, always on the edge of his awareness. He followed the sound, guiding the horses toward it. The lass winced and groaned with each bounce she took, as the animals picked their way over uneven ground. I truly have to stop, she moaned. Hold it, he snapped, both sorry for her and wishing he'd never set eyes on her. Traveling alone had been far preferable to this. Always having to consider the needs of another, who he could not trust to ride untethered. They reached the bank of the stream, little more than a trickle, but it would do, and he was mercifully quick to help her from the saddle. I don't trust ye, he muttered as he tied her wrists before tying the rope around her arm. But I'll give ye a bit of privacy. I'm grateful, she muttered through clenched teeth before disappearing behind the nearest tree. He kept his face turned away as she attended to her needs, then led her to the stream so she might refresh herself. You seem to be unfamiliar with this. Taking women captive, she clarified after drinking from her cupped hands. It's none of your concern. He jerked the rope, perhaps a bit harder than he needed to, while leading her to another tree, where he tied her to a branch. Are you in the habit of kidnapping young women then? She asked as his hands worked the rope. Perhaps I am, lass. Perhaps I make a living of it. He cinched the rope tight enough that she winced in discomfort. Do you? She sniffed, looking away. HMPH. HMPH? She shrugged. Think nothing of it. You made a noise. With your mouth. I did. But I'm to think nothing of it. Correct. They locked eyes for a moment. Hers were so very blue, bluer than he had ever seen. So blue, in fact, that he had no choice but to walk away before his baser nature took control of his senses. He went to the horses then, intent on leading them to the stream one at a time. And yet he could not ignore that sound. What was it about? Why did ye make it? He called out over his shoulder. She let out a heavy sigh, leaning against the tree as if she were resting rather than being unable to leave. Am I not allowed to make slight noises? Is that against the rules? You must teach me these rules in order that I might not break them again. I wouldn't wish to offend you, especially since you seem to be the one with the power in this situation. She tugged her ropes as if to confirm this. I know well enough that ye don't mean half of what ye just said, he snickered. If you wish to think it so, by all means. He drew a deep breath, letting it out slowly before daring to speak another word. I only wish to know why ye sounded so dismissive with that little snort. Nothing more. Since you asked nicely, she replied, I will grant you a reply. It's only that you don't seem very skilled at kidnapping and ransoming. Not that I wish to offend you, she was quick to add when Quinn's mouth opened in protest. I was merely making an observation. Ye were wishing to draw me into an argument, ye mean? He switched the horses, leading the second to drink while he held it in place. Not at all. That was the furthest thing from my mind. Spare me your words, he snarled, spitting on the ground for lack of anything more forceful to offer. I've no time or use for them. He all but threw her back up onto the horse before mounting his own and starting out again. They rode in silence for a stretch, neither of them deigning to look to the other. Only the thought of his brother languishing, friendless and alone in debtor's prison, kept Quinn from slicing through the rope which connected them and sending the wretched woman on her way. When she cleared her throat, a small, delicate sound, likely a result of the fine education she insisted on lording over him. Might I make a suggestion? Ye may not. It's merely that I think you could be doing better. He nearly laughed. I do not remember asking ye whether ye felt I could. It mattered not, for she continued speaking. The better treated I am, the better condition I'm in when I'm delivered to the Marquis, the more you will be able to demand for my return. Ye don't understand much about kidnapping, do ye? She sighed again, the sigh of a woman speaking to one she felt was far below her in terms of intelligence. You are the one who doesn't understand. If I have been mistreated in any way, if it looks as though I've been abused or manhandled, you will be in much greater danger of getting nothing at all. You might even be captured and punished. By whom? By the Marquis, naturally. Or his men. Or whoever might be charged with such business. Quinn laughed. Perhaps it's ye who needs to learn about kidnapping and holding a person for ransom. The worse ye look, the more frightened ye appear to be, the better for me. He watched her from the corner of his eye. I might even send a lock of your hair to prove I have ye. My hair. She sounded both disbelieving and nervous. You wouldn't dare do such a thing. Take care. I may change my mind and decide on a finger or toe instead. I suspect I'll fetch an even better ransom if I do such a thing. He had no intention of removing a finger, a toe, or any part of the lass's body. It did not hurt to allow her to believe him capable of such action, however. She chewed her lip. If I do not complain and tell the Marquis's men that you were good to me, that you treated me fairly, he will be less likely to send a group of armed guards after you to take me by force. You must see it clearly. Do you know this Marquis well? He asked. No. I've never met him. I had no idea of his existence prior to receiving word of my grandfather's death. Honest she was. Unfailingly so. It never occurred to her that she might feign kinship with the man in question, to assure Quinn of the power and quick temper of the Marquis. She was innocent enough, and untested enough to simply answer a question truthfully. Before thinking. Though I've heard many things about him, she was quick to add. Oh. Ye have now? Yes. He's very, very powerful. Wealthy beyond measure. Ye don't say. I chose the best possible captive then, did I not? He ought to be able to pay quite handsomely. He also has many friends who might make life difficult for you. Difficult? Difficult in what manner? Does my life appear simple and easy to ye, lass? It was time to end the game, as enjoyable as it was to jest with her. She was easy to lead into an argument too, which made it all the more entertaining. He looked forward between the horse's ears, keeping his eyes focused on the path ahead as he spoke. I do not do this because I'm well off, lass. I don't do it because I enjoy taking lasses such as yourself for ransom, or any lasses at all. It's merely a means to an end. What is the end? What do ye think? To collect a ransom? To make a living? There are no other ways for a man to make a living in this world. I would beg to differ if this is your belief. I know there are other ways, he snarled, glaring at the road ahead as if it had done him some wrong. I'm not a fool, and you do well to stop speaking to me as though I were. Ye do not want to know how much blood I've had on my hands, and I'm not merely saying so simply to get a rise out of ye. That is a fact. Whose blood? She whispered. I didna take names, lass. But who were they? Why did I have to choose someone who never stops asking questions? He muttered. I merely wished to know who you killed. Was it during the war? I. She made a sympathetic noise. I'm certain you'll be forgiven for that. Men fight in wars, they have been since the world began and will likely do so long after we're dead. Not only in the war. Oh. I see. No. You see nothing. Which is exactly the problem. Unless ye would like to know, to truly know of things which I wish I could forget, there will be no further questions on the matter. For once she fell silent and stayed that way.
Chapter 10. Morning turned to afternoon. Afternoon turned to evening. Not once had he let her out of his sight, except when she needed privacy to attend to nature's needs. Even then, while he'd freed her hands, he'd tied the rope to her arm instead. Tight. No chance of working out the knot in time. She had tried to. The same went for the 2 times they'd stopped to water the horses at a narrow stream. Ismene was unfamiliar with the territory, and could not have guessed where they were, nor was she in any position to flee with the rope once again tied around her arm while she washed her hands and face. She had pulled once, just once, to see what he might do in response. The quick jerk on the tight rope had convinced her how easy it would be for him to dislocate her shoulder. As it was, her muscles had strained terribly, and left her with an arm which ached worse than it already had. "Do you have any food?" she asked, when her stomach rumbled loud enough to be heard over the chattering of birds in the branches above their heads. It had been nearly an entire day since she'd last eaten at the inn. If she'd known how long it would be before her next meal, she might have savored the experience a bit more. "I'll catch something for us to eat once we make camp." "When will that be? Are you not tired?" How could he stay upright in the saddle? His back was straight, his head held high, his eye a much, he informed her, still surveying their surroundings as constantly searching the terrain for any signs of trouble. All the while, Ismene struggled to stay in the saddle with her eyes open. Fatigue does not plague me over. I suppose you grew accustomed to fatigue while a soldier. I suppose. He had grown terse, short, his responses making it difficult to carry on a conversation. There was no way for him to understand just how much she needed to hear his voice. To remind herself that a thinking, feeling man held the rope which tethered them to one another. The sun sank behind them, making the shadows it cast before them longer than ever before. They looked like monstrous things, large and shapeless, with 4 legs and 2 heads. Like something out of an old myth or legend, some creature the ancient ones had destroyed in order to maintain peace and order in the Highlands. Lass? His sharp voice startled her into wakefulness, and she realized with no small amount of embarrassment that she'd begun to fall asleep. If he hadn't looked her way in time, she would have fallen to the ground. Ismain, she mumbled, shaking her head and taking deep breaths to rouse herself. What is that? My name. Ismain. You might use it when speaking to me, should you choose to do so. Rather than referring to me as lass again and again. He did not respond to this. Instead, he brought the horses to a halt. I suppose we ought to make camp for the night then. No sense in allowing ye to tumble out of the saddle. Oh, thank you, she muttered with a roll of her eyes. It's a comfort to know you have the decency to be concerned, whether or not I break my neck. My concern is with keeping you alive, so I might collect the ransom I intend to demand, he was quick to inform her. You are valuable, as far as the price I might put upon your head. Nothing more. She did what she could to let this pass, though it stung her pride considerably. Was that truly all she meant? It mattered not that she was human, a woman with a heart and a mind. He was a truly desperate individual, she realized with a shudder. Desperate individuals were like cornered animals, another of her father's preferred adages. He never trusted a man acting from desperation. Just as she could not trust her captor, no matter how much they conversed or how handsome he could appear in the right light, when he would remove the hat to run the back of his arm over his forehead. At these times he revealed dark red hair and a sharp, handsome profile. It mattered not how pleasant he sounded when he laughed at himself, or how much she had always respected men who could do so. He led her horse off the road then, allowing her to fall behind him as they walked their mounts through the woods. The trees had only just sprouted their leaves, the grass beneath them had only recently sprung up from the dark, rich soil. The scent of new life still hung heavy in the air. In any other time, it would have been a lovely place to take a ride. They arrived at a recently cleared stretch of land. I can smell the fresh wood, she murmured as she took in the sight of new, freshly cut stumps. It's much more pleasant than the stench of horses. He helped her from hers, guiding her to a wide stump when she walked slowly. Painfully slowly, thanks to the soreness in her legs and backside. Rest here, he ordered as he tied off the horses. My wrists are still bound, she pointed out, holding them up. And? He turned away, intent on heading further into the woods. She looked around. The light faded faster all the time, the sun all but set. What do you expect me to do here, alone, while you're finding food? You might join me, he suggested. She chewed her lip, considering this. It would mean companionship. It would also mean walking, when her legs burned from the exertion of riding throughout the night and day. Exhaustion won out and she stayed in place. I will wait here. A wise decision. He whistled some tuneless melody as he walked away, carrying a thick limb which he'd picked up from the ground. What he intended to do with the limb turned Ismain's stomach. She imagined some poor unknowing rabbit currently hopping through the woods unaware of what was about to take place, but hunger was far stronger than disgust. She had never been one for watching the men come back from a hunt with game strung up by their feet from poles. She could not think of animals as food until they'd already been skinned and roasted. The woods were peaceful, at least, the air sweet. A breeze drifted through the clearing and she closed her eyes, breathing deep. It would be over soon enough, would it not? She need only endure. The riding was difficult, certainly. Her legs chafed beyond anything she'd ever suffered before. She hoped there would no longer be reason to ride through the night, they had put a reasonable distance between themselves and Inverness. The chances of being followed were slim. So she told herself. It mattered not to her either way, in the end. They would either be captured, or they would not. She would go to France regardless. Would she not? Footsteps told her he'd returned. She shook her head, sitting up. Once again, she had fallen asleep without realizing. She looked at the horses, and noted the direction in which their ears were turned. Toward the footsteps. They were uneasy. Worse than uneasy. They strained against the reins, wishing to be free. She was halfway to standing, when she sensed the presence behind her. "What are ye doing out here, all alone, lassie?" There was no time to turn, no time to scream. A hand clamped over her mouth, arms pulling her against a body which reeked badly enough to make her eyes water. Though it might have been terror which brought tears to her eyes. All the way the hand not clamped over her mouth ran over her body, touching and grabbing hard enough to hurt. He held a dirk between thumb and forefinger, and the edge of the blade scratched against her kirtle. "Who would be foolish enough to leave ye alone?" the man asked, his sour breath hot in her ear. "All on your own, and with your wrists bound at that. Am I not the first to take you? Shall I be stealing ye from another man then?" "You shan't." Another voice. Suddenly a hot, wet substance covered her shoulder, her arm, her chest. She looked down at it, and realized in horror that it was blood. But not hers. It belonged to the man who held her. He released her, falling to the ground with her captor's dirk through his neck. Blood flowed freely from the wound, staining the moss, soaking into the loamy soil. "Are ye all right?" Her captor-turned hero grasped her shoulders, looking her in the eye. "Are ye?" She swooned, her eyelids fluttering rapidly, the world going grey until an almost violent shake of her shoulders brought everything back. "Stay with me," he ordered. "We need to get him further away from the road, then find a new place to make camp for the night. I cannot have the both of ye slowing me. Understand?" She nodded, the shock of what had only just taken place rendering her mute. A man who had only just been alive, his hands on her body, his breath in her ear, was now dead. And his blood soaked into her garment, soaked through until she felt its wet warmth on her skin. There was no time to think about it. There might never be a time when the memory of what had just taken place would not send shudders of revulsion through her. "Take his feet." She held out her hands, still bound. "I cannot." He grunted, shaking his head, but untied her just the same. She shook her hands out, rubbing her chafed skin, wincing as the blood began flowing through her numb fingers. Blood. Like the blood which soaked into her kirtle. "Come now." His feet. There was no denying him when he barked at her that way. It was easier to turn her thoughts away from horror and turn her attention to following orders. A relief, really. She did as she was told, and helped carry her attacker deeper into the woods, where they covered him with fallen branches and leaves. It was difficult work, especially when she had been on the verge of collapse only minutes earlier, but the fear of discovery gave her the strength she needed. She looked up at her captor when they finished. "What is your name?" He looked at her, his face slack with surprise. "Quinn." "Thank you, Quinn." He was going to. "Ye need not tell me what he was going to do," Quinn was quick to assure her. "And as I said before, I must protect ye if I expect to earn a reward for ye." Her heart sank. She'd made a mistake in thinking he'd done what he did out of goodness. He merely wished to keep her alive, and in his possession long enough to collect his ransom. "Come. We must find another place to spend the night." They returned to the spot where the killing had taken place, where Quinn had dropped the rabbits which he'd been bringing back to her. Rabbits which he'd hit over the head with the limb he'd found. That was all it took to make the darkness close around her.
Chapter 11. "Ye cannot truly have done this," Quinn groaned, nudging Ismane with his toe. "Lass. Wake up. Wake up." She would not. She had fainted. Both the strain and the exhaustion must have been too much for her to bear. He lifted her with a sigh, testing her weight in his arms. She was little heavier than a feather, in spite of her solid frame. After draping her over the back of her horse, he mounted his own and started off. The man deserved it. There was no question. Anyone willing to do what he'd had in mind deserved to die, no matter how pitifully. Slinking through the woods, taking advantage of a defenseless woman. Quinn winced at how similar his own situation was. He was holding a woman captive, one who he'd wanted to steal from at first. And it wasn't as though he hadn't looked at her with the eyes of a man who hungered for a lass's touch. Though he would not have forced himself on her. Men did not behave that way. He certainly never had. Someone would have put the wretch out of his misery, even if that someone had not been Quinn. And every day in which the man had breathed air might have meant pain or death for anyone he'd encountered. In the end, Quinn might have done a good deed by sparing those unseen victims. He had spared Ismane at least. She was still soundly unconscious, still hanging limply over the saddle. She'd kept her head about her when he'd needed her to. In fact, she had not behaved as he would have imagined a woman in her situation would have done. She had not lost her head, had not screamed overmuch. She asked too many questions, but they were intelligent questions. She had hardly complained. And even with the dead man's blood fresh on her garment, she had aided in concealing him from discovery. She might have run away then, once her hands were no longer tied. Instead, she had done as he'd commanded without shedding a tear. Another clearing, this one further from the road than the first and nearer a stream. This time he led the horses straight to water first before tying them off. Then he built a fire and skinned the rabbits. All the while, she was within his line of sight. He would not leave her alone again. When the rabbits were impaled on a long branch, roasting on the fire, he roused her from where he'd left her leaning against a gnarled old birch. "Ismane. It will soon be time to eat." She did not stir, had not stirred since the moment her eyes closed, in fact. He frowned, suddenly concerned. Was she so deep in shock and exhaustion that she would not awaken even to the scent of roasted rabbit which was now spreading through the clearing? Crouching, he studied her placid face. Smooth and lined, unmarked. Perfect, in fact. Her breathing was soft, steady. She was alive, at least. He touched her cheek. She was still warm. "Ismane." He tapped her face. "Wake up." She stirred, but nothing more. Her eyes remained closed. He sat back on his heels, at a loss. As before, the trickling of the stream worked its way into his attention. He knew what he had to do. Though she would not like it. "I'm sorry for this, truly I am," he grunted as he lifted her. It was a short walk to the stream, which was rather wide and deep enough to serve his purposes. "If he didn't hate me before, lass." He chuckled as he stepped into the stream and crouched down to lay her in the water. Her body went rigid before her limbs began flailing in all directions. "What? What is this?" she screamed, splashing them both in her struggle. He stood, still holding her in spite of the way she thrashed. "I needed to wake ye," he explained. "Are you out of your mind?" she demanded, still kicking. "You might have killed me." "I doubt ye would have drowned in that slight bit of water," he snickered. "And ye needed a bit of washing up at that." He stood her upright and coughed into his fist to conceal his laughter. She dripped from her hair to the hem of her kirtle. "I ought to slap your face for this," she hissed, wringing out her braid. "I slap the face of the man who saved ye from." He gestured behind him, as though to indicate the man whose body they'd buried. She went silent. In fact, she seemed to shrink a bit as the fight left her, and the plain truth of her situation became clear. She looked down at the blood-stained kirtle. "This could use more washing at that," she whispered, pulling the soaked cloth from her skin. "Ye can wash it here now, and wear a tunic of mine until it dries," he offered. "That and a blanket from the horses might serve." "You trust me to do that? Without being tied to you?" He grimaced. "I'm trying to do ye a kindness, lass. Ye need not remind me that it may not be in my best interest to do so." She blushed and turned her face away. "Thank you. Yes. Please. I need to get this blood off of my kirtle. And myself. I will give ye your privacy, though do not stop speaking as ye work, he added, turning his back. I want to know where ye are at all times. Understood? Yes. The rustle of cloth as she removed the garment. He gritted his teeth against the images this called to mind. Oh, how he wanted to look behind him, to see what he had only been able to imagine up to then. It had been far too long since he'd had a woman. Had he known he would be in close quarters with a lass, and one as lovely as Ismene, he might have purchased the time of a woman beforehand in order to work out his desires. Though he was not a liar, least of all to himself. He could not pretend he would not have wanted her just the same. Did he harm ye? He asked. I do not remember asking ye that before. Nor do I, she confessed. I do not believe either of us was thinking clearly then. Are ye well then? Yes. I believe so. There was an edge to her voice, however. Plain enough that he was not certain whether he could believe her. You're certain? Yes. I am. She sounded stronger. You did not give him much time, did you? I was still there after all, and still bound. He would have left ye that way. Bound, I mean? She let out a cross between a groan and a whimper. He wanted to turn but could not. I'm sorry, lass. I shouldn't have said it. It matters not. He's dead. Splashing, and plenty of it. Is the blood coming out? He asked. As best it can. I would rather burn the thing than wear it again, but I have nothing else to wear. Because? Because I wouldn't allow ye to bring your belongings with us. I know. I only thought it bore repeating. I do not need to be reminded. Just the same. More splashing. Do you have any soap? The smallest bit would do. I do not carry it with me, lass. How do you wash blood away from your clothing and skin without it? Do ye think I'm in the habit of covering myself in blood? He turned his head to the side, just enough to catch the briefest hint of her in the corner of his eye. Is that what ye believe? I wouldn't know, she muttered. You seem very skilled at killing is all. You did it very quickly. I was in the army, if ye remember. We were trained to kill quickly. The other fellow will not give ye time to make your peace with God, before ye kill him. He'll kill ye first, no question about it. She was quiet for a time, though the splashing behind him did not cease. I'm glad you know how to do such things quickly, she decided. And I'm finished washing. Can I have your tunic, please? Later, she joined him by the fire. Even wrapped in a horse blanket, she was lovely. Her hair was wet, loose of its braid, hanging halfway down her back in glistening curls. He told himself not to look, but he could not help but spy her bare calves and ankles. The rabbit is ready, he said, willing himself to pay attention to the meat rather than other hungers. I did not even know you'd skinned and prepared the rabbits, she admitted, sitting on a stump near where he crouched in front of the flames. I missed everything. Ye did. It's no wonder I dunked ye into the stream, is it? She shook her head but remained silent as he handed her one of the rabbits on a smaller stick, that she might handle it without burning herself. I draped your garments over that branch, he said, nodding in the direction of her drying kirtle. Thank you. It was difficult to wear the man's blood. I know. I remember all too well that feeling. They sat in silence, both of them eating, both of them wrapped in concerns of their own.
Chapter 12. It was a relief to wear a clean kirtle again. To be clean. Free of the blood of another. Quinn left her on her own at the stream's edge the morning after that first night by the fire, when she had quickly fallen into a deep slumber once her appetite had been sated. He was beginning to trust her. She wanted so badly to run, but the time had not yet arrived to make an escape. She needed to earn more of his trust first. To lull him further, so that he would not be watching or listening for her at all. When she was alone, she could check the wound on her thigh. He'd done it. the man Quinn had killed, with the dirk he'd been holding as he touched her. When Quinn had speared the man's neck with his dirk, the man had jerked in response. He had sliced through her kirtle and into her leg. It looked like any ordinary wound, like the wounds she had earned as a child while playing in the woods or by the river. It had stopped bleeding in the night, thank the gods, though it was still tender and would require care when she rode. "Ismane," he called out from where he'd been working on covering what was left of the fire. "I am still here," she called back with a roll of her eyes. She finished braiding her hair before pulling on her stockings and shoes, then returned to the clearing. He helped her onto her horse. She winced, and he made a sympathetic noise. "The riding is a bit much for ye, is it not? You're not accustomed to it." "Yes. A bit much." As long as he didn't know about the wound she'd been inflicted. Why was it so important to keep it from him? She couldn't say. All she knew was that he couldn't think her weak. He mounted his horse. She stared at him. He had not tied her hands. "You'll be wondering why I haven't tied ye," he observed, raising an eyebrow. He was rather handsome, she thought again, and wished she hadn't. "I had hoped you had forgotten all about it." He favored her with a smile, but a faint one. "I think it is past time for us to come to an understanding. I only ask that ye listen and stay still while you do." "I will." He nodded. "All right then. We rode throughout the first night and throughout yesterday, did we not?" "We did. It was exhausting. And yet we covered little ground." "Why is that?" "Because we were moving so slowly. We weren't on a real road. Because you could not risk our being found by other riders." "Because?" "Because I was tied your captive, and others may have tried to help." "I to all of it. At this rate we'll never reach France. We will not even make the next harbor. What do you think we ought to do then?" He fixed her with a cold stare. "It's important to ye to get to France, is it not?" "Yes. Very. And it is important to me that I collect the ransom for ye. But if this is to happen, and to happen soon, we must travel along better roads. Faster than we have before. This means I cannot tie ye, as we will attract attention. And I need to trust ye to not scream for help the first time we pass another rider." She nodded slowly, pretending to be thinking this over. There was no thinking needed, of course. She wanted him to trust her, and this was the perfect chance to earn that trust. "All right," she agreed. "I will remain silent as to why we are together, and I will stay with you. You can trust me. I only wish to reach France and settle my business there." He held out a hand for her to shake. She took it, squeezed as tight as she could. Met his gaze, held it. And so they started out. She held out her arms to him for help in dismounting. The pain was worse than it had been the day before, along with the stiffness in her arms and legs. But she had made it through the day with both hands free, leaving her to control the reins. This was a good thing, even if her palms were terribly chapped and beginning to blister. Anything was preferable to the sensation of being unable to control the horse, and at least she could now feel her hands, rather than succumbing to numbness. Quinn seemed almost friendly as he built a fire. "Cherbourg, is it?" he asked. "Yes. That is where the Marquis lives." She eased herself to the ground with an audible groan, keenly aware of the pain in her thigh from the wound. Would that she had something with which to ease it. She'd availed herself of healers in the past, but they had not yet passed through a village. We would most likely find a ship in Berghead, on Murray Firth, he decided, feeding the fire with small twigs to help it grow, unaware of her pain. "I'm not over-familiar with France or Cherbourg, but if we are going to find a ship to take us there, Berghead would be the closest harbor." "You would know more of these things than I would," she shrugged. "Until now, I had never traveled further than Inverness." "Truly?" "Why would I?" she asked. "I had no need to. As a young girl, I lived with my parents. Once they were gone, I accepted tutoring and governess positions whenever I could, but they were always near Fraser Land. It is not easy for a woman with no protection to stray far from home. At least when I was within my clan, I knew I would be protected if there was a need for it. What possessed you to leave that protection then? A letter from the Marquis. She would not explain why she was on her way to France. He did not need to know, just as he clearly did not think she should know why he behaved as he did. It had puzzled her throughout the day, ever since their encounter with the brute in the clearing. In fact, the man Quinn had killed was an entirely different type of man. He'd seemed to enjoy her fear, had found pleasure in it. It was a game for him. Quinn had held her to him. He'd covered her mouth with his hand, had threatened her. He'd been cruel in his way. But nothing he'd done had come close to what that man had done. He hadn't run his hand over her body, for one. She could still feel that knowing, painful touch. While she hadn't felt safe with Quinn, she hadn't felt as though he was going to kill her. After having his way with her, he had been quick to assure her he wouldn't harm her that way. There was something different about him. Why are you doing this? He looked up from the fire, where he had just placed a pair of rabbits he'd caught earlier in the day. Roasting rabbit? Believe me, lass, I would rather it were almost anything else. I am sick of the sight and smell of it. But 'tis better than starving. She nodded slowly. I'm sure it is, but that isn't what I meant. Why are you doing any of this? Taking me as you are? What is the reason for it? He stirred the kindling, making the flames dance. The ransom. I've said it many times. What is the ransom for? She sighed. There must be a good reason to go as far as you have. It is quite dangerous after all, holding a woman captive as you are. I have no fear of ye, he snorted. Somehow, she already knew him well enough to know he was taking pains to avoid being honest with her. I'm merely curious, she whispered. I know you do not wish to tell the truth, but you ought to know that I can see this is not what comes naturally to you. You are not the same breed of man who tried to take me from you last night. He stared into the fire. Who's to say I'm not? I know you aren't. I can feel it. There's much you don't know. Feeling something doesn't make it so. She leaned against a towering pine tree and sighed, closing her eyes. There was no speaking to him. She ought to have known better than to try. Why did it matter? Why did it even matter, the sort of person he was? He hadn't hurt her thus far, and had already told her he had no wish to do so. That would have to be enough.
Chapter 13. Why did she insist on asking questions? Why was she so intent on knowing him? What was worse was wanting to tell her. Wanting to share with her why he held her captive, what in his life was important enough that he would go to such lengths. He picked over the bones left from his rabbit, his eyes downcast. The night was a clear one, the moon just shy of being full. It turned the new green grass to silver, cast tree-shaped shadows on the ground. It also helped him keep a clear lookout. They hadn't come across any threats since the night before, but it would not do to lower one's guard. My friends and I traveled together quite a lot, he said, glancing her way before returning to what little was left of his meal. I would not be surprised to find we've crossed the entire Highlands, 10 or maybe 20 times over the years. We've gone further than that too. The southern coast, into England. You strike me as someone who has spent a great deal of his life out of doors, she murmured. What makes you say that? He looked at her again, curious now. She shrugged her shoulders, eyes closed, head tipped back until it touched the trunk of the tree she rested against. You do not tire easily. You can ride all day, and have the strength to hunt for our supper. Your skin is weathered. Weathered? She chuckled. You've spent time in the sun. Quite a lot. You have. She motioned to the outer corners of her eyes. Lines here. You squint your eyes because of the sun. You pay close attention. Yes. I do. Which is what made me quite certain that you've never done anything like this before. She opened her eyes. You, these friends of yours. You do not make a habit of holding women for ransom, do you? There was no sense in lying, as the lass knew far more than she ought to already. Would that she could stop thinking she was so smart. We do not. Though what we do to make our living is hardly better, at least, some would feel that way. Most perhaps. What is it? We find people who need our help, or they find us. They need protection on a journey, or know someone who does. Or there is something important they need, something someone has taken from them, something too far away for them to reach it. Or something they feel they aren't strong enough to take on their own. They call on you to do it for them. That is correct. What if the person you try to take something from does not wish to do as you ask? He met her gaze. I told you. It was not only in the war that I had no choice but to kill. But only if the person I had dealings with would not listen to reason, or if they became violent or threatened me or my friends. You do not need to say more. He snickered at this abrupt turn. You seemed so interested. Now ye no longer have the desire to know about my life. Her full mouth twisted into a scowl. You needn't sound so cross. I merely tried to know you, and you hold it against me. You were making light of me. I did no such thing. He snorted and threw the rest of the bones into the fire. Ye did. Pointing out again and again how ill-suited I am to this work. I merely wished to know. Now ye do. Are ye satisfied? She scowled, crossing her arms. I made the mistake of trying to be pleasant. To give you credit for being a decent man. Perhaps it was all in an effort to comfort myself, so that I might not be afraid. You ought to be afraid, he snarled, standing and wiping his hands on his tunic. I was wrong to leave ye unbound today, I gave ye ideas I shouldn't have. I will not make the same mistake on the morrow. You cannot expect me to ride with my hands bound together, she protested, standing as well. You know as well as I do how much more ground we covered today, while we were on a good established road. Or is my company so pleasurable, that you wish to take your time? He laughed. Lass, nothing could be further from the truth. Her eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. I'm glad to see we are in agreement then. I will not allow you to bind my hands tomorrow. She turned away, but his rough hand on her arm spun her until she faced him again. He pulled her to him with little effort, stopping short of sending her body crashing into his. Lass, if I have a mind to do something to ye, rest assured I'll have my way, he warned in a tight whisper. Her breath came in short gasps, her chest rising and falling against his own. A strange mixture of anger and arousal left him a bit breathless too. Let go of me, she muttered, jerking her body away, which only served to make him tighten his grip all the more. Tire yourself if ye wish, he whispered, doing what he could to sound as menacing as possible while wanting nothing more than cover her mouth with his own. How was it possible to want her while wanting to spank her, as if she were an unruly child needing a reminder of her situation? It will make little difference, as you've already discovered. I have the strength and stamina to control you. You said you would not hurt me, she hissed, glaring up at him. I have no intention of hurting ye. This is only to prove a point. He released her, all but pushing her away when her nearness proved too tempting. She rubbed her arm, shaking her head. You did hurt me. I did not intend to. But if ye wish to avoid that in the future, do not challenge me. I will win, for imagine what I could do if I truly intended to make a mark on ye. She made a great show of shaking out her blanket with a sharp snap, then grumbling her way through, positioning herself upon it. Merely wanted to be friendly, she muttered under her breath. He should not have laid hands on her. It was a brutish thing to do, and he was above such things. Then again, he'd always considered himself to be above theft. Yet there he was. He sat with his back to a fallen log, legs stretched out before him. He would have liked nothing more than to rest his head and allow sleep to overtake him, but only women had the luxury of behaving thus. Even when he slept, he would need to be on his guard against animals and other humans. She made no pretense of going straight to sleep, lying on her back with one arm bent behind her head. Her bright, clear eyes stared up at the starry sky. She was not admiring them. She was glaring at them. The firm set of her jaw, the way the muscles jumped beneath her fine, smooth skin told him as much. Would it make a difference, really, if he were honest with her? What would it harm? It might at least bridge the gap which seemed to be growing between them, and her sympathy might go a long way toward bringing her to heel. She made a strong point. If he tied her up, they could not travel the main road and would need to go out of their way instead, which would waste valuable time. He needed to know she would behave herself, and he could not go on doing so through physical force. "Do ye have any brothers or sisters?" he asked, in a voice far softer than the one he'd used earlier. The time for behaving brutishly had passed. She was quiet for a long time, but the muscles in her cheek jumped as ever. "No," she finally muttered. "I might have, but they died." "I'm sorry to hear it," he replied. "I have a brother. Half-brother. We share a father. He is the elder son. Our father died years ago, and he came into possession of the family farm, and a small bit of land included." She was unmoving. When she made no reply, what reply was there to make, he continued. "Our father was a difficult man. He died indebted to merchants, even the local tavern-keeper. Anyone who might lend him a shilling or serve him a mug of ale was his closest friend. I suppose I understood this to a point, even as a young man. I did not know how deeply indebted he was, however." He looked at her, and found her to be looking back at him. Her face was blank, giving him no hint as to her thoughts. His creditors agreed to dismiss the debt when he died after falling off his horse, drunk. "My goodness," she whispered, then slammed her lips shut as though she hadn't meant to speak. "But there is a man, a wealthy one, who paid off the debts one at a time and now wants the full amount from my brother, plus debt he too incurred over the years of managing the farm. I must admit, I haven't been home in many years. Not since I left to join the army and fight for the king. I neglected to keep in touch with him. I had no idea things had turned the way they did." He shifted his gaze to the dwindling fire, unable to look at her any longer. Instead, he focused his attention on a single log which looked ready to split. Speaking of such personal matters was easier this way, when he did not have to watch the reaction of the person to whom he spoke. "I found out over a month ago that my brother is in debtor's prison." "Oh no." "He has a wife and twin daughters," Quinn murmured. "I have never met them. I did go to the prison, however. To see him, to find how he was managing there. It is a terrible place, lass. I hope ye never have to see it for yourself. A single room, holding so many. Filthy. Coughing and groaning illness. I cannot leave him there." "That is why you are doing this," she whispered. "To pay his debt." "Yes. That is why." Somehow it felt good to confess. "I need this to free him. You were correct about me. I've never done anything like this before." He still stared at the crackling log but heard her moving. She was sitting up when she said, "You ought to have told me from the start." "Why? What possible difference would it have made? We might have been much closer to a harbor by now, for one. I have no desire to keep you from helping your brother." He could hardly believe this, but when he took a chance and looked at her, he saw sincerity shining in her eyes. "Do you mean that?" She nodded. "I do. It's a terrible thing you've undertaken, and you ought to be commended for it. Even if the means you chose are not in and of themselves commendable." She lost him when she spoke that way, using her educated words. Even so, he thought he understood the message. "I will offer no resistance," she pledged. "So long as you treat me well and no longer bind my hands." "I cannot allow that. Have you ever sat in the saddle without the use of your hands?" "I have not." "I would not recommend it," she scowled. "I will give you no reason to bind me. You have my word." Could he trust her? She looked and sounded sincere. She had been fairly trustworthy up to that point as well. No attempts at escape, nothing like what Alana had tried to do at every turn. getting herself stuck up a tree while a wild boar waited to make her its next meal. When compared to that, Ismane was rather easy to manage. "All right," he agreed. "We will trust each other. I will treat ye fairly, and I can trust ye to behave yourself when I do." Her smile was wide, relieved. "Agreed." He did not fall asleep for a long time after the fire had all but gone out, but when he did, it was with a smile on his face. And that had not happened for quite a while.
Chapter 14. After that night, Ismane regarded Quinn through new eyes. He was rather noble, on the whole. A bit rough, as Highlanders tended to be. This was nothing new to her, of course. She'd grown up among the men of Clan Fraser, and had never been the worse for it. But she'd never known a Highlander who was truly noble. Who did more than simply fight beside and protect another man because the clan demanded it, or out of some unspoken sense of pride or duty. He did not need to take such risks in order to pay off his brother's debt. Life spent on the road was rough, terribly so at times. The pain and chafing of hours upon hours on horseback. The stench of the horses too, though that tended to fade with familiarity, as all unpleasant odors did. The fatigue. The blisters left on her palms from the rains. Pests flying all about her head during the height of the day's warmth. Sleeping on the ground. She did so miss her bed. While extreme fatigue meant she slept soundly, she always woke with a stiff back and a crick in her neck. She even began to grow thinner after several days spent riding alongside Quinn. Not only did they rarely stop to eat, but their food was never more than whatever he managed to catch in the woods. What she would have given for a bowl of hot stew, a piece of fresh bread to catch the juices when the meat and vegetables were gone. She would not have lived this sort of life if given the choice. He did it willingly. "You told me you did this before, riding day to day, sleeping in the woods even when the weather made things difficult." She counted her blessings that they'd had nothing but dry weather thus far, though clouds had begun filling the sky soon after they'd left camp and were growing darker all the time. If only the rain held off until a reasonable time for them to make camp once again, ideally beneath a thick covering of branches that they might avoid getting wet. He nodded, with a bit of a grimace. "Aye, 'tis true." She looked around herself, trying to understand what would compel a person to do so. Surely it was lovely countryside. There was always something new to see, then again one could only admire so many trees and mountains and fields of wildflowers without their charm wearing thin. "I would not choose it for myself," she decided. His laugh rang out, causing the nearby birds to take wing. "There are times when a man has little choice, lass. This type of life is the only life I've ever had a talent for. Can ye imagine me in a blacksmith's shop? Or herding sheep or livestock? In the fields during harvest time? And all in the service of my laird?" He spat on the ground to show his distaste. "Your father did not work in service of the laird, did he? Everything he needed would have been provided to him." "Aye, ye have a keen mind indeed," he admitted, and she nearly glowed in pleasure at the compliment. It was one of the nicest things he'd said to her yet. "We never lived that way, and I have no intention of doing so. But I could never see living as he did, either. Always at the mercy of someone else's needs. Never his own. I'm a free man, truly." She nodded as she gave this thought. "But you are still at the mercy of the weather, are you not? Or do you take to the road in the middle of winter?" "Of course not. We live indoors in winter. And I can only imagine that it would be very uncomfortable to ride through days of rain at a time." "It is. And you must wait for tasks worth your while to become available to you, must you not? Someone must tell you of the people who need your help." "Aye." He sounded a bit perturbed, as though he understood the reason behind her questions. "You are no more free than anyone else then," she concluded in as pleasant a tone as possible. "If I tie your hands together, I'll be freer than ye, lass." "You said you wouldn't." Even so, she placed a bit more space between them as they continued down the road. "Ye insist on finding out just how far I'm willing to go," he replied in an ominous voice. My reasons for doing as I do are my own. No one else's. If they do not meet your approval, that is not my concern. I only wish to understand. Why? When she spurred the horse to trot faster, hoping to get away from him, he kept pace. Why? He asked again. Why do you need to understand? What does it matter to ye? She hesitated before speaking. I merely wanted to know you. What else is there? Ye did not answer right away. Why? There was little else to do but be honest. I'm so uncomfortable. I suppose I wondered how you could do this every day, for such a long time. It won't be much longer, Quinn promised, and he sounded as though he sympathized with her. This is the 5th morning we've been riding. Another day or so, and we ought to reach the harbor. Can we not stop in one of the villages? She asked with a groan, rolling her head on her shoulders. He scowled. I do not mean to be difficult, she vowed, but I am near ready to collapse. I am so tired and so hungry. I know this is an expense you would rather not incur. Indeed. She sighed, slumping a bit in the saddle. I had only hoped we might spend a night in a bed. We? In one bed, he smirked, and she wished he would scowl instead. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. You know I did not mean for us to share a bed. Though it was not as if the thought hadn't crossed her mind on at least one occasion, most notably when she had awoken in the middle of the night to find him dozing not far from where she'd made her sleeping area. Asleep, there was none of the prideful tilt of his head, nor of the sharp tongue he sometimes let loose. Concern did not crease his brow, nor did frustration set his jaw in a hard line. Asleep, he was almost beautiful. Younger, too, so much so that she judged him to be not very much older than herself. She had wondered then, as she wondered again while riding at his side, what it would be like to touch his face as he slumbered. To feel his warm, strong body beside hers. To sleep in his arms and know nothing, and no one could touch her so long as he was there. When she did not offer further reply, he grunted in displeasure. If we reached the harbor tomorrow, we might pay a visit to an inn nearby in order to refresh ourselves. But only one night, mind ye. One night, would heaven, she was certain. The hope of this coming to pass gave her strength and renewed her spirits. She felt nearly happy as they trotted along, with the birds providing music above their heads. They were happy too. Are ye feeling well, lass? Quinn asked, seemingly for no reason. His tone of concern surprised her. What gives you the idea that I am not? Ye seem strange. Strange? Thank you very much. She rolled her eyes, chuckling under her breath. Truly though. Your face is red as though it had too much sun. Are ye feeling ill? She touched her cheeks, surprised they were still warm after flushing earlier. I suppose I've had too much sun, as you say. It would explain the deep ache in her muscles too, and in her knees and shoulders. She had simply been out of doors for too long without the benefit of shade. He scowled, swearing softly. I suppose you'll be wanting to stop and rest. I said nothing of the sort. She sat up straight to prove her point. You see? I'm able to ride. Though it might do me good to stop for water more often, if I've had too much sun. He handed her the water jug. Drink the rest of this. She did as she was told, relishing the sensation of cold water running through her overheated body. She really was quite warm. Even her lips and eyelids seemed to burn. How long have you felt so? Quinn asked. She shrugged. This morning, I suppose. I did not feel poorly yesterday or last night. He grunted. We will stop the next time we reach water. You need to cool your skin and have more to drink. They rode on in silence, though Ismane felt his gaze time and again. Watching her. She wished he wouldn't, while at the same time she was glad he did. The longer she rode, the worse she felt. Ismane. Quinn reached out for her horse's reins and pulled it to a stop. Look at me. She did. He was blurry. She could not see him clearly no matter how she strained her eyes. To her surprise, he dismounted and reached up to take her from her saddle. His hand grazed her thigh. "Oh," she groaned, pulling her leg away. "What is that? Why did you do that?" He reached for her again, and she swatted his hand as hard as she could manage. "Please don't." She tried to fight off his attempt at lifting her kirtle. He took the reins to hold the horse still and scowled up at her. "Are ye injured? Did ye not tell me you were injured? I had asked myself why you did not wear your stockings." He swatted her hand away this time, then lifted the bottom of her kirtle until it was past her knee. She turned her face away at the sight of what had become of her leg. The wound spanning from above her knee to midway up her thigh was an ugly shade of purple, and always seemed wet somehow, as though something was seeping from it. She could not bear to wear her stockings, as the fluid made them stick to her skin. And when it dried and she tried to peel them away, it only opened the wound once again. And the pain. When Quinn touched even a gentle finger to the outside of the bruise which had formed, hot, fresh agony burst through her leg and brought tears to her eyes. "Ismain." When he looked up again, his face bore a stricken expression. "Ismain, you must have this looked at by a healer. You're ill because of the wound. I believe there is an infection. Why didn't you tell me?" It came out sounding like a moan, but in her dizzy state it was hard to tell. Why hadn't she? It was difficult to remember. It seemed so long ago. She thought she'd washed it well that night. "I didn't want you to think I was weak, or to be cross with me." He looked up and down the road. There was nothing but trees in both directions. No signs of a village or people. She hadn't seen anyone but Quinn all day. As though they were the only two people in the world. He gave a decisive nod. "I need to get you to a healer. Someone who can help you." "I cannot. We must hurry to the harbor. We have to get on a ship, so we can get your brother from the Marquis." No. There was something wrong about that, but she could not understand what. She only knew it did not sound right. "You do not even make sense, lass. I cannot allow you to ride." She felt herself swaying slightly but fought to remain upright. "How do you expect us to ever reach a village then?" He acted before she could stop him, leading both horses off the road where he tied them both off. Then, he swung up behind her in the saddle. She cried out in pain and surprise, her leg throbbing worse than ever when his leg jostled it. "What are you doing?" She was too weak to fight though she tried. She may as well have been striking one of the towering pine trees all around them, for all the effect she had. "I am riding with you, lass. If you do not stop trying to fight me, you'll have the horse bucking us both off its back, and we'll be in worse trouble than we are now." He untied the reins, then untied the second horse. "I do not need you to do this," she protested, but her protest sounded pitiful even to her own ears. She did need help. She needed it badly. She had never been so ill. He dug his heels into the gelding's ribs, and they took off, kicking up clouds of dust as they did.
Chapter 15. What was she on about? What had she been thinking? How did he not see how ill she'd become? Why did he not ask why she hadn't worn stockings? He should have known better. He should have seen. Should have asked. Instead he'd waited, even as it was clear she'd begun to favor her left leg. When she'd settled in for sleep the night before, she'd even winced on pulling the blanket over herself. Even that slight touch had stung. Why had he said nothing? Only half a day had passed since then, but who was to say what good it might have done to get her to a healer sooner? She might already be getting better. At least she would no longer be on the back of a horse, galloping down a road neither of them had traveled before. "Try to stay awake," he demanded, his mouth close to her ear. "Do not allow yourself to fall asleep." "I'm very tired," she whimpered, and when her cheek touched his, the heat from her skin alarmed him. Her entire body seemed to burn like an ember. Sweat rolled down the back of her neck, soaking into her hair and the back of her kirtle. It had a foul smell. A smell which reminded him of nothing so much as the battlefield. The stench of dying men. How had she become infected so quickly? "Ja," he cried out, urging the horse to greater speed. The next village had to be coming up soon. There were breaks in the trees every now and again, revealing rolling fields and a small house or two, but there was no one there who would be able to help him. Would there be anyone in the next village? He could only hope there was. For both their sakes. "Why do ye have to be so stubborn? Why are ye so difficult? I would not have been angry with ye for being injured." She leaned against him, and he bore her weight as well as her heat. Her eyes were open, but she gave no answer. "Do ye think me as bad as all that, lass? That I would have? How did it happen? The thief I killed. Was that it?" He stole a glance at her, just in time to see her nod. "Would that I might kill him again," Quinn snarled. "The wretched thing. He dared place his hands on you, and then to do this. Mind ye, if I had known before now." There was nothing more to say. The lass knew she'd done wrong. Or she would once she could think clearly. That was not the case at the moment, when she was barely conscious. "Please, lass. Please hold on somehow. I need ye to stay." "I know you do," she groaned. Her head lolled on his shoulder toward his chest. "For your brother. I am sorry. I did not think." He looked down at her, finding her over-bright eyes staring at nothing. As if she were dead. Ice-cold fear gripped his heart. "Ismane." He did the unthinkable. He nudged her wound to rouse her. "No, please," she whimpered. But it did shock her into wakefulness again. "I'm sorry, lass. I do not wish to cause ye pain." He pressed his lips to her burning, sweat-coated forehead. Why he did so, he was not certain. He told himself it was to check her fever, but he did not need to touch his lips to her head to know she was burning. The knife that did it must have been dirty. It was the only reason for her to become this ill, this quickly. Perhaps the man himself had been ill with some terrible disease, which she now carried because of him. He knew little about the art of healing, but he knew enough to realize anything on the blade could have gotten into her blood. If she died, he ought not to have left her alone. Why had he done it? She'd been tired, and so had he, and he hadn't wished to allow her to slow him while he hunted. He'd been irresponsible when he was responsible for her. She was his prized possession until their journey came to an end, but he'd left her on her own. With her hands still bound. He could not have done a better job of leaving her open to attack, if he had tried. "I'm sorry," he murmured against her ear. Her eyes had closed, meaning it was more than likely she could not hear him wherever she was. In blessed darkness, away from pain and fever. Though he'd suffered a high fever once, and the dreams he'd had then were nothing pleasant. She suffered, either way. The rain began then. Big fat drops which splashed on the road until what had only just been hard-packed earth turned to thick mud. It poured off the brim of his hat, made it difficult to see. Keeping hold of both horses was more difficult as well, the footing uneven and slick. But she could not be left out in the rain, either. Not for long. She would only become more ill. The horses were beginning to tire, but a trio of small stone cottages just off the road gave him hope. One of the doors was open, likely to allow the smoke from a cooking fire to leave the house even though the rain fell in sheets. "Hello," he called out. "Is there a healer somewhere near the place? I have a sick lass here." A withered old woman appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on an apron. When she took sight of Ismane, slumped backward against Quinn's chest and shoulder, she gasped and pointed further down the road. Her voice barely carried over the pounding of the rain. "In the village. Around the bend." He saw the bend of which the woman spoke, and did not take time to thank her before he urged the geldings to continue. They could rest once they reached shelter. Great deep puddles had already formed, sending filthy water splashing up to meet the water pouring from the sky. Quinn merely gritted his teeth against it and urged Ismane to have patience. "We are almost there, lass. Ye needn't be in pain for much longer." She did not hear him. She was elsewhere, far away, though the continuing heat from her body told him she was still alive. The infection would not kill her that quickly, after all. Would it? More houses, and more, and once he rounded the bend in the road, he found a modest village laid out before him. He might have wept with relief if not for the task still at hand. The downpour had sent many of the villagers scrambling for cover, leaving the roads empty save for the presence of abandoned carriages, wagons, horses tied to posts. He chose a wide, squat building with several horses waiting outside, and called out at the top of his lungs. "Help! I need a healer." The door opened, revealing the faces of several concerned men. That concern turned to suspicion when they spied Quinn's clothing and sword. "She is gravely ill," he shouted. "Is there a healer somewhere about?" One look at Ismene, soaked to the skin and unflinching even with water pouring onto her face, decided them. "Aye, she lives on the other side of the village," a ruddy-faced man exclaimed, pointing down the road. "In the house with the wooden fence about it. The last house before entering the woods." Quinn nodded his thanks and tapped the gelding's sides once again, praying in his inexperienced manner that the beast did not collapse before they reached safety. "Almost there," he shouted, uncertain whether he reassured the horse or Ismene or himself. When he came to the house with the wooden fence, he called out in the hopes that whoever was inside would come on the run. What if she was not at home? What if she had gone out to tend to a sick villager, and decided to wait out the storm? He was careful on dismounting, afraid Ismene might fall from the saddle without him to support her, but he managed to get both feet on the ground before pulling her into his arms. She stirred, eyelids fluttering as she worked her eyes open, flinching away from the rain which still pelted her face. "Rest," he crooned, his feet sliding through the mud as he carried her to the house. Before he reached the door, it opened to reveal a tall, proud woman as solid-looking as the house she stood in. "Are you the healer?" he panted. "I am." She looked at Ismene, hurled against Quinn's chest. "She's ill," he explained. "Infection in her leg. Please help. I am happy to pay any price for your help." The healer hesitated, like as not wondering why a man wearing a uniform such as his would be in the Highlands. "I'm a Highlander, as is she," he snarled, his brogue thick. "Please. Even if she weren't, she needs ye. Her body is hot to the touch." The woman's dark eyes widened when she placed a hand on Ismene's forehead. That decided her. "Come with me," she murmured in a low voice, motioning for him to join her at the fire on the other side of the room. It appeared as though it were the only room in the house, with a straw tick in one corner to serve as a bed, and a long table running along one wall which held a staggering amount of herbs. Their scents mixed together to create a spicy, musky odor that tickled the inside of his nose, and made him want to sneeze. Ismene stirred again as he laid her by the fire, though he took pains to be as gentle as he could. The healer's hands were deft, raising the kirtle, fingers running along the outer edges of the wound's purple bruise. "She is quite grievously ill," the woman murmured, shaking her head. "How long has she suffered this?" He thought back. 5 days. She told me nothing of it. "And how was she wounded?" Her keen eyes met his, asking more than her words expressed. "She was attacked in the woods. She will tell you herself. This was no doing of mine." She made a noise to quiet him. "I didna mean to accuse ye." "The attacker? A blade?" "Aye." She clicked her tongue. "Dirty, no doubt." She stood and went to a nearby basin to wash her hands. Quinn stayed at Ismene's side, stroking back the dark hair which had stuck to her hot forehead. "She will need a poultice for the wound after I finish draining it," the healer announced, going to her table and working with her back to the two of them. "She cannot wear that soaked kirtle. Has she anything else?" Guilt plagued him. Nay. Because he hadn't allowed her to bring anything but what she wore on her back. "Blankets will do then, until it dries by the fire. Even then, she'd like as not sweat through it." She was quick about her work, the sounds of chopping and grinding mingling with Ismene's soft whimpers. She looked over her shoulder. "I'll be needing ye to bathe her head, shoulders, and arms in cool water. Legs as well, excepting the infected area." Will ye be able to do that? He nodded. I will do whatever you ask, so long as it means she will survive this. I do not think it is as bad as that. For the first time the woman smiled. Though if it had waited another day or more, things might have grown much worse. You'll note there are no angry, red lines stretching out from the wound. He looked down at Ismane's bared thigh. Knowing, in the back of his mind, that she would all but die of embarrassment at his familiarity with her body. The infection is not so advanced that it poisoned her blood and moved to her organs, thank the gods. She turned toward them with a small wooden bowl in one hand, and a knife in the other. What of anything that may have been present on the blade which cut her? He asked, still fearful of what might come. Ismane shivered, her teeth chattering, and he felt pitifully useless as he took her hand. The healer shook her head with a grimace as she knelt beside him. There is no telling, I must admit. I take it the man in question is such that he might not be located. Quinn shook his head, his eyes still on Ismane's flushed face. I do not blame ye, the healer muttered, angry and sharp. These roadside thieves are a plague which must be stopped. More guilt, perhaps the worst of all. What would the woman think if she knew who he truly was? Why Ismane was in his company? And how the dead thief had found it so easy to accost her. So there is no asking the man if he is ill, or whether he'd washed the blade after its last use. We might assume that he hadn't, she admitted. The most we can do is hope that her body is strong enough to fight back the illness. I will treat her with the poultice, as I said, and a tincture in hot broth to bring down the fever and aid in lessening the pain. She will likely sleep a great deal for a day, perhaps two. Their eyes met. Are ye prepared to hold her down while I drain the wound? It will hurt a great deal. She may thrash, may scream. Ye must be prepared. I am. He took her shoulders, pinning them to the floor, wishing he did not have to do it. That they might be taking shelter somewhere warm and dry, and that the most pressing concern was answering Ismane's incessant questions. Would that she might ask him a question now, instead of shivering so. Her eyes opened at his touch and stared up into his. It was clear she could not quite see him. Quinn, she croaked. Aye, lass, he smiled, doing what he could to sound encouraging. She blinked slowly, her bright eyes searching his face. Am I dying? Nay, you'll not die, he assured her over the lump in his throat. Not today. Not for a long time to come. But ye must be brave now. My dear. The healer leaned in. I must drain the wound to remove what infection I can. Ye must try to stay still, though it will pain ye greatly. Ismane's chest rose and fell in sharp, rapid gasps. She was panicking, each breath a whimper. Do not fret, Quinn urged, striving to keep his tone calm in spite of the fear which rose in his chest for her sake. I am here with ye. I will not leave ye. Of course, she whispered with a faint, rueful smile. You need me. Yes. He did. Chapter 16. Lad. Quinn woke at the healer's touch. She shook his shoulder, crouched beside him. For the briefest of moments he forgot where he was, why he was there. All around him hung dried and drying herbs, their scent both comforting him and turning his stomach. Something burned in the fire as well, something more than simply wood. His nose wrinkled in distaste, and he wondered why anyone would burn something so foul. Who was the woman crouching by his side? The sight of Ismane just over the woman's shoulder brought everything back. He had fallen asleep while sitting up against the wall, it appeared. It had not been his intention to do so. The last thing he wished was to sleep and miss something important. Something he might be able to do to help. He refused to entertain the notion that she might die. Why then, could he not stop fearing she would? How is she? He asked, blinking the sleep from his eyes. What if she had died while he was sleeping? What if he had awoken to find her gone? The healer pressed a mug of something warm into his hands. Drink this. It will strengthen ye. When he raised an eyebrow, she smiled. Beef broth. Strong. Very good, in my opinion. It was good, and he drank deeply of it. The lingering chill which had seemed to make its home in his bones thanks to the cold rain melted away, leaving a pleasant warmth behind. It made the stiffness in his back and legs after spending so much time seated against the wall fade into the background of his mind. She drew up a stool. The lass will be well. The fever has reduced, but it has not yet left her entirely. I suspect she was weak, tired, unable to fight off the infection as well as she might have otherwise. Quinn sighed. She was like as not. The woman, she might have been anywhere from 20 to 60, with a sort of face which displayed wisdom but none of the signs of aging, touched a finger to his tunic. Where did ye get this? I know it does not belong to ye. A Highlander, as ye told me. Aye. There is much to the story. I have time. She jerked her head in Ismayne's direction, indicating the fact that she was still deeply asleep. There was little more visible than the top of her head, the rest of her bundled tight in blankets by the fire after having been washed down. She would need more bathing, the healer had told him, but not until she had sweated out as much of the infection as possible. He looked the woman up and down. Her modest plain kirtle, the elbows and knees worn. The modest dwelling in which she lived and worked. How do I know ye will not take this story to one who would pay for such information? He challenged. Her dark, sharp eyes widened before she let out a deep laugh. Does it appear as though I have any need for riches, lad? I have never cared much for money. I've seen what it does to men and to women. My mother and her mother before her were healers who traveled from place to place because of war, because of mistreatment. Forced from their homes, their villages, everyone and everything they ever knew. I am content to live a simple life among people who need me. That is enough. So he told her his story. His reasons. The agreement he and Ismayne had come to, that she would travel with him without giving him away. Because you saved her from the thief in the woods, the healer murmured. Did I save her? He looked to Ismayne again, her head rolling from side to side as she whimpered in her sleep. Aye. Ye did, and ye know ye did. Now, if ye would bathe her forehead with cool water to provide her some relief while I look at her leg, the woman commanded, pointing to a bowl and a stack of linen. He did as he was told. He'd met army commanders who did not inspire such rapid action, kneeling beside Ismayne and dipping the linen into the fresh, cool water. She opened her eyes at the first touch. They were no longer shining with fever, and it was clear that she was able to see him without struggle. Quinn. Aye, lass. Who did ye expect? I suppose I was dreaming, she whispered, closing her eyes again as he stroked her forehead with the damp cloth. I dreamed you were gone. I would not leave ye. I told ye as much already, did I not? You did? She frowned, as though struggling to grasp the edges of a memory. Ye needn't trouble yourself with it, he chuckled. Ye were not feeling like yourself. The healer unwrapped the blankets around Ismayne's legs. Quinn dared to look, then grunted in surprise. What had been an oozing, pus-filled wound, swollen and purple, had turned to something looking much more manageable. There was still a red, angry-looking line where the blade had pierced her, but the swelling and seepage had gone down to nearly nothing. I can hardly believe it, he murmured, shaking his head in wonder. All of this in a matter of a few hours. The healer laughed, a good-natured sound without a hint of reproach. Ye believe ye slept nothing more than a few hours, lad. It's been nearly a day since ye came riding up to my gate. It could not be. And yet when he went to the door, opening it to look out on the road and down toward the village, he saw that it had to be true. The rain had long since stopped, and the sun had already begun baking away the mud, hardening it considerably. He stepped out, looking to his right to find the pair of black geldings enjoying a bucket of oats, joined by a sway-backed sorrel mare he supposed belonged to the healer. They looked rested, even healthier somehow. As though the healer had treated them as well. Impossible. Nothing more than a flight of fancy. He had slept for so long, longer than he had at a stretch in as many years as he could remember. Had the woman given him something to make him sleep? Perhaps. He had been nearly beside himself with worry. It was easier for the healer to treat Ismane while he was asleep, like as not. He returned to the fire. I will repay your kindness. I expect ye will, she murmured with a quirk of her lips. But nothing more than what I'm truly owed. As I told ye, I have no use for a heavy purse. You told her, Ismane whispered with a knowing look. I had little choice. And I knew I could trust her after seeing how well she helped ye. You were weak, the healer explained, washing her hands after applying a new bandage to the wound. Tired. I imagine ye had little to eat and even less rest. There are blisters on your palms. You've been riding for a time, have yet not? We have so far to go, Ismane pointed out. And the Marquis is expecting me. I know, my dear. She patted Ismane's hand before pouring out a bowl of the same fragrant beef broth she'd shared with Quinn. And in your haste ye nearly died. If your companion had not ridden ye to me, there is no telling what might have happened. Thank you, Ismane murmured, sliding her hand into his. He smiled and grasped her hand tight, then thought better of it, withdrawing his hand and putting it to work on wringing out the linen he'd used to bathe her forehead. He had nearly forgotten the nature of their being involved with each other, hadn't he? He'd come alarmingly close to feeling real affection for the lass. True, deep affection. He knew that sort of affection, and he knew the trouble a man could find himself in as a result of it. Even if the lass were the sort he might be free to become entangled with, if she were not his captive, someone he expected to collect ransom on, he would keep her at arm's length. There were certain kinds of pain which did not fade thanks to a tincture in a bowl of broth. Ismane's eyes began to close, her face growing slack. She will sleep now, the healer predicted. Sleep is the best thing for her now that I've applied fresh poultice. She will heal better while her body is at rest. When will she be fit to travel again? Quinn asked, staring at Ismane's peaceful expression. Her skin seemed to glow in the light from the fire, no longer flushed with fever or slick with sweat. The woman thought about this, regarding him with a keen eye. Perhaps tomorrow or the next day. Have ye any idea as to the distance between this village and Berghead? That is where ye plan to find a ship to Cherbourg. When he looked at her in surprise, she merely smiled. She told me. Ye both have a way of revealing more than ye intend to. As I said, none of this is any of my concern. As far as anyone who asks questions is concerned, I never saw either of ye. I hardly think anyone would come looking for us now, so many days after I met with the soldier, Quinn reasoned. There is nothing to fear. Even so, he was now concerned over the chances of the enemy catching up to him. What if that soldier had alerted others, perhaps rounded up a group of men to search for them? What if they found the healer, or spoke to one of the villagers who had witnessed Quinn's wild ride through the rain? We shall take our leave at the first chance to do so, he decided. We can ill afford to spend more time here, as kind as you've been. I had expected as much, the woman admitted, nodding to a small canvas sack on her work table. I've already prepared more of the poultice for her, along with a tincture to keep pain at bay. She will feel it rather acutely when she rides. He frowned at this. What if I rode with her? She might sit sideways in the saddle in front of me. Would that help, do ye believe? Was it his imagination, or did the woman smile slightly as she turned away? I believe that will help keep the wound from opening again. As far as it helping other things. She did not finish her thought, and Quinn did not press her to do so.
Chapter 17. She had dreamed so many things. Strange things, wondrous things, memories which had twisted themselves in her fever-laden mind until they'd become something else entirely. She'd dreamed that it was her mother who smoothed the hair from her brow, who crooned soft, calming words to her which had somehow cut through the pain and confusion and the certainty that she was dying. That her father had sworn vengeance on the man who'd hurt her. That he had promised to kill the bastard. He had looked the same as she remembered him from her youth, young, vibrant, as large as a house, his red hair flaming around his head, looking like nothing so much as it did a burning crown. The scar which ran from his forehead down to his cheekbone had even been there. Every little detail. And mother. Her kind sweet smile. The loving blue eyes which had crinkled up at the corners, the dimples in her cheeks. She'd been so clear, so real. As though the last few years hadn't passed at all, as though Ismane had merely fallen asleep one day and dreamed of losing them both. As though she were finally waking up to real life once again, and mother might prepare a bowl of soup for her, as had always been the case whenever Ismane was ill. All had been peaceful, calm, leaving Ismane joyful beyond words at the unexpected return of the life she'd thought was over forever. Until father had returned, nearly tearing the door from the wall in his excitement. He had caught the rabid dog who'd hurt her, and would bring him to justice with the blade of his sword. His eyes had blazed furious fire as he'd raged in the old way, bellowing at the top of his powerful lungs and unleashing epithets she had only heard him use in the direst of situations. And then he dragged in a man with dark hair which hung in his eyes as he lowered his head. A man wearing a red tunic, torn and splattered with drying blood which Ismane had somehow known was his own. At whose side hung a sword with a jeweled hilt. "This is the man," father had snarled, spitting upon Quin's bowed head. "He's the one who dared place his hands upon my daughter, and brought her to this state." She tried to sit up, though mother's hands had pressed against her shoulders to hold her down. No. It wasn't his fault. "He is not the man who wounded me," she'd protested, nearly wild with fear for what might happen if her father had his way. "I'll hear nothing of it," he had bellowed, taking Quin by the back of the neck and jerking his head up so that she might see his face, what was left of it rather, since it appeared as though one entire side had been kicked in. Blood obscured one swollen eye, his nose was a misshapen mess, his lovely mouth was split open and had probably borne the loss of several teeth. "Why did you do this?" she demanded in a choked whisper. Quin looked as though he could hardly stand on his feet, as though Connor's grip on his neck was the only thing keeping him from falling to the floor in a blood-soaked heap. "He is the man at fault." Connor threw Quin to the floor, causing Ismane to let out an anguished cry. "He is not," she'd screamed as the toe of Connor's shoe had made contact with Quin's rib, making him curl into a protective ball with both arms crossed over his head. "It was not he who harmed me. You cannot do this. Please." Mother had merely held her back from throwing herself over Quin's broken body. "Your father knows what is best, dear. We cannot hope to understand these things. But I do understand. You are the ones who do not." She had watched in horror and heartbreak as her father kicked and punched Quin before withdrawing his sword. She had screamed, a shrill ear-splitting scream which masked the sound of metal tearing through flesh. Even so, she'd been able to hear the sword's progress through Quin's back. The shock of cold water on her head had stirred her to wakefulness, and the sight of Quin's whole, uninjured face hovering over her had been enough to pull a broken sob from deep within her chest. Since she had first woken after the fever broke, the nightmare kept coming back to her. That it was a nightmare at all defied understanding, for the dream had started off so wonderfully. She'd been with her parents again. The very vivid image of Quin's destruction had turned it into something which chilled her to the bone. She could nearly smell his blood, could still hear his grunts of pain when Connor had struck him. All of it so horrific, so very real. Especially the pain Quin's pain had caused her. She did not dare tell him of the dream, yet this did not stop her from remembering it each time she looked at him. Or from wanting to run her hand over his hair and hold him close. How unfortunate. "I believe it's best we should go. Now." Quin helped her to sit up. "If that is what you feel is best." She was quick to braid her hair, which had hung loose about her head while she'd slept and healed. He cast a skeptical glance in her direction. "No argument?" "What is there to argue? You are much better aware of our situation than I have barely been awake for days. How long has it been?" "Nearly 3 in all," he grunted, opening the door which led outside to look in both directions. Her heart began to race, sickeningly so. What has happened? Are we in greater danger? To think, she had considered herself fortunate to awaken. What had she awoken to? Greater than before? He looked back over his shoulder, snickering. "We were always in danger, in case you've forgotten, or rather I was. By his own doing. Regardless of his motivation for why he'd taken her, he was the reason for the danger. No one else. Even the growing affection she held toward him did not blind her to this, though she managed to bite back a tart response. He turned toward her and closed the door. No. There is no greater danger than there ever has been. It is merely that we ought to make haste. We've lost quite a lot of time, and your Marquis will wonder what has delayed your arrival. And your brother is waiting for you to free him, she added. Aye, that as well, he admitted before crouching by her side. The healer woman was out in the garden, gathering fresh herbs to aid in replenishing what she'd used to treat Ismane's wound. He spoke in a near whisper. I would not wish to take further advantage of her generosity. And if there is chance of discovery, I would not wish to endanger her simply because she was of assistance. Yes, of course. She allowed him to help her to her feet. The leg which had ached and burned so unthinkably only days earlier was tender, yes, and a bit weak, but she could put weight on it without wanting to scream in agony. An improvement, to be sure. The woman has provided poultice and tincture for you, he explained as he sheathed his sword. No, not his sword, not truly. The guard's sword. She averted her eyes, once again remembering the vivid images of her nightmare. How the red tunic had turned even darker thanks to his blood. How a sword had sunk into his flesh with a wet, sucking sound she would never forget. How could she so clearly remember something which had not been real? Are you well, lass? Quinn asked, coming near. He watched her with an appraising eye. It was clear he would not easily believe her. Yes, I am. Truly. I feel much more like myself now. Why do ye appear so fretful, then? What is there not to be fretful over? She countered, determined to evade his questions. What would he think if he knew what she had dreamt? Likely that she was mad, or at least a daft, silly woman. Are ye truly well? You are not lying to me, as before? She bristled at his accusatory tone. I did not mean to lie. I merely wanted. It matters not, he spat, turning back to where he'd begun packing the small vials and bottles the healer had provided. It does matter, she insisted, following him and standing with her face close to his in order to force his attention. I thought I was helping you. I admit, I did not wish for you to believe me weak. To become cross with me for slowing us. He rolled his eyes, scoffing at her excuses. As though I would behave so. As though you would not. When have I given ye reason to believe so? When have I been cruel to ye? She laughed. Where shall I begin? He drew a deep breath, his chest expanding. I nearly broke my own neck, getting ye here in the midst of a roaring rainstorm, exposed us both to the curiosity of the villagers when I asked where to find the healer. I told the woman she might have anything she wished, anything I had, if only she would see to it that you were healed. Her heart skipped a beat. Was this true? She had no memory of their arrival at the healer's home, no memory of the ride through a storm. Only of waking in the small modest house with its walls covered in herbs, and its hearth blazing with a fire which carried an odor she'd never known. You did all of that, she whispered, taken aback. His jaw clenched and unclenched in turn, but he nodded. I, was his grunted reply. You did that for me? Could it be? Could his feelings toward her have begun to warm, as hers had toward him? Had she been unaware of that too, while she slept? She held her breath, waiting. Hoping. All he need do was tell her, she'd come to mean more to him than a means of obtaining ransom. Certainly, they could find a way together to free his brother, without resorting to a ransom demand. Nothing would be too much if it meant repaying him, for saving her life. He tied a length of rope around the pack, securing the contents before slinging the lot onto his back. Aye, he grunted with a careless shrug. After all, I need ye if I plan to collect my ransom. Just like that, he threw her from the heights of hope to the bitter depths of disappointment. How foolish she'd been. Naturally, he'd only been concerned as far as her value in freeing his brother. There was nothing more between them than that. I'm certain he'll be happy to get his bride in one piece, he added as he went to the door. His bride? She asked with a frown. Something in her voice caused him to turn back before he opened the door. Yes. His bride. You lass. She could not help but laugh. That was what he believed. And thanks to the blow he delivered her heart, there was more than a touch of bitterness in her laughter. I am not traveling to France in order to marry the Marquis. What gave you that idea? He blinked rapidly. You aren't. No. It was as though he refused to hear her. I never told you that was the case. Only that I had business to settle with him there. That business is not marriage.
Chapter 18. Quinn felt the breath leave his lungs, as though he had fallen from the saddle and landed on his back. He'd done it more than once and knew all too well that sudden rush of air from his body, and the sickening moment when pulling in another breath had been impossible. He suffered the same sensation while standing with his hand on the door's leather latch. Her announcement had sent the world shattering to pieces around him. Opening the door seemed beyond his abilities. All this time, he had acted while under the impression that the lass was to be the Marquis's bride. A man waiting on his bride would pay any price set on the woman's head, would he not? But the Marquis was not awaiting his bride. This cast everything in a new light, and that light did not favor Quinn's plan. What is your business then? He asked, careful to keep his voice low. He wanted nothing more than to shake her, to demand she make things clear. That would merely frighten the lass, and make it more difficult than ever to receive an answer. It is none of your concern, she replied, arching her brows. He is waiting for me, that is all. Are ye important to him in some way? Quinn demanded. He sent 2 guards to escort me to him, she reminded him. As I told you before, the first guard died early into the journey at the hands of a thief. Her brows all but left her forehead when she said this, an unspoken reminder that he was little better than that unknown man in her eyes. He would merely have to take a chance and continue on their way. After all, she was important enough to him that he went to the trouble. Perhaps she had a point in that. Whose fault was it that he believed she was his bride-to-be? None but his own, as he had never asked her to explain the nature of her acquaintance with the man. He had assumed. Come now, he grumbled, opening the door. We had best be on our way. When he noted her limping gait, guilt tugged at his conscience. Here. He offered her his arm on which to lean. She merely tossed her head. No, thank you. I can walk on my own. You don't look as though you're doing a very good job of it, he observed, as she limped from the house and out to the small garden in front. To her credit, she kept her head high. A proud lass, to be certain, even after she had been brought so low by illness. The healer had just finished her work, and was wiping dirty hands on the hem of her kirtle. You'll be leaving me then, she observed as she stood, a basket over one arm, having worked in a garden filled with plants the likes of which Quinn had never seen. He would have mistaken most of it for common weeds had he come across it on the side of the road, but she had planted it all in neat, orderly rows, and obviously tended to it with some care. It was her livelihood, he reasoned, and thus in her best interest to do so. We have already taken advantage of your kindness for far too long, Quinn reminded her, quick to take the healer's supplies to the horse and add them to the rest of what he'd already packed. They would leave one of the pair behind, as Ismene would ride with him. A beautiful horse was the least of what he could leave for the woman who had done so much for them, and she agreed, having also accepted a few pence for her troubles. He grumbled to himself out of impatience as Ismene took the woman's hands. Thank you, she whispered in a tremulous voice. I would have died were it not for you. And for him, the healer reminded her, raising her voice slightly to be overheard. Quinn snorted. I merely rode the horse. Just the same, thank you, Ismene insisted. I wish there was something more I could give to you. At least a fair price for having spent the days in your home. I took care of it, Quinn muttered, joining them. We had best be on our way, or have ye forgotten you're expected somewhere? It rankled him terribly that he had been so wrong. How could he have been so foolish? What had in his mind been a sizable ransom dwindled in the harsh cold light of truth. "Perhaps we shall meet again," the woman suggested with a smile. "One never knows." "Oh, I hope we do." Ismay looked back over her shoulder at the healer, as Quinn all but dragged her to the horse. "Remember," the woman called out, "keep the bandage clean and dry. You ought to be able to go without it in another 2 or 3 days." "I will remember," Ismay promised. Only then did she turn her attention away from the woman, and toward the single-saddled horse, who dug at the ground and snorted with impatience. Quinn thought he knew how the beast felt. "Why only a single horse?" Ismay whispered, looking about herself, then with a gasp of horror, "Did something happen to the other? How much did I sleep through?" "Nay, lass," Quinn replied. "She didna tell ye, did she?" "Tell me what?" she asked, eyes wide and unknowing. "You'll be riding with me, sideways in the saddle, for ye should not ride astride and open the wound once again." He did not wait for her to reply, or even allow her a minute to absorb the information, before taking her by the waist and lifting her onto the horse's back. "I'm certain I can manage on my own," she sputtered, then turned a shade of red which brought to mind her fever. This was not the result of illness, however, and he knew it. What was worse, she knew he knew, which only served to darken her cheeks further. "We've only another day to ride," he explained, gruff and rather abrupt as he adjusted himself behind her. He had not foreseen how rather pleasant and therefore unpleasant it would be to ride so near her warm, soft body. Knowing she was not to be another man's bride, made her all the more desirable, as though an invisible wall had fallen between them, leaving no further barriers. Though that did little to erase past betrayal from his memory. Would that it might. Ismay made a fuss of arranging her kirtle, pulling it close to her legs. "I do not approve of this course of action," she muttered, half to herself. "I find this quite unnecessary." "I do not recall asking for your approval," was Quinn's sharp reply. "And I have no great desire to wait even longer while ye recover from yet another illness, which means it is a wiser course of action by far for ye to ride in this fashion." "I might have been able to ride on my own, seated sideways in the saddle," she protested. "I would not take such a risk while you are still not entirely in full health. Ye might fall backward from the saddle riding sideways." She snorted. "You have little confidence in me." "That is correct." He need not look at her to know she fumed with ill-concealed rage. This pleased him, for she had already proven far more troublesome than she was worth. That worth having decreased in a matter of moments. He ought to have asked, to have made certain. Roderick would have, or Bryce. They would have shown more wisdom, more strategy. They would never have rushed headlong into such a treacherous endeavor, especially one with a questionable result. With one last nod toward the healer, who waited in the shadow of her door for their departure, he pressed his heels to the horse's sides, and they were on their way. The sun had barely risen, and the woman had assured him they would reach Berghead by evening if they rode at a stately pace and kept to a minimum their stops along the way. In light of the storm through which he'd fought to reach the village, the clear, sweet air and bright sunshine which reigned on the morning of their departure seemed akin to nothing less than heaven itself. It was the sort of morning through which any rider would prefer to travel. Ismay made a point of looking behind them, watching the road. "What are ye looking for?" he asked, his eyes trained on the road ahead. "I am not looking for anything. I am merely watching to ensure we are not followed." "I highly doubt that will be the case, and I would know better," he reminded her. "You were unaware of the men in the village with whom I spoke. I believe I would have better understanding of them than ye, seeing as you have no memory of the ride." "Be that as it may," she grumbled, "I would just as soon keep watch to ensure they are not over-curious as to our progress. You are dressed as a guard, carrying a sword which bears the insignia of a great French family. Certainly, they would be entitled to their curiosity." "They cannot know I am not who I appear to be," he insisted, though he felt little of the confidence he attempted to express. She snorted, sending his confidence to lower depths than ever before. "You could not pretend to be anything other than a Highlander, if you tried every day for the entirety of your life. It matters not what you wear. Your brogue gives you away, as does your coloring. I wore a hat, he reminded her, touching his fingers to the brim. Little good it does, she sighed. It matters not. You are a Highlander through and through. You need not sound as though this is a slight against my character. I intend no such thing. After all, my father was a member of Clan Fraser, and I spent my life in the Highlands. I would rather spend such a journey as this in the company of a Highlander than anyone else. Even if the Highlander in question is one who took ye against your will, he murmured, the sting gone from his words. She stiffened, surprised, then allowed a brief breathless chuckle to escape. You are also someone who saved my life on no fewer than 2 occasions. You've kept me fed, and have sat up at night to ensure my safety. I ask myself if one of the 2 guards assigned to escort me would have taken such pains. She turned her attention to the road ahead of them, stirring up the scent from her hair and skin as she moved. Would that she were not so enticing. Would that he were capable of making sense of the conflicting opinions she stirred to life. He would never have believed it possible to want someone so much, while wanting so much to tell them to go to the devil. She set his teeth on edge with her sharp observations, with her way of speaking exactly what was in his mind. It was hardly fitting for a mere woman to be aware of a man's misgivings. She ought not know how he questioned himself, how he looked back upon his actions, for evidence of what he might have done differently. The woods thinned to the point of non-existence, opening to wide fresh green countryside. He heard her sigh. What is it? He dared ask, glancing at her to find a frown, a glistening eye. She shook her head. Nothing very much. I had only thought of how I will miss this, the land, that is. As though there were cause to fear he might misunderstand and believe she spoke of their travels. How she wounded his pride, and how he resented his weakness. He opened his mouth, prepared to deliver a stinging response, but the tremble of her chin made him think twice. He cursed his thick, clumsy tongue as he stuttered, trying to find something to say. I'm certain there are lovely places in France, he offered. It cannot be so different from home. Can you truly imagine anything as lovely as this? She whispered, her head slowly turning from one side to the other as she took in the majesty surrounding them. He did the same, slowing the horse a bit so he might be better able to see what Ismene saw. To the west, a large bay which flowed in from the North Sea. The water would have been calm were it not for the dozens of fishing boats coming in with the morning's catch, flocks of hungry birds following their progress, in hopes of securing a bit to eat from the nets. The sea seemed to stretch on forever, and the breeze which came off it and travelled over ground until it reached the pair of riders carried the scent of fish and salt. It was a scent Quinn had always loved, having spent much of his life far from the sea. The smell of it meant a voyage, something exciting and new. To the east were fields, walls of stone dividing one parcel of land from another. Ancient walls, crumbling in some places thanks to time and the harsh weather. They formed a charming scene, especially where children ran along them and jumped over the spaces where the stone had fallen away. There was a lush beauty to it all. The deep green of the grass, the deep blue of the sky. Thick pine forests, and the way the first snow lay gently among the needles. Quinn wondered if he could say goodbye to all of it as she was. If he would feel the same deep pull of longing he could so easily sense in her. You do love it then? He asked, his heart softening even more than it already had. I, she said, mocking his brogue but with a gentle smile and her gaze still turned outward. I do. It's come to mean so much to me, and I'll never have the chance to see it again. Isn't it strange, though, how a person does not know what they have until they're on the cusp of leaving it behind? He studied her, the face he already knew so well, the curve of her cheek and jaw, the slope of her throat, the thick hair which waved back away from her smooth forehead. Her beauty ran deeper than that which so plainly displayed itself on the surface. The courage and determination of her, the pain she had borne without complaint. The deep love she felt for her homeland, a love which mirrored his own. I, he whispered, realizing his feelings had moved long past the point of no return. 'Tis strange indeed.
Chapter 19. You remember what we discussed, do you not? Quinn's voice was little more than a low grunt in Ismayne's ear, barely audible over the harbor's commotion. She had never seen such activity all at once, and so many people rushing back and forth as though there was a fire to put out. She did not smell smoke. It was an effort to turn her attention from the madness around her, and nod in agreement. Yes, I remember. And ye intend to keep your word? She rewarded him with a withering glare. When have I given you reason to doubt my word? Ye haven't, he muttered, his eyes moving back and forth, though his head remained still. This is the most important of all, however, and ye know it. If anyone aboard the ship knows the nature of our being together. They will not, she reminded him. You are a guard sent to me by the Marquis. You are merely escorting me to my destination, which is Cherbourg. Nothing else. You speak nothing but French, so you will not be able to understand the owner of the ship or any member of the crew, she added, wondering how well this plan would serve them. How long would it be until someone who spoke the language decided to converse with him? Her heart thudded harder every time she imagined this taking place. How would he react? He was unskilled when it came to thinking through a problem before reacting, hence the manner in which he had captured her carriage. While he believed he'd been clever and brave, she saw his actions for what they were, the desperate flailing about of a man in trouble, one who would go so far as to throw himself in front of an approaching carriage in order to startle the team which pulled it. He might have killed himself in the process. He might very well have killed her as well. It was a miracle that she hadn't broken her neck. A lot of good it would have done him, attempting to secure ransom for a dead woman. She would have to keep a close watch on him, nothing less. If approached, she would do the talking for them both. It was nearing nightfall, yet the activity in the harbor seemed to slow not a bit. Ismayne's stomach let out a rumble loud enough to color her cheeks, though Quinn seemed not to notice or care over much. Hungry? He asked after a while, making her blush again. A bit. It sounds as though you are more than a bit hungry, he chuckled. Must you? She hissed. Not that I blame ye, he added. I'm hungry as well, and was giving thought to finding a place in which to take our supper. She would offer no argument, as they had not stopped for anything but water and nature's needs since first leaving the healer's home. The flat, wide, well-traveled road into Berghead had made the going easy, though they had encountered ever-increasing numbers of travelers the closer they'd come to the harbor village. Which was when Quinn had suggested they create a story both could use once they'd reached the village. No doubt the people they'd cross paths with were accustomed to travelers from all walks of life, with any number of stories to tell about their adventures. So long as they too kept quiet and refrained from attracting attention, they ought to avoid notice, at least, that was what they'd agreed upon. Would that the people with whom they came into contact might be kind enough to cooperate. An ear-splitting crash made her jump and cling to Quinn, who sat behind her as he had all along. He stiffened but did not move to push her away. Only a barrel dropped from the back of a cart, he explained as he steered the horse around the puddle of ale the barrel had left behind. I'm not accustomed to this, she admitted, flinching as a team of horses cut in front of them on its way to the harbor, driven by a man standing fully upright in the carriage. How he did not fall, she would never understand. She would never understand any of it. The noise. Enough to crack her head open. So much movement, so many people and animals pressing in on one another. She heard bits and pieces of at least 10 different conversations, watched as women tossed buckets of foul grey water from open windows, listened as peddlers called out to passer-by, and flinched away from curious eyes belonging to men interested in only one thing about her. Pay them no mind, Quinn advised, casting a doleful look in the direction of one such man. He rode without a saddle on the back of a grey mare, his hat cocked at a jaunty angle and a knowing smile on his face. As though he'd seen what she looked like beneath her kirtle, and was interested in knowing more. When Quinn glared in his direction, however, the man moved on. Quickly too. This eased her considerably. Quinn would not allow one of these men to touch her, nor would he allow any sort of misfortune befall her. She was too important to him for such a thing to come to pass. If only she were important for some reason other than the ransom she'd fetch. There was little point in entertaining the thought, or in revisiting the fantastical idea that he might care for her. He did no such thing, and had made it quite plain, had he not? Theirs was a business arrangement. Even so, this did not stop her from clinging to him a little more than was necessary. She could not help but give in to temptation, when his body was all but joined with hers. Every breath he took, every beat of his heart, every movement of his chest, shoulders, arms, she felt it. After all, she would never see him again. Who could blame her for taking what little comfort she could in him, while she could? "Why are ye doing this?" Her father's voice, strident and powerful as it had been in her dreams. She'd never heard him in her head throughout the 4 years since his passing. Why did he have to make himself known just then? "Ye would allow this Highlander to use ye for profit. Ye would lie for him, when it would be so much better for ye to tell the truth and have him hanged for what he's done." Yes, her father would believe all of this and more, but she did not. She merely suffered pangs of the most bitter guilt, as a result of what she knew he, and her mother too, would think if they saw her then. If they knew she was willing to lie, to debase herself in such a manner. She was little better than his accomplice, his partner in this crime. And she allowed him to use her, in order to collect his money. But it was all for the sake of his brother. She would have argued this point until she no longer had the breath with which to fight, had they been able to hear her. He did not use her for his own gain. What's more, she had agreed to aid him. She had not only refused to stand in his way. She had decided to do whatever she could to free his brother. Lennox his name was. He had a wife, children. It was for their sake, not for Quin's, that she allowed this lie to go on. She was a liar just as he was, and a thief as well. For she would see to it that Quin collected the Marquis's money under false pretenses. She would even encourage it, if need be. She would be forgiven. Would she not? Was not a sin only as sinful as the intention behind it? She had always believed so. Did Quin feel that way about his life? What he did to make his living, she had a distinct feeling there was much he had not shared with her. Much violence, much privation. Perhaps many people had suffered because of him, if not directly. The wives and children of men he had killed, or the mothers and fathers. Missing their loved ones, perhaps starving because the young men who had earned the family's living or worked the land would no longer be able to do so. And yet he'd had his reasons for doing as he'd done. Either because he had been compelled to kill or risk being killed, or because he had been protecting another. As he had protected her. She might have died at the hands of that terrible man in the woods. If given her choice, had the whole thing happened again, she certainly would not have begged Quin not to kill the thief. She might even have helped him. No such man deserved to live. Not when they took pleasure in bringing pain to others too weak to defend themselves. "Are ye listening?" Quin grunted, leaning close so that he might speak into her ear. She willed away the thrill that was his breath against her ear. "There is so much to see," she explained. A feeble excuse, but it was preferable to his knowing what went through her mind. "I asked if your leg was feeling poorly," he explained. "Not at all. I had almost forgotten the pain. I'm certain I will remember it the moment we dismount." He agreed with a wry grimace. "That is normally the case. We forget the pain until it is time to move again, then, it's as though the pain is angry that we ever forgot it existed." She laughed, as this was the case exactly. He had such a way of speaking plainly the words she wished she could find. To think it was she who was so carefully educated. To think how she had considered herself so superior to him, when they'd first met. He brought the horse to a stop in front of a likely-looking tavern, and dismounted before helping her down. As she had expected, the new movement after so much time spent sitting in the same position made her clench her teeth to suppress a cry of pain. Quin frowned. "You might take a bit of the tincture the healer prepared for ye, to help you through the rest of the night." She shook her head. "Perhaps later." The tincture provided blessed relief from the pain, but it also left her feeling as though there were a fog in her brain. She could not think clearly. It made her want nothing more than to sleep. She did not wish to sleep. She did not wish to miss a moment of her remaining time with him. "Come," he bade, offering her his arm after securing the horse. She leaned on him, remembering how she had refused to do so that morning. How could she have been so stubborn? How could she have done so many things?
Chapter 20. Hot, meaty stew and rich wine bolstered them both, making it seem almost easy to make their way through the wide road running through the center of the village and onto the harbor. That, and the way none of the tavern's patrons had so much as looked twice at either of them. "See, lass," Quinn murmured as they elbowed their way along the wide walkway of wooden planks which ran the length of the harbor, "I told ye. So long as we keep to ourselves and pretend as though there is nothing amiss, no one will think twice of our traveling together." Perhaps if he repeated this enough, he would believe it. It was entirely for her benefit that he put forth a confident attitude. In reality, this was the most dangerous stage in their journey, as there was no chance of escaping an angry crew while in the middle of the North Sea. While he had always been a strong swimmer out of necessity, he little longed to test his mettle in open water. If they caught wind of his true purpose, either because the lass allowed the truth to slip out or because of a mistake on his part, it would be over. He would be lucky to escape with his life when all was said and done. Once again, he gave Ismene credit for her courage. She walked with her chin high despite the fear he knew coursed through her veins. She had cowered against him from the moment they'd reached the village until the moment they took seats in the tavern. He took it she'd never spent time among so many at once, to say nothing of the nature of the men who wandered about the docks and the village beyond. Rough men, men who lived their lives on the sea. Merchants, tradesmen, peddlers. All of them mixed together in a teeming, shouting mob. None of them above leering at a beautiful lass such as the one whose arm was linked with his. He would not allow her to let go, awkward though it was to push their way through the crews who unloaded crates of goods from the ships docked at the piers. Sidestepping barrels being rolled down long planks which extended from ship to docks. More than once did a man call out to Ismene, inviting her to go sailing with him. More than once did the chorus of knowing, lascivious laughter ring out from groups of half-drunk men lingering about. She took it well, as though she'd heard such invitations before. Perhaps she had. It occurred to him that he knew little about her in that regard. Her father had been quite a figure in Clan Fraser, he knew. It seemed unlikely he would have allowed his clansmen to speak to her that way, or that he would have left her open to such language and behavior. But he had not known the man. Far stranger things had taken place. They reached the second-to-last ship, which one of the shipping agents along the dock had confirmed was the one sailing to Cherbourg before continuing down the coast of France. It was a smart, single-masted ship built from oak, and fitted with a square sail which the crew was in the process of lowering. Its fresh appearance, he suspected it was a new ship, as it did not bear the worn quality of the others docked nearby, led Quinn to wonder how much more enjoyable the journey would be under better circumstances. He nudged Ismene to hurry, hoping against hope that she would manage to do her part as they had planned. The ship's captain may not be as well inclined to provide passage to a lass, or might charge more simply because he believed he could get away with it. The man cast a shrewd eye toward Ismene as they approached, and Quinn was certain to keep the jeweled sword in plain view. A silent warning. "Good evening to you, sir," Ismene began, her good manners coming up at once. "I'm looking to secure passage for my escort and myself." The man spat, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "Aye. And where are ye looking to go, then?" Ismene flinched at his sharp voice, which Quinn knew was most likely sharper and more booming than usual in an effort to intimidate. She swallowed hard but did not back down. "Cherbourg. The Marquis d'Orsay waits for us. He sent his man to escort me back to his estate." It was Quinn's turn to be looked up and down by the captain. "I see. And did he give ye the fare you'll be needing to make such a sailing?" "Of course. We need only your permission to board." She patted the sack she carried beneath one arm, full of dried meat and vegetables. We have our own provisions. As soon as you determine what would be a fair amount to pay for 2 passages to Cherbourg, we can be on our way." She spoke with such conviction, such clarity of purpose. He had expected her to wilt beneath the captain's scrutiny, so too had the captain, if the look of grudging admiration he tried to conceal was any hint. When he spoke again, he sounded more like a gentleman than before. "I suppose half a shilling would do the trick, if ye only intend to go as far as Cherbourg and will be taking care of your own provisions. I warn ye, though, that I do not keep accommodations for passengers. This is a cargo ship, the cabins used by myself and my crew." "Understood." Ismene favored him with a brilliant smile. "Yes, of course. So long as we can make it to France." She had done it. He had doubted her, but she'd put his doubts to rest. She could handle herself in the face of crude, overbearing men who would likely wish to take advantage of her. He nodded when the man's back was turned, flashing her a smile he hoped shared his admiration and faith in her. Only when they were alone, in the bowels of the ship, did he dare speak. "Ye did fine, lass." He patted her on the back, a bit awkward to be sure, but it was all in the service of giving her greater confidence. She sank down onto a wooden crate, holding her face in her hands. "I shook so. Did you not see me shaking?" "Nay, lass. Ye looked for all the world as though ye knew what ye were about and what ye wanted." He chuckled as he sat on the floor in front of her. "Did ye see how the captain changed his attitude when ye told him we brought our own provisions? And that ye were merely waiting for him to name his price? I thought he would soil himself on the spot." She laughed, hands over her mouth. "He did look surprised," she admitted. "Surprised? You knocked him over, lass. Well done." He did not notice his hand rubbing her knee until it was too late. He had caressed her without meaning to, a friendly gesture, one meant to bolster her spirits, but one easily mistaken for something more intimate. He pulled his hand back, looking down at her feet. She cleared her throat. "Now." He said it would take 2 days to reach Cherbourg. "That is when we will truly face a challenge, is it not?" The lass was merely doing her best to move past that awkward moment, and he could not have adored her more for it if he tried. She seemed to possess an instinctive understanding of him, as he did of her. He adored her far too greatly, all things considered. It would pain him beyond measure to take his leave of her. "Aye," he agreed, gruffer than he had intended, but in need of a way to mask his torment. The softening of his opinion of her. "We shall ask about, or rather you shall, since I still do not trust myself to speak. Especially in front of the French. They will know you for a Scotsman in an instant," she whispered with a soft chuckle. "Aye, they will that. You will ask then where the Marquis can be found. He has sent for you. I expect almost anyone would be able to tell ye where to find his estate." She waited, eyes wide, breath all but held in anticipation. And then what? A fair question. One to which he did not yet have the answer. "I will think on it as we sail," he decided, then changed the subject by arranging his bedroll for her. "You ought to rest. The bandages on your leg will need to be changed in the morning." She gasped as though suddenly coming to a realization. "What will you sleep on?" He had made his bed out of a horse blanket, using the saddle as a pillow, but they had sold the beast in Berghead to pay for their passage. He shrugged. "I shall make do. Ye must consider, lass, how often I've made a suitable bed out of far less than a floor and a pack of garments beneath my head. I shall be quite comfortable." She did not look convinced as she settled in, though it was clear from how quickly she relaxed that she was indeed exhausted. The stubborn lass required constant reminding that she was recovering from serious illness and ought not push herself too hard. Their quarters, if they could be called that, were humble. All around them sat boxes and crates, sacks and barrels, all of which would be transported to Cherbourg and other points along the coast of France. The cargo provided privacy, at least, the 2 of them having worked their way to the rear of the hold. Would that the sea might remain calm throughout their journey, or else they could be crushed by falling or sliding cargo as they slept. The thought kept him alert, always on the watch while Ismene slept behind him. He assumed she slept at the very least, since she went silent soon after lying down. What would he do once they reached the shore? He hadn't thought his plan out that far. He'd never thought any of it out, really, merely acting and reacting as situations presented themselves. So far, this approach had served him well. But a marquis would be no fool. Nor would he wish to part with his money so easily. Without the threat of a murdered bride hanging over his head, how could Quinn convince him to pay the ransom?
Chapter 21. The air was cold, bracing, and it made Ismene smile to look all about her and see nothing but sparkling water. She felt stronger and healthier than she had in a long time, and gave credit to the fresh air and abundant sunshine. At first, it had been her intention to remain in the hold as much as possible. The less she interacted with the crew, the less chance of unfortunate questions. While Quinn seemed to have faith in her, she had little in herself. She often asked herself what it was he saw in her. Perhaps he was merely pretending to have more faith in her than he did, all to keep her from destroying their chance of success. She wrapped the cloak more tightly about her, shivering slightly but loving every minute of it. This was the first time she had ever sailed. In her heart of hearts she had feared the notion. What if she became ill, as many did when they bobbed over the water? What if the ship ran into a storm and sank? So many questions. It never served her to fret over what had not yet occurred and might never occur, but knowing this did not stop her from doing so. She had never risked so much after all. "Good morning to ye." The captain greeted her in his usual fashion. She sensed he'd taken a liking to her, but he'd always been respectful in his treatment after that first attempt at intimidating her on the dock in front of the ship. He ran a hand over his balding head, as if to hold in place the remaining black curls which blew about it in a cloud. "A fine day, is it not?" he asked with a grin. He loved his ship, loved his way of life. She envied him that love, never having known it herself. What would it mean to wake in the morning, certain that the day would bring her that which she enjoyed? To put her hands to work which brought her happiness. "It is that," she agreed. "A fine clear day. And a calm one at that." "Aye," he chuckled. "'Tis the sort of day a sailor prays for." He looked about the deck of the ship. "Where is your escort this fine morning?" "Below deck," she explained, barely keeping her teeth from gritting together. She reminded herself that the man bore neither of them ill will, that he merely asked an innocent question anyone might have asked were they in his position. He does not take well to the ship's motion. The captain laughed, though gently. "Aye. It isn't the life for everyone. Some simply cannot tolerate it. But you look as though you were born to it. A shame you had to be born a woman, begging your pardon," he was quick to add, an apologetic smile masking his embarrassment. "My tongue gets the better of me at times." She only shook her head. "No matter. I'm sure my father felt the same more than once." "What takes you to Cherbourg then?" he asked, and she reminded herself once again that he was merely curious and kindly, making polite conversation. "I have a business matter to settle there," was her simple explanation. She then took her leave of the man, bowing slightly before retreating to the hold. If he felt her rude or abrupt, there was little she could do to make up for it. He asked too many questions, regardless of his intentions. She feared she might slip up and say too much. After carefully descending the ladder, she waited, while her eyes adjusted to the darkness which contrasted so sharply with the bright light above. The crew came down from time to time, checking on the cargo and fetching their own supplies from the far side of the ship's hull. She and Quinn were opposite that end, meaning they had little contact with the few men working on board. The shifting of one of the crates made her jump out of the way in case it fell. "Just me, lass," Quinn breathed. She placed a shaking hand over her heart. "You nearly frightened me to death. I thought I was about to be crushed." She followed him back to the secluded spot they'd claimed as their own, both thrilled for the excuse to spend time alone with him in such close quarters, and wishing they at least had a window to look through. She had never been very fond of darkness. Conditions are favorable, she whispered once they were alone. We ought to reach the harbor by tonight. Aye, that is good news to be certain. He did not sound certain. Not at all. Neither was she, though she knew their uncertainty stemmed from different places. He was uncertain of how they would manage to demand ransom and successfully collect it. She was uncertain of whether she wanted to part ways with him at all. Quinn had gone from an adversary, her captor, to the closest thing to a friend she'd ever had. Childhood friends were something else entirely, and they were all she had ever known. This man, infuriating and rough and contentious though he was, had earned her respect, her gratitude, her admiration. Her affection, which she did not dare express. What a fool he would take her for. He sighed deeply, and in the very faint light which streamed down from above deck, she saw the way he rubbed his hands together, the way he stroked his stubble-covered jaw. You are concerned, she whispered. Would that she might comfort him at this time, but there was little comfort she felt entitled to give. How fantastical, a captive woman wishing to offer comfort to her captor. A man who had once held a dirk to her throat. A man who had ridden a horse through driving rain and thick mud in order to save her life. I am tired, he replied. You did not sleep well. Hardly at all. You said a name in your sleep. She blurted it out before she could stop herself, even though she'd taken a silent vow to never breathe a word of it. The way he had spoken in his sleep the night before. She had intended to keep it to herself, closely guarded as to avoid wounding his pride, but there was no longer a chance of that outcome. He grunted. I did. Who was it? There was no sense in lying, and she was nearly fit to burst with curiosity besides. Bridget. His expression was not to be read in the dim light. He turned away just the same, as though not to betray his reaction. I am sorry, she whispered, suddenly wishing she hadn't said a word. Suddenly more curious than ever before. I ought not to have mentioned it. It was only that you seemed very uneasy. Fitful. That is all. That was an understatement. He'd sounded furious at first when he spoke her name, before mumbling words Ismane had been unable to make sense of and finally sighing. The sigh was what had most gripped her heart. The sigh of a broken-hearted man. He had slept again after that, while she had fought sleeplessness until dawn broke and the ship came alive with activity. Asking herself all the while who Bridget was to him, and why he'd sighed so pitifully. It's I who ought to apologize, lass, he murmured. If I woke ye. No matter. She stifled a yawn. I'm glad it was ye who heard the name, and not one of my friends. Bryce would never have let me hear the end of it if I'd spoken of a woman in my sleep, Quinn chuckled. She thought she heard a bitter edge there. They already make light of my way with women. This intrigued her, and stirred jealousy in her breast. You have a way with women? She asked, keeping her voice light. As though it mattered not. Aye, he whispered. Or so they say. Nothing serious, mind ye. This did not soothe her. If they heard you were dreaming of a woman, then, they would never allow you to hear the end of it. You've summed it up well, he snorted. Mind ye, we laugh and jest with each other and none of us takes it seriously. But there are certain things a man does not want to hear those around him laughing over. And Bridget is one of those things, she whispered with a sinking heart. He was still in love with this Bridget then. She ought to have known he was not truly free. She made a fool of me, and I would rather not be reminded of it. His hands clenched tight at his sides, nearly at eye level with her when she sat. How she longed to take one of those fists and ease it open, to hold his hand. To press her lips to his palm and whisper of how all would be well. The impulse frightened her with its suddenness and strength. He looked down at her, unaware of the alarming direction her thoughts had taken. We were to be wed, or so I believed, he explained in a short, curt tone. We met when I passed through on the way to Largs, with the rest of my unit, and camped a short distance from her village. She came out along with a group of young lasses, to provide food and wine to as many as could be fed. He snorted. I suspect some of her friends were looking to collect the hard-earned wages of the soldiers they served, if you get my meaning. Ismene blushed. They were of a certain sort of women, in other words. Those who made a living by servicing men. For all I know, she was one of them as well, he admitted. I knew nothing of such things, young as I was. Barely 17 at the time, into the army straight from the farm, unaware of the ways of the world, no matter how experienced and impressive I imagined myself. It is difficult to imagine I was ever so daft. She paid special attention to me throughout my encampment, a comely thing with fire-red hair and eyes as green as new spring grass. We took walks along the river and spoke of our lives, what we wanted for ourselves. She said time and again how she wished to escape her village, how unhappy she was with her life. Now I understand why she might have been. But at the time, I imagined myself as her hero. She nodded. What else was she to do? I thought I was a man capable of making such decisions, he explained, glancing at Ismene. A brave one at that, one willing to fight as I did and perhaps die for the sake of a greater cause. I thought I knew everything, the way only young men do. Young women do as well, she pointed out with a wry smile, thinking of herself. I suppose it is so, he admitted. I asked her to be my wife, to marry me when the war was finished. She jumped at the chance. I was happier that night than I had ever been in all my years. He turned his face away again. It is too shameful to be born truly. I gave her all the money I had, which was not much, but I had earned it with the sweat of my brow. I told her to hold it for me, that I would come back for her once the fighting was done and we could be wed. Ismene's heart sank. What a foolish young man he was indeed. I suppose you can imagine what happened when I looked for her in that little village, he recounted with a bitter laugh. She was gone, long since gone, with my heart and my money and my hopes for the future. I had fought with her on my mind ever since that night. Marched with her in my heart. The only thing to keep me going when things were worst was the thought that I would be returning to her. Imagine then how humiliating it was to find that not only had she long since run away, but every man in the village knew who she was. And I do mean every man. That was a long time ago, Ismene whispered, wondering if she ought to speak at all but unable to remain silent when he was clearly pained by the memory. You said yourself how young and unknowing you were. There is no cause to hold on to any anger or resentment toward yourself for falling into a trap. Just the same, he muttered. I will never forget the shame of that day, hearing them laugh behind my back when I turned away. She imagined this, imagined the younger version of Quinn going from place to place, asking anyone he met about the young woman he had fallen in love with, over the course of a few riverside walks. How they must have laughed at him indeed, if Bridget was the sort of woman he'd described. He was hardly the first man she'd taken money from, but her methods had been terribly dishonest in this case. Painfully so. She wished nothing more just then than to hold him, to soothe his heart. She could not. No matter how close he was to her, merely a breath away, he might as well have been on the other side of the world. I am sorry I spoke of it, she said, meaning every word. He shrugged. It matters not. I am only sorry I woke you with my memories. Would that I might be able to rid myself of them. Indeed. She wished that for him as well.
Chapter 22. All ashore. The captain's voice rang out over the din of activity both inside the ship and throughout the harbor. It sent a chill to Quinn's heart, knowing this would mark the end of his quest. If all went well, he would have his ransom by the following day and would be on his way back to Scotland, back to Lennox. He'd already taken far too long. Would his brother still be alive and healthy by the time he reached the prison? He studied Ismene from the corner of his eye. She was unreadable, lost in thought. What was she feeling as they prepared to disembark? What did she truly think of him, of what he was about to make her do? A quick flash of a smile soothed him somewhat, telling him there was nothing to fear. Not that he had feared, or so he told himself. He would be able to bear never seeing her again, as long as he knew she did not think poorly of him. If her memories of him and their time together were pleasant as could be under the circumstances, he would rest well at night. "We will take lodging at an inn off the harbour," he reminded her, "and that is where you will set about writing the letter to the Marquis. I'm certain someone in the village would accept a few pence for the trouble of transporting it." They had decided the previous evening to take this course of action. Ismene would write an impassioned letter to the Marquis, telling him she had been taken captive, and that her captor demanded a ransom for her safe passage to his estate. She would call upon her personal ties to the man. She had still not revealed them to Quinn, insisting on keeping her private affairs to herself. Even after he had spilled out his heart to her, sharing the most shameful tale in a life full of shameful tales. For he was not proud of many things he'd done. Lives he had taken for whatever reason. Some men bragged of such doings, but not him. Bridget, however, was entirely another matter. For she had made a fool of him, and this was not something he suffered easily. After so many years and so much more life lived, he still felt the acute sting of wounded pride and a broken heart whenever his memory took him back to that horrid day in the village. Were it not for her, might he have settled down with some likely lass? Perhaps, after all, when Bryce had approached him with an offer to join the band of traveling soldiers Quinn would come to think of as his family, he had accepted because there was nothing better to aspire to. Bridget had taken the heart from him, plain and simple, and he had lived a wanderer's life as a result. Foolish, and he knew it well. He'd never been the type to lie to himself about his actions, not like some who would fight to their dying breath in an attempt to defend themselves. He had no difficulty looking back on that quickly made decision, and knowing it had been made with far too little consideration for his future. At the time, he'd been certain of having no future. He had even considered for the briefest of moments, when his shame and desolation were at their worst, the notion of getting himself killed in a tavern brawl or throwing himself into the swift-moving river. He did not regret agreeing to join up with Roderick, Bryce and Fergus. They had shared many good times, had seen many adventures, and had benefited handsomely from nearly all of it. He had also experienced the pleasure of watching two of the three wed the women they loved. But his pleasure had been short-lived, for the question of what his life might have become, had Bridget been true to her word, lingered always in the back of his mind. No amount of riding or hunting or laughing with his friends or even bedding agreeable lasses could wipe that question away. He had only shared the full depth of the story with Ismene. No one else. Yet she still held him at arm's length. Perhaps this was for the best, he reasoned, as they climbed the ladder to the deck. Any intimacy between them would come to an end soon enough. Why burden themselves with unnecessary grief on parting? Leaving her would already be difficult enough. The captain greeted them on sight. "There ye are. It's sorry I am to see ye go." It was Ismene he spoke to, Quinn noted. They had become quite friendly in just 2 days. "We thank you for your kindness," she smiled, extending a hand to shake his. "If ever ye wish to return, I'll be staying in dock for a few days before sailing back with a shipment," he explained. "I would normally continue around France but must reach Edinburgh. These sudden changes of schedule are a plague, but there's little I can do about it if I'm to make my living. Back and forth, then back again. 'Tis not an easy life, but I enjoy seeing new faces all the time." And it seemed he enjoyed speaking of his life as well, Quinn observed. Or perhaps he simply enjoyed speaking to a lovely lass. "I'm sure I would as well, had I not been born a woman." They laughed together as if sharing a joke. Exactly what had Quinn missed while holed up below deck? He asked her as much once they were off the ship, and she waved him off with a soft laugh. "He is a kind man," she smiled. "Perhaps you might be able to return to Scotland with him." "Nay, lass," he muttered with a shake of his head. "Remember, I am your escort. It would not do for me to return to his ship in my own tunic, speaking not a word of French." "Ah, of course. I had forgotten," she frowned. "Now is the time I need most for ye to remember what we're at here," he said, watching her closely. She was not about to fail him, was she? As though she heard his silent question, Ismene threw back her shoulders and gave him an icy stare. I told you, I only forgot for a moment. I will not forget again. You had best not. It was only then that Quinn took his first look around Cherbourg, or what he could see of it from the docks. They might as well have been back in Berghead were it not for the difference in language, a thick, guttural dialect which Quinn's ears found unpleasant, even harsh at times. They do not all speak French, Ismene explained as they elbowed their way through group after group. I do not recognize all of it, but I suppose people from many regions move through this port on their way to England and Scotland. Aye, 'tis a reasonable sailing, he replied. She shot him a look of warning. Remember what we're at here, she said, echoing the words he'd spoken only minutes earlier. Take care of what you say and when you speak. Naturally. He carried a sword bearing the crest of a French family. It would not do for him to speak with a Scottish brogue. He clamped his mouth shut, as he looked up and down the row of buildings which faced the docks on the other side of a wide, muddy road. He pointed to one on the end, and Ismene took his meaning. They crossed the road with care, dodging carts and carriages moving in both directions. 3 men led a group of roughly a dozen squealing pigs down the very center, likely on their way to or from one of the ships. Ismene laughed at the pink pigs, which insisted upon taking up more of the roadway than they should. I always feel sorry for the poor things, she confessed. I used to hate seeing father or his men returning from a hunt with their kills. I do not need to be reminded that what I'm about to eat had a life of its own, even if it did not have benefit of a soul. That was so entirely something only she would say, and it brought a smile to his face. He would miss her presence indeed. She was refreshing. Ismene made a motion with one hand, signaling him to remain outside while she did business with the innkeeper. A smart idea that, as he would not wish to become over-familiar with the man. The fewer chances for him to be remembered, the better. Only it was not to be. Moments after she stepped inside, Ismene appeared in the doorway and waved him inside. What was the trouble? She would not say, nor did she give any hint as to the look of perturbation which creased her forehead and drew down the corners of her mouth. The innkeeper was a short little man, full of nervous energy. He looked Quinn up and down while Quinn made a point of lowering his head, allowing the brim of his hat to cover his eyes. My escort, Ismene explained, touched her throat gingerly, then spoke in French. He had never heard her use the language before, learned from her mother like as not. The innkeeper nodded, casting an eye toward the sword in Quinn's belt, then proceeded to do business with Ismene. He seemed agreeable, even eager to show them upstairs to their rooms. Propriety dictated they not share the same lodgings, which Quinn understood well, even if it meant spending pence with which he would rather not part. He reminded himself of the windfall he would earn shortly, and this picked up his spirits considerably. Would that they could get on with it. Ismene asked the innkeeper a question, judging by the way her voice went up at the end, and the innkeeper seemed obliging. He went downstairs and reappeared almost instantly, handing her a rolled-up strip of parchment, an inkpot and a quill, and a stick of wax. She bowed, nodding, and disappeared into her room. Quinn made a show of entering his room for the sake of manners, but the moment the short innkeeper was downstairs, he joined Ismene in her chambers. It was a room like his, small, suitable for their purposes, with a straw tick-bed and a basin. She unrolled the parchment on the surface of the table which held the basin. "What did ye tell him?" Quinn whispered, sitting on the bed. "When ye held your hand to your throat." "I told him you were wounded in battle years ago, and could no longer speak," she murmured as she wrote her message for the Marquis, sounding as though this sort of subterfuge was something she engaged in on a daily basis. As though it were nothing at all. He marveled at her. "I cannot believe ye came up with such a lie on the spot, lass." "I did not come up with it on the spot," she admitted, glancing at him with an embarrassed smile. "I thought about it on the ship, truth be told." He grinned, shaking his head at her resourcefulness. The lass could make a living at such work if she chose to do so, with her intelligence and a type of gentle beauty which inspired trust from even the most hard-bitten, cautious men. Had she not earned his trust after all? She showed him the message once she had finished writing it. He did not use French when writing to me, so I did not use it in my reply, she explained. I told him I've been taken prisoner, and you demand £10 for my safe return. Once you have the £10, you will release me, and see to it that I make it safely to his estate. The innkeeper tells me it is no more than 2 or 3 hours from here. And he did not seem to harbor any doubts as to our reason for being here. Not at all, she assured him as she lit a candle. I explained that we've come to the end of a long journey, and would like to sleep before making our way to the estate, and he was more than gracious in offering us the use of a room for the night. He laughed. I'm certain he was more than pleased. She held the wax over the candle until it began to melt. Quickly. Your sword. My sword? She nodded. I will use the crest to seal the letter. She truly was a gifted woman. When she dripped wax onto the folded parchment, he pressed the sword's engraved crest onto it to transfer the symbol of the D'Orsay family. He waited at the top of the stairs, listening as she did what they had planned. She offered a young man a shilling to deliver the letter with all haste to the Marquis, and from the young man's tone of awe and wonder it was clear he was all too pleased to oblige. Now we wait, she whispered upon returning to her chambers. She shrugged as she sat, groaning while stretching her injured leg. I suppose we ought to change the bandages once more, he mused. She looked up at him, the glow of the candle reflected in her wide eyes. This will be the last time we do, she observed in a tone of wonder. Aye, it will be that, he agreed. The last time he would be able to help her. By the morning, they would likely part ways and never see each other again. It was unthinkable, but there was the truth. They were never meant to be together, for longer than it took to reach Cherbourg. She lifted her kirtle just past the knee, where Quinn was heartened to see nothing but clean bandage. No seeping, no bleeding, he reported while she looked away. She could never stand to look at the wound, though it was her leg involved. Do you have pain? He asked, kneeling by the bed. Not very much. Discomfort mainly. Nothing to concern yourself with. She forced a smile, her face still turned away. You have a great deal of strength, he murmured as he applied a fresh bandage, then lowered the hem of her kirtle for the sake of discretion. It had been a rather fine garment when they had first met, but a week and more of hard travel had roughened it considerably. Had he allowed her to bring along her other possessions, it might have been saved. Thank you, as do you, she added, blushing a bit. And I am sorry I did not allow ye to bring what was inside the trunk, he murmured before daring to place his hand over hers. I was foolish and cruel. She bit her lip, chin trembling. It's done, she whispered. There is nothing we can do to change it now. Just the same. I am sorry for the way I behaved then. If I could go back and do it again. I know. Her hand turned under his, her fingers curling between his until their hands were firmly clasped. It was a wondrous thing, the simple touch of her palm against his. He would never touch her again. He looked up into her eyes, which seemed to hold all of the answers to questions he'd never known existed in his heart. Her full lips parted, reminding him that he would never taste them as he had so longed to do since early in their journey. He would never ride with her in front of him, her body clinging to his, her warmth and softness nearly more than he could stand. He would never know the simple pleasure of being near the woman again. Nor would he revisit the joy of hearing her laugh, of listening as she shared a part of her soul with him. Not that she was ever aware of doing so, but she did just the same. As she had when they'd seen the pigs in the road. She'd shared such a simple memory, which had revealed much more than intended about a gentle spirit with a core of iron at its center. Damn it all. He had fallen in love with her. When a knock sounded at the door, he jumped away from her as though he'd been on the verge of doing something foolish. Perhaps he had. He waited at the foot of the bed, both angered and relieved at the interruption, while Ismene answered. The innkeeper looked past her to where Quinn stood, then back to Ismene. He said something in French, then in broken English. Downstairs. Young man for you. They exchanged a look of surprise. It was far too soon for him to have returned. He ought not to have been back until morning. Perhaps he ran into trouble, Ismay murmured, following the innkeeper without protest. Quinn reached for her, wishing to pull her back, his every instinct screaming that something was most certainly wrong. He was not supposed to be able to speak, however, which meant that following her was the most he could hope to do in the situation. He was close at her heels when they reached the first floor. Ismay reached for his hand the moment the pair of tall, smirking guards stepped out from the shadows just inside the door. Guards who wore the same uniform as Quinn.
Chapter 23. What is this? Ismay asked, stalling for time, looking from one of the tall, wide-shouldered guards to the other. They knew. They had to know. They must have been looking for her in the harbor, knowing that she and her escorts should have arrived long before then if they had set sail from Inverness. The Marquis had sent a pair of men to inquire. And the innkeeper had told them where to find her. She noted the way he slipped off, as soon as he delivered the two of them to the guards. You do not belong in that uniform, one of the guards smirked, shaking his head at Quinn. You are not one of us. Her mind whirled, her thoughts moving in 100 directions. What should she say? One of them held the letter she had written, meaning they had intercepted the young man, or that the young man had known all along that the Marquis to whom she'd written was looking for a young Scottish woman. The wax seal was broken. They had read the letter. Meaning they would believe Quinn truly kidnapped her, and had been awaiting ransom. She could not defend him, or they would know she had been lying when she wrote it. She had entered the inn with Quinn, and had not reported her captivity to the innkeeper. He could easily relate this to the Marquis, if called upon to do so. They had made the wrong decision at every turn, both of them, and ensnared themselves. This went through her head in a flash, while the two guards took hold of Quinn's arms. Wait, please, he begged. This man has not harmed me. Has not harmed you, one of the guards laughed. Why did you write your letter then? How are we to believe this man did not coerce you into asking for his reward? One look from Quinn stopped her from replying. It is all right, he assured her with a smile. You do not have to lie any longer. I kidnapped you, I dragged you to France, this is what I deserve. No, she protested, tears flowing down her cheeks. They would kill him. The Marquis will wish to see you, one of the two men informed her. We have a carriage waiting outside. She had no choice but to follow, and she knew it. If she fought, they would merely mistreat her as they mistreated Quinn, who they shoved out of the inn and into the street. The carriage which waited was a fine one, black and shining, the door bearing the D'Orsay crest in gold. Two beautiful black geldings were hitched to the front, reminding her of the pair they'd ridden through Scotland. You won't be needing this, one of the guards snarled as he tore the sword from Quinn's belt, then for good measure he took Quinn's dirk. All this, said the other, stripping him of the purse he wore about his waist. Ismay clapped a hand over her mouth. That was everything he had in the world, everything he had worked for to save his brother. I will take that, she said, holding out a hand. He stole it from me after all. Even in spite of the terrible state he was in, one corner of Quinn's mouth quirked up in a smile which quickly disappeared under the scrutiny of the guards. You stole this from her? One of the guards shoved him into the carriage, his body landing with a thud inside. Meanwhile the other handed her the purse, and her heart sang. At least Quinn would be able to keep what he had earned, or rather stolen. It was so easy for her to forget the true nature of their acquaintance. Thank you, she smiled at the guard so as to curry whatever favor she might. I thought I had seen the last of my treasure. Has the dog harmed ye? The guard asked, helping her into the driver's box while Quinn and the other guard remained inside the carriage. No, in fact, she added, wishing to shine a favorable light upon him, he saved my life on more than one occasion. That was why I grew alarmed when you first took hold of him, as he treated me so well. And how did he do that? The guard joined her, taking the reins and tapping then against the horses' backs. I will tell you the tale as we ride, she promised with a smile. Just like that they were off. Away from the harbor, away from the inn and its dishonest owner. Her stomach twisted in knots all the way, the dark shadowy woods doing little to soothe her troubled soul. Quinn would surely pay the price for having taken her, and that was the last thing she wanted. If only she might convince the Marquis that he meant no harm, that he was nothing more than a desperate man hoping to help his family. Would it matter? She knew not. But her leg bore the evidence of his care and consideration. If he had not cared for her well-being, he would not have taken her to a healer. She knew by then that the best they could hope for was to save Quinn's life. He would no longer collect a ransom, and that was a terrible pity. But as long as he remained alive, and if she could somehow return the purse to him, he might still be able to return to Scotland, and do whatever it took to earn the rest. Not the ideal outcome, but the one they had been given to work for. A wolf howled, making her jump. The guard chuckled. Not to worry. The Marquis's horses are the swiftest in Cherbourg, along with being the most beautiful. They can outrun anything. I am glad to know it, she whispered, meaning every word. There was no escaping the sense of eyes staring at her from the darkness, eyes which glowed with a ravenous light. She had always hated the woods in the dark, never more so than just then, when her nerves were all but destroyed, and the humble supper she'd shared with Quinn on the ship threatened to revisit her in a most gruesome fashion. What was she going to do? The moon had fully risen by the time they crested one final hill, allowing them a view of the entirety of the Marquis's estate, which stretched out below. Even in her panic, Ismay noted the imposing impressive which sat in the center of it all, the river which ran through the estate coursing past the long tall walls of grey stone. At two corners were rounded towers which stretched above the tops of the crenellated walls, and from inside the walls rose a tall square tower from which guards must have kept watch. All around it was some of the loveliest land she had ever laid eyes upon, covered at the north and west by juniper trees, which glowed silver in the moonlight. The river, cutting from west to east, sparkled in the same light, reminding her of the river by which she had lived her entire life. Was her grandfather's estate anything like this? If so, she would not know what to do with it. Quinn asked the guard inside the carriage a question which Ismay could not make out, but it was enough just to hear his voice and remember the great danger he was in. Why had they not formed a plan in case of emergency? Had they been foolish enough to believe nothing would go wrong? They rode over a stone bridge which spanned the river, then followed the road straight up to the castle door. Ismay craned her neck to peer up at the tower, knowing someone up there was looking down at her. And that they had likely sent word to the Marquis of her arrival. Two young men opened the double doors, revealing the whirl of activity inside the castle walls. The guard drove the horses through and into a courtyard, where another pair of lads were quick to unhitch the animals, while the guard helped Ismay from the carriage. He began to lead her away into the keep, where an old woman in a headscarf waited. Might I not speak to him first? Ismay asked, casting a look over her shoulder to where the second guard pulled Quinn from the carriage. She had once watched a flock of birds fall upon a wounded rabbit, and tear it to pieces. One moment, there had been not a bird in sight. The next, the entire world went black, as one shiny black bird after another came seemingly from nowhere at all to join in the feast. This was what the sight of so many guards descending upon Quinn brought to mind. She bit her lip to hold back a cry of pure anguish, even as her feet carried her to the front door of the castle's keep. So this is the young woman we've awaited so anxiously, the old woman said, examining Ismay with a shrewd eye. So be it. The Marquis will be glad to have you here at last. Something about this seemed strange to Ismay, though she could not understand exactly what set her instincts aflame. As far as the Marquis and his household were concerned, she was nothing more than a guest of the house. There to conduct the business of settling her grandfather's estate. Then again, she reasoned, if the two of them were close, it made perfect sense for him to regard her with a proprietary air. Like as not, he'd promised her grandfather to take care of her. Come, the woman bade, waving for Ismay to follow her. You'll want to bathe, I'm sure, and to change out of that filthy rag. Her kirtle had once been the finest garment she owned. Her mother had seen to its creation. She ran her hands down the front of it as she followed the fleet-footed woman through stone-floored corridors, passing beneath massive iron chandeliers and pointed archways. It does need a washing, she admitted, chuckling more from nerves than humor. The woman snorted. It needs to burn in the fire, that's what it needs. Ismene bristled at this slight, though she did her best to conceal her ire. Just the same, I have nothing else. I lost my trunk in Scotland, on the road. Not to worry, my dear. The old woman led her up a wide set of stairs, then down a corridor, and into a bedchamber, where a metal washtub sat in front of a blazing fire. Two young women were only just in the process of filling it with steaming water, when Ismene entered. They curtsied and went back to their work, leaving the room in haste once they'd finished. The old woman clasped her hands together, looking about the lavish room. Well then, I will leave you alone to have your bath, unless you require assistance in washing your hair, or anything of the sort. No, Ismene stuttered. I haven't lived with servants, so I am accustomed to performing such tasks on my own. What struck her as amusing was the way in which the woman, clearly a member of the household's workers, wrinkled her nose in distaste at the notion of a young woman living without servants. Ismene would have wagered nearly anything that the woman had never received the assistance of a servant girl in all her life. Very well then, was the reply. There is a fresh kirtle for you on the bed, along with underdrawers and stockings. I suppose you will be a bit thin for them, but they will suffice. Clothing had been laid out for her. Thank you very much. It was Ismene's deepest desire to be alone with her thoughts, of which there were many. She hurried the woman from the room and leaned against the closed door, taking in her surroundings once again. It was quite grand on the whole. Stone walls held up a ceiling of wooden boards with thick beams stretching from the far wall to the one behind her, in the center of which hung an iron chandelier such as those she had seen throughout the keep. Touching the center of the wall to her left was the head of a large wooden bed, with carved posters at the corners, and rich heavy velvet curtains in deep emerald green. Opposite the foot of the bed sat the large fireplace, logs crackling away inside as they burned. A pair of chairs sat off to the side, moved away to make room for the washtub. Beside it stood a small table which held a cake of brown soap, and several linen sheets for drying. Just as the servant woman had promised, a fresh kirtle had been laid out across the bed. She fingered the fine cloth, dyed a lovely shade of blue, and admired the softness of the stockings and undergarments lying beside. She merely wondered what all of this was about. Why did she deserve this? While she may have been a family friend, she was a stranger. Was the Marquis truly this hospitable? She did not know how French nobility conducted themselves in such matters, after all. She knew nothing of any nobility whatsoever. The washtub called to her, its contents still sending up steam in thin wisps. She was quick to strip down, then to unwind the bandage from her leg. She touched tender fingers to the closed healing wound, and was pleased to see how well it looked. There would be a scar, like as not, running from the outside of her mid-thigh nearly to her knee, but that was preferable to losing her leg. Or her life. It was a struggle not to think of Quinn, as she lowered herself into the hot water, her muscles relaxing deliciously as she did. The water was scented with some wonderful oil, perfuming her skin and hair as she washed. When she ran the soap over her leg, she remembered how gently Quinn had applied her bandage at the inn. Hours had passed since then, though it might just as well have been a lifetime. Wherever he was, it was likely that he did not bathe in perfumed water. No more than half of an hour passed, before there was a brisk knock at the door. Before she could answer, having just stood and wrapped herself in a sheet, the old woman entered the room once again. "You are not yet dressed." It was not a question. "I am sorry, I was not aware of the need to hurry," she apologized. The woman sighed, her already wrinkled forehead wrinkling further in displeasure. "Just as well, I suppose. I will send one of the girls in to brush and braid your hair. Do not protest, please," she added, holding up a hand when Ismene opened her mouth to do just that. She was quick to dry and dress after that, fearing what might happen if she did not put on speed. A young girl entered moments later with a comb which she worked through Ismene's wet curls with deft motions. She spoke not a word, and thus it was a surprise when she stepped away. Ismene touched the smooth braid. "Thank you," she smiled. The girl smiled back but gave no reply. Now then, the old woman declared, clapping her hands together twice to signal the entrance of the same young women who had filled the tub, it is time to see the Marquis. He has been waiting most anxiously for your arrival. Evidently so. All Ismene could do was wonder why. Chapter 24. The Marquis was enjoying a late supper, the woman informed her, as they walked in customarily rapid fashion through the lower floor of the keep. Ismene nearly had to run to keep up, which did her leg no favors. She also wished to take her time, so that she might better appreciate all that was around her. They passed so many open doors, but there was no time to even glance inside. How did a marquis live, after all? Are you hungry? The woman inquired, not bothering to favor Ismene with so much as a backward glance. I am, Ismene admitted. Excuse me, but what is your name? Why do you ask? Ismene blushed. I wish to thank you for your assistance, but I do not know how to address you. I am Madame Jean, she replied. I have the run of the household. That much was evident, from the way the woman need only clap her hands to issue a command. Thank you, Madame Jean, Ismene smiled. I was very much in need of a bath. It helped greatly. Yes, you were. Ismene could not see the woman's face, but she would have wagered there was a sneer on those thin lips. She did not like Madame Jean. The smell of roast duck cast all other concerns from Ismene's head, every concern but Quinn, and she followed the intoxicating aroma to the banquet hall which sat at the far end of the keep. The walls were rounded, bringing to mind the two rounded corners which Ismene had noted from outside, giving the room the appearance of a half-circle. A long wide table ran the length of the room, with several smaller tables positioned nearer the windows. Candles burned up and down the table's length, and in the trio of chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. All of that for one single man, seated at the table's head with a feast spread out before him. The first thing Ismene noted was his considerable girth. The man was not merely portly. He was enormous, with several chins and a stomach which hung far past a leather belt positioned low on his hips. His thick fingers expertly picked meat from the bones of the roasted bird before him, before wide purple-tinged lips opened to accept a new morsel. He was a man who enjoyed food and drink, to be sure. He had the wealth with which to do so. So you have finally graced my home with your presence, he declared, wiping both hands on the linen tablecloth before standing. She found him to be shorter than herself by half a head, and his thick hair was more grey than black. He was likely older than her father, perhaps a contemporary of her grandfather. I offer my sincere apologies for the delay, she smiled, as he helped her into a chair at his right hand, trying not to look directly at the stain in the center of his chest. Judging from what she surveyed before her on the table, he had dripped gravy. I understand you ran into a fair bit of trouble along the way, my dear. He patted her hand, leaving grease behind which he dearly longed to wipe clean, before taking his seat once again. Please eat your fill. You look as though you need the nourishment. She helped herself to roasted potatoes and turnips, stewed apples, a duck leg, a hunk of crusty bread. Quinn will not be eating so well. The thought robbed her of an appetite, no matter how enticing the aroma which filled the air. Rather than tucking in, she pushed the food back and forth on her plate. What did you do with the man captured in the village? She asked. He never harmed me, I swear to you. The Marquis shrugged as he licked something from his fingers, turning her stomach even further. He held you captive, did he not? He wished to collect a ransom for your safe delivery. I can only imagine the terrible things you endured, while in the presence of such a brute. He was all kindness and sympathy, but Ismene was sharper than he gave her credit for. She sensed an undercurrent of disgust, even anger. Would she not be angry too, upon finding out that a man had endeavored to take money from her? He saved me from a true brute, she argued. A man who wished to take me away and harm me greatly. Killed him then, did he? Yes, he did. There was no other choice in the matter. I was wounded before the man died, and the wound became gravely infected. Quinn, the man you captured, took me to a healer and paid dearly for her services. I would most certainly have died were it not for him. The Marquis nodded slowly. I see. You do realize, however, that you would never have been attacked in such a manner when left in the care of my guards? And that you would not have needed the attention of a healer, were it not for that attack? One of your guards had already been killed by a band of thieves, shortly after leaving my home, she informed him. Leon. He sighed, shaking his head mournfully. A great loss, to be sure. What of Geoffrey? Quinn tied him to a tree, she admitted, her cheeks flushing at the memory. So you are telling the truth? Her eyes widened. Why would I lie? Why would you write a letter, claiming you were in danger from a man who you now claim did you no harm? He did not wait for her reply before continuing. Geoffrey returned to me 2 days ago. It seems a rescuer found him tied to that tree, and provided him with clothing and passage to France. So he had already known of her kidnapping before they had stepped foot on French soil. What fools they had been. I am glad to hear Geoffrey is well, she murmured, looking down at her plate. As for the letter, you can imagine the pressure I was under to say and do what I felt must be said and done. I wanted only to make my arrival finally, to settle my grandfather's estate, and come into possession of what was mine. I would have returned the £10 to you from the state, I swear it. It seemed so little an amount for a man such as yourself, while to Quinn it would mean the world. He needs it for his brother. I care nothing for what a thief needs, the Marquis sneered. And as for returning the sum to me, from the estate of your grandfather. She waited to hear how he would finish his statement. Once again her instinct screamed a warning. Something was very wrong. My dear, he whispered, leaning toward her. It took all of her self-control not to lean back away from him. My dear, you seem to be mistaken as to the nature of this arrangement. She swallowed, suddenly glad she had not taken a bite of food from his table. It might come back up. What do you mean? She twisted the tablecloth around her fists, under the table, her nerves strained to the breaking point at this turn of events. What had only just been a solicitous, sympathetic look in his eye turned hard. Cold. You see, your grandfather did not leave the entirety of his estate to you. She stammered. But your letter. I did not tell a lie, he informed her, drinking from his chalice as though he had not a care in the world. He might just as well have been holding a conversation with a friend. The estate is to be yours, or rather is meant to pass into the hands of your family. My family? My family is dead, she whispered, knowing this was not his meaning but needing to stall for time because his words made no sense. I was not speaking of that family, he chortled. I know they are dead. Your grandfather was well aware of it too. He kept accounts of their dealings over the years, which was how he knew of your existence. Louise certainly never sent word. Perhaps she forgot how to write, living with heathen brutes as she did, and she certainly never deigned to reply to the letters which sent her. I take offense to that, Ismene was quick to reply, no longer caring whether this terrible man found her rude or unbecoming. My father was not a heathen, nor was he a brute. He loved my mother very dearly, and she loved him. They were dear parents, always kind to me, and we lived quite happily. I do not care one way or another for your memories. He sounded bored now, leaning back in the chair with his hands folded over his bulging stomach. Louise was far too good for any filthy Highlander. She was raised to be the wife of a nobleman, to hold court with the brightest of French society. Instead she chose to debase herself. You cannot say that in my presence. She was close to flying into a rage of temper, and she knew it, but it mattered little. If anything, the Marquis seemed amused. As a cat would while toying with a mouse. At any rate, he continued, waving a greasy hand in her direction, there was no chance of a fine, upstanding man such as your grandfather leaving his estate to the daughter of a brute and his bride. Not entirely to her, that is. She was beginning to see the truth of her situation. Why had she not seen it before? It had all been too good to be true, had it not? When her father had taken such pains to leave her a small parcel of land, how could even a powerful nobleman leave everything he owned to a mere unmarried girl? The Marquis raised an eyebrow. Did you know your mother was betrothed before she took the ship to Scotland? She was? Oh yes, he whispered, his voice dropping to something like a snake's hiss. Yes, she was. She was to wed someone more worthy of her. Someone who would offer her everything she deserved, who would allow her to shine like the jewel she was. For she was the most beautiful, the cleverest, the most sparklingly witty young woman in all of Cherbourg. And all Ismene could do was hold back tears of pity for her poor mother, for she now understood what had sent Louise to Scotland. She had been on the run from an arranged marriage, and had happened to meet the man she'd been destined for along the way. Otherwise, she might have married the Marquis d'Orsay. The very thought was an abomination, in Ismene's opinion. To think of her beautiful, gentle, delicate mother marrying this disgusting animal of a man, and he thought Connor Fraser was beneath Louise? It was nearly amusing, in light of the slovenly manner of the man before her. She refused you and you intend to right that wrong, Ismene whispered, eyes locked with his. A slow smile spread across his thick lips. I had heard you were a clever girl. If you intend to claim your inheritance, you must marry me. Otherwise, any claim you stake is considered null and void. Your grandfather wished for the family line to be brought back to France, to have the Highlander blood bred out. And it will be, my girl. I do not have to do this, she insisted. Oh, but you do. You have no say in the matter, he reminded her. You a woman? Who are you to stand up to what's been set forth and agreed upon? You will marry me, and you will inherit the estate. Those are the terms of your grandfather's will. He leaned in again, his wine-soaked breath hitting her like a sour cloud. And I intend to see to it that you abide by those terms.
Chapter 25. You do not understand. This is outrageous. Quinn struggled against the grip of the two guards, only for them to respond by pulling him all the harder. He fell to his knees at one point, but they did not stop. Instead, they pulled him along on his knees until his trousers tore and the skin broke. One of the three guards walking in front of him grunted. We understand, all right. You do not belong in the uniform, which means you stole it. Which means you likely killed our kinsman, which means we may very well kill you. The Marquis will wish for us to wait until he's finished with this piece of filth, another guard snarled. It will be a stroke of good fortune if there is anything left of him by then. Quinn held his tongue, knowing it was useless to fight back. They wanted him to. Anything to give them an excuse to use violence. Even after he fought his way to his feet, the nearly dark tunnels made it all but impossible for him to find his footing. Water dripped from invisible sources, collecting in puddles which reeked of filth and slime. They were sure to drag him through it until it soaked his garments. There were cries coming from somewhere far away, cries of loneliness and pain. Was it merely his imagination? Were there others in those tunnels, in the cells carved from the very rock the castle was built upon? Was he merely one of many? Or was it Lennox's prison he thought of? His guilty conscience crying out, punishing him for his failure. His failure as a brother, his failure as a man. It was all for nothing, every last day spent making the slow, arduous journey to France. He had taken a chance. He had failed miserably. Perhaps it would be better for him to die. Perhaps he ought to allow the Marquis to have his way. If the guards were to be believed, he would kill Quinn or at least beat him until he stood within an inch of the end of his life. And they would do the rest. Perhaps that would be better than living with himself. They threw him into a windowless cell, the far corner of which reeked of untold amounts of human waste. So he was not the only one who had called the cell his home at one time. What did the Marquis do with his prisoners? Why did he keep prisoners at all? A heavy wooden door slammed shut, offering a sense of finality. He was going to stay there forever. There would be no escape. This did not stop him from trying the door, but it was no use. It locked from the other side, and he recalled the sound of jingling from the belt of one of the guards. If only he had been able to reach the keys. What good would it have done? They'd like as not have broken his fingers for it. There would be no chance of his escape with broken fingers. He pounded on the door with the side of one fist. "When will I see the Marquis?" he bellowed with his mouth close to the small square window cut into the door. "Ye cannot leave me in here with nothing to eat or drink, and no telling when I will see the Marquis." But they could, and they would. He leaned against the door, fighting for breath. The rough handling from the guards had left him winded, with every muscle in his body aching. His knees smarted, blood trickled down his shins. It would hardly be the first blood shed in that cell, he wagered to himself. A sobering thought, to be sure, but likely correct. There was little noise in the tunnel, nothing but the sound of footsteps made at a distance. The guards believed he had killed their kinsman. Nothing he could say would change their beliefs on this point, he knew. Men did not easily forgive those who killed their friends. Many was the time he'd reacted out of rage and vengeance on the field of battle. He would again if anyone dared threaten the lives of Roderick, Bryce, Fergus. Yes, he knew all too well. How long would they be able to contain themselves? For they would desire blood. His blood. And this Marquis, who the men had claimed would want to exact first justice. Who was he that he behaved so? While Quinn had little experience with nobility, he'd always felt fairly certain that they were above petty violence and vengeance. Perhaps he had a lot to learn. A pity that it would have to come at the cost of his health, and perhaps his life. His eyes had adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to make sense of his surroundings. Not that there was much to see. Coarse, uneven walls which still bore the mark of the tools which had carved them. A low ceiling, close enough to his head that he could press his palms to its surface without fully extending his arms. He did not wish to pace off the cell's dimensions, still unwilling to look at or go near whatever sat in that rank corner, but the walls could not be more than 5 or 6 paces apart in both directions. Never had he so been reminded of a rat in a trap. He was the rat, breathing in the stench of another's excrement, wondering vaguely about infection in the wounds he had sustained on his way to the cell. The manner in which they dragged him across the floor, through puddles of water which might have been standing there for years. Had it not been for his recent experience with infection and what it could do to a body, he would not have thought twice about it. Now, he asked himself how long he had before illness set in. Would it be a mercy? Preferable to living out his days in a cramped, wretched cell? Would Ismane be aware of what happened to him? Sharp, heavy footsteps marked the approach of a visitor. Not one of the guards, the person walking through the tunnel, wore fine shoes with heavy soles, unlike those of the guards who had dragged Quinn from the carriage. He backed away from the door just before it opened. Immediately 2 guards entered and seized his arms to keep him in place. "We'll have no fighting from you," one of them grunted, his breath reeking nearly as much as the inside of the cell. What Quinn would have given for a breath of fresh air. He did not reply, nor was there anything to say. He simply waited for what was to come. The man who stepped into the cell was at least a head shorter than Quinn, and nearly twice as large from side to side. It amazed Quinn that the man did not need to turn to the side in order to fit through the door. One step into the room and this stranger recoiled in disgust. "Not in here," he groaned through the hand he'd clamped over his nose and mouth, quickly backing out into the tunnel. "This place is not fit for man or beast." Quinn could agree with him on that point, and he wondered exactly how often the Marquis visited the dungeon which sat beneath his home. For this had to be the Marquis. Only a member of the nobility would wear such fine velvet, a cape held closed with a chain of wrought gold, and trimmed in fur he was careful to hold over one arm. One would not wish to allow such finery to trail through the muck all around, after all. It was enough to make Quinn's stomach turn even more violently than it had inside the cell, the difference between the nobleman himself and the conditions he forced his prisoners to exist in. Only a nobleman would have the luxury of growing so rotund, another reason for Quinn to believe he stood in the presence of the Marquis. Rich food, and so much of it, would be in short supply otherwise. This brought to mind the image of thin, careworn peasants who'd watched his progress from inside the doorways of their homes along the way from the village. Quinn would have wagered the food the man threw away alone would have provided handsomely for those half-starved peasants, to say nothing of the food he ingested, which must have been a great deal. Every meal a feast for certain. "Light the torches," the Marquis ordered in an offhand tone. "I wish to look at our visitor. I would like to know exactly who makes his home in my dungeon. Exactly who thought it a prudent decision to kill my guards." He held up one fleshy hand, as though in an effort to stop Quinn from speaking. "I warn you, do not lie to me. A man would not go to such trouble escorting a young woman from Scotland, if there were not something to gain. And my guards would not make it easy for him to take her, either. I implore you to speak with care." Quinn held his tongue for the time being, allowing the guards to light the wall torches nearest them before he offered a reply. When light flickered along the walls, casting the tunnel into even more distressing clarity, it was a cesspool, plain and simple. He voiced his defense. What little there was of one. "I did not kill either of your men," he insisted, standing tall, his head high. The stance of a man secure in the truth. "One of the guards had already fallen to a thief along the road when I came upon Ismane and the second guard." The Marquis's eyes narrowed before shifting to one of the guards who stood idle off to the side. That small movement, one which Quinn might not have noticed had he not been glaring at the Marquis, spurred the man to bury his fist in Quinn's stomach. He doubled over, coughing, both surprised and pained. "You will not speak her name," the Marquis warned in his thin high voice, his words clipped and precise. "I care not in the least for any familiarity you believe has grown between you. You are not worthy to speak the lady's name." It was a struggle to regain an upright position, the muscles of his abdomen cramping in reaction to the mighty blow, but he managed it. "Just the same," he insisted, "I did not kill either man. I merely tied your second man to a tree." "And stole his clothing," the Marquis noted, eyeing up the red tunic which Quinn still wore. It was a wonder none of them had stripped it from him, he realized. One final bit of humiliation to make things perfect. I did that," he admitted. "A disguise, if you will. Clever, as was tying my man to a tree. Did it occur to you that he might easily freeze, or die from exposure?" This was posed almost as a matter of curiosity, rather than an accusation. As though the man truly wished to understand Quinn's mind. It was not cold enough that night, and he was near enough to the road that he might call out for assistance. I made certain to alert him to the presence of a horse too, that he might ride it into the nearest village. The Marquis stroked the first of several chins, pursing his generous lips. They reminded Quinn of nothing so much as those of a fish. He might have laughed in different circumstances. "You were quite thoughtful to behave in such a manner, and it might please you to know that my guard returned 2 days ago. It seems he did call out for help, and the man who came to his aid provided passage fare and clothing. It had all been for nothing. The Marquis had been prepared for them. What else could he have done? Killing the guard had hardly seemed necessary at the time, but that was before Ismane's infection and the 3 days they'd spent at the healer's home. Were it not for that, they would have beaten him to Cherbourg. "What did you steal?" the Marquis demanded. "I took nothing from the carriage," Quinn swore. "I merely took the lass. It would better not to use her name, if only to keep his ribs in their proper location." "Ah, yes. You took Ismane Fraser." With that, the entire direction of the interrogation shifted, and Quinn knew this was what the man truly wished to hear of. Not that he cared so little for his guard, but that he cared much more for Ismane. The Marquis took a step closer, his eyes blazing. "You took what belonged to me. You dared place your filthy hands upon her." Quinn would have reeled back in surprise were it not for the hands holding him in place. As it was, he scrambled to make sense of the Marquis's words. "Belongs to ye," he whispered. A slow, triumphant smile spread over the man's white face. "Yes. She is mine, or rather she is to be mine."
Chapter 26. Ismane looked out the window in the center of the stone wall, the view of the estate both breathtaking and disheartening. If she were to escape, she would have to find a way off the estate without the guards sending word to the Marquis. What were the chances that none of them would bar the way? Pitifully small, she supposed. There was no use in looking out there. It only upset her more. She paced the room, wringing her hands, her stomach in knots as it had been for nearly the entire evening. Ever since they'd been captured at the inn. What was she to do? Quinn was likely in a cell somewhere in the castle. Could she find him? Even if she found him, what hope was there of freeing him? How could they get past the guards? There was one thing she felt certain of: every passing minute moved Quinn 1 minute closer to death. For why would the Marquis allow him to live? She now knew he was a terrible man, one capable of holding a grudge. Quinn had tried to steal from him. He would not forgive such a transgression. She held her head in her hands, a scream of frustration and terror bubbling up in her chest which she wasn't certain she could hold back. If Quinn died, what reason would she have to continue living? When had she fallen in love with him? It mattered not when the thing had occurred, she supposed, only that it had. She loved him with the entirety of her heart, and he was going to die. I cannot allow that to happen, she whispered to the empty bedchamber. I will not. It was quite late by then, with the moon on the descent, and she hoped this meant there would be less activity in the keep. An ear pressed to the door told of the lack of movement in the corridor. She opened it slowly, holding her breath, praying most fervently for silence. She prayed to her mother. Oh please, you know what I suffer now. Please help me. Do not turn away from me when I need you most. The door opened without a sound, and without alerting anyone to her presence in the corridor. She let out the breath she'd held, and tried to get her head about her. Where would a dungeon be? Underground, of course, but how would she reach it? Exploring the first floor would be the best chance of finding a door leading down, she supposed, so she dashed down the corridor and down the stairs, careful all the while to stay in the shadows. Only a few distant footsteps echoed from somewhere far away by the time she reached the first floor, where a wide corridor stretched out to her right and left. She traced the route from the entry in her mind, remembering the way Madame Jean had led her through the place, and knew that if she turned left and stayed the course, she would reach that door. Did she want to? What if there were people in the courtyard? Not to mention the guard tower, where someone might look down and see her. If they did, what excuse could she offer? That she was merely taking the night air? But the guards had overtaken Quinn in the courtyard, and had taken him somewhere after that. There had to be a door somewhere close by then. She merely had to find it. And should a guard demand to know what business she had out of doors, well, she would remind them of her status as the future marquise. While the notion brought nothing but disdain to her heart, she might still use it to her advantage. The night air was cool and damp, heavy with the promise of rain. Sure enough, clouds rolled in overhead, blocking out what light the moon may have provided. It enabled her to move swiftly through the courtyard with little worry, though she still kept close to the inside of the castle walls in the hope of concealing herself. All the while, she looked for a door. The sound of approaching footsteps froze her in place, her back pressed to the cold stone wall. Images of the punishment she would endure flashed through her mind all at once, which reminded her of the need for confidence, for bravery she did not truly feel. She stepped away from the wall, then, rather than cowering before it as though she were little better than a criminal. A tall figure approached, not the Marquis, as he was not even as tall as she, and when she made out his features she gasped. Geoffrey. Ismain Fraser. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. You made it, after all. So did you. I am glad you arrived safely. She meant it with all her heart. He had driven them both away from the thieves who'd overtaken them and killed Leon, in spite of the injury he had sustained and the blood which had all but blinded him. That, and he was an innocent man. He did not deserve to freeze while tied to a tree. An idea occurred to her then. She took him by the arm and pulled him into the shadows. You might be able to help me, she whispered, looking around to be certain no one else lurked nearby. How? This would not be easy. He would likely think her foolish or worse for entertaining the notion. You can show me to the dungeons where I might find Quinn. Quinn? Understanding dawned on his face, leaving him with a scowl. I see. Geoffrey, he might have killed you in the woods. He took pains to see to it you would survive. And you did survive. He never harmed me, she was quick to add. I merely wished to find him, to ask whether he's been mistreated, to see if there is anything I might do to help. There is nothing you can do to help if he's been locked in the dungeon, Geoffrey warned in a solemn tone. I have seen many men broken by the conditions there. Oh, please. She took his hands, squeezing as hard as she could. You do not understand how much it would mean to me. And you do not understand what the Marquis might do to you if he finds out you took pains to visit your captor, he warned. She nodded. I will have to take that chance then. I have no other choice. I must go to him. Will you help me? He let out a low growl, deep in the back of his throat, as though he knew that what he was about to do was the height of ill-advisedness, but he was powerless to stop himself. Follow me and do not say a word. He looked up at the guard tower, one arm thrown in front of Ismane to hold her back, then pulled her along behind him, as he crossed the courtyard and entered a small door she might never have noticed on her own. It looked ancient, was covered in moss, and squealed horribly on rotting hinges as Geoffrey pulled it open. When he did, a terrible odor emanated from the deep darkness. Ismane covered her mouth and nose. Yes, it is rather unpleasant, Geoffrey admitted, before fetching a torch from the wall inside the door and lighting it. She followed on his heels as they climbed down slime-coated stone stairs and hurried over dirt-floored tunnels. He knew the way, turning right and left without hesitation, looking both ways for signs of fellow guards. They stopped at a door which looked like so many others which lined the walls. She'd heard groaning, and the shuffling of feet coming from behind one or two along the way, and wondered who was down there, and what they'd done to deserve imprisonment in such a desolate place. This is the one. Geoffrey opened a small window in the door. You have a visitor, he murmured when he looked inside. Quinn's face appeared in the window. You, he whispered, staring at Geoffrey. I do not do this for your sake but for hers. Geoffrey stepped back, revealing Ismane. Quinn's face lit up though his eyes remained troubled. You ought not be here, lass, he warned. You must go. Geoffrey cleared his throat. I will return for you in 3 minutes. Say what it is you need to say, then we have to go. He disappeared. Ismane went to the door, pressing herself against it in spite of its filthy condition. Have they hurt you? She asked in a trembling whisper. Nothing more than I've suffered before, he chuckled. It was a dry chuckle, empty of humor. I am so sorry. I had no idea he would already know by the time we reached the harbor. Nor did I. How could anyone know? He asked. It is terrible in there, is it not? He nodded. I cannot lie. I would not choose such a place to make my home. What are we going to do? His face hardened. Ye shall be the wife of the Marquis, shall you not? She gasped. How did you know? He told me. Ye lied when ye said you were not to be his. No. I did not know that was what he intended. Furious tears overflowed onto her cheeks, stinging and hot. He lied. He fooled me into coming here, making me think my grandfather willed his estate to me. He did, but only under the condition of my marriage. I have no intention of marrying that man. Quinn softened. Ah, lass. He played ye false to be sure. He did that. And now I don't know how to get away. Ye truly do not wish to take ownership of the estate? I care nothing for estates and titles. Do you know nothing about me? He smiled a sad soft smile. Aye, lass. I do indeed. I had only forgotten. I have to get you out of here, she hissed, more desperate than ever when she knew Geoffrey might return at any moment. Before it's too late. I wish there was a way, Quinn murmured. There must be. If you can find a way to escape and take me with you, we could find a way to secure the rest of what is needed for your brother's debt. I'm certain of it. But we need to go, now. I've tried every way I can think to break this door, he muttered, thumping it with his arm. It is no use. I do not believe I can do this alone. You are correct in that, a third voice replied in Ismane's place. It is hopeless. There is no chance for you to escape. Ismane cowered against the door at the sight of the Marquis striding out from the shadows. Chapter 27. How is it that I knew the two of you would find a way to each other? He sneered at them both, his florid face as repulsive to her as ever. Ismane made it a point to stand tall before him, shoulders back and chin jutting out the way she had always seen her father stand while he faced a foe. I merely wished to see about his condition, and I found my way down here in order to do so. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. We both know that isn't so, girl. You convinced Geoffrey to show you to the dungeons. She went cold inside. How was it that he seemed to know everything that went on in the castle? I have eyes and ear everywhere, he explained as though he could hear her thoughts. It behooves a man in my position to know exactly what transpires, and where it transpires. Otherwise a castle such as this one might fall into utter waste, and then where would we be? You've already begun the process, Quinn snarled from behind the closed door. For this dungeon is far past the point of utter waste. By design, the Marquis snapped before turning his attention to Ismane. I see I was correct in keeping a watch on you. You are no more to be trusted than your mother was. She was not yours to order about, Ismane reminded him. We had a bargain. His voice echoed deafeningly off the walls, causing her to cringe. Even he appeared alarmed by his outburst. We had a bargain, he repeated, modulating his tone this time. You made a bargain with her father, but not with her. She did not wish to marry you any more than I do, Ismane announced. Then you are no more intelligent than she was, he snarled, dropping all pretense of gentility. This was the true Marquis, this snarling, spitting, vicious creature before her. His already unappealing features twisted into something even more terrible as he glared at her. He chilled her to the core. This was a man capable of much more than harsh words. This was a man who could resort to violence if pushed to his limit. Still, she would not back down. She would not cower before him like a beaten dog. A Fraser did not cower. She lifted her chin further. Be that as it may, I do not wish to be your wife, and I have no intention of doing so. Oh, how she wished she could hold Quinn's hand as she stood up to this man. How she wished for just a bit of his strength. She thought she'd held her own up until then, but there was no telling how much longer she would be able to maintain a false front. The Marquis shrugged. It matters not. If you are to claim your inheritance, you are to marry me. Those are the terms of the will, as I explained earlier. If those are the terms, I have no wish to claim my grandfather's estate. She hadn't expected to speak it aloud, but there it was nonetheless. She had just relinquished her claim to a fortune she could not begin to imagine, one greater than that possessed by the Marquis. Why would he be so keen on absorbing it otherwise? It would increase his stature and his wealth immeasurably, and he was greedy enough to behave unspeakably in order to secure it. As though he were seated before his favorite meal, shoving great handfuls of food into his mouth simply because it was there and he could. Even if it meant the misery and hunger of others seated at the same table. Who would wish to wed such a man? This surprised him. His mouth hung open, his eyes bulged. He reminded her for all the world of a great dead fish. You would refuse the right to such a lavish inheritance, when it is just beyond the tips of your fingers? She nodded. I knew nothing of it prior to receiving your letter, and it means nothing to me. I would be no more the worse for having refused it. I had a good life in Scotland, whether you wish to believe it or not, thanks to my father. He was a good man, a brave man. No matter what it is you wish to believe about him. He took this in, silent for what seemed an eternity. Ismane could hear her heart beating in her ears, could hear Quinn's strained breathing from the other side of the door. When he spoke again, his response could not have surprised her more. I am sorry to hear that. You are. He took one step, then another, closing the distance between them. Yes, because this all might have gone much more smoothly for you. I am afraid you will be most unhappy in our married life, if this is the attitude you maintain." It was her turn to gape like a great fish. This pleased him, for he laughed. "Do you truly believe that your desires are of any consequence? That I care whether or not you wish to be my bride? I cared not about your mother's wishes, and I care even less for yours. The fact is this: our families are to be united through marriage, and our estates along with them. It is an unfortunate turn of circumstances that you happen to have been sired by a filthy Highlander, but that can be bred out in our children, and even further in theirs. Before long, it will be as if your father had never existed, and all will be as it was meant to be 20 years ago." He did not care. How could he not care? How could he speak of marrying a girl who loathed the thought of touching him, and even more the thought of being touched by him? Had he no self-respect? A single look at him answered her question. No, he had none. He carried himself, and conducted himself like an animal. "Now," he continued, calmer than before since he felt as though his point had been well made, "we ought to leave this disease-ridden place and return to the keep. There is much to settle prior to the exchange of our vows." "There will be no such occasion," she insisted, pulling her arm away when he reached for it. "I will not marry you, Marquis d'Orsay. I will never be your bride." He sighed, and now he behaved as though speaking to an obstinate child. Ismene had sighed in such a way many times while overseeing her charges. "Do you truly believe you have a choice? Where will you go? If you think for a moment I will allow you to escape the castle, you are gravely mistaken. You are here now, having willingly accepted my invitation to the estate." Under false pretenses, she was quick to add. Oh, how could she ever have thrilled at the thought of beginning a new life in France? How could she have fallen so easily into his trap? The entire notion of her estranged grandfather leaving her his estate was too good to be true. "Be that as it may," he continued, eyes narrowing, "you are here. I have you, and I will not let you go." No, he would not. With Quinn in a cell, there was little chance of her making an escape, and even if she did, where would she go? How would she manage, all alone? She was not even aware of the route back to the harbor. The man's eyes burned with a manic fire. He clearly believed all of his dreams were about to come true. He had lusted after her grandfather's estate for 20 years after all, more than enough time for a man to go mad with obsession. He had spent part of those years writing to her mother, which explained why Ismene had recognized the crest in the sealing wax. She had seen it before, perhaps when her mother had left a letter lying about, before Ismene knew how to read. She could only imagine what those letters had contained. How unforgiving he must have been toward the woman who had run from the prospect of marriage with him. How he would take that rejection out on the daughter, if he could not take it out on her mother. Life with him would be no better than a waking nightmare. "I would sell you the land, everything the estate entails," she suggested. "I would even give it to you, sign it over in your name. Whatever it takes, you may have what you wish for. So long as I can leave and be on my way." "I wish for more than just land, a daft girl," he sneered. "And why would I pay for something I can much more easily obtain through marriage? I wish for heirs, the heirs who should have been mine years ago. You might have been my daughter, were it not for your mother's obstinacy." What a chilling prospect. Her eyes met Quinn's through the window, and it was plain to see he was at a loss. Just as she was. What recourse was there? No matter what she offered, the man refused. An idea bloomed inside her head. Unthinkable really, and impossible. But it might be just what she needed, to turn the Marquis away for good. If only Quinn would forgive her for it. She threw back her head with a bitter laugh, which she prayed sounded confident and not panicked. "Very well then, if the thought of your firstborn heir carrying Highlander blood does not dissuade you." He frowned. "As I've already expressed, daft girl, it matters not that your father was a filthy brute. I was not speaking of my father, or of his blood." One more glance at Quinn. "I was speaking of the fact that I carry the child of this man inside me. You'll have no choice but to claim the child as your own, and allow it to inherit your estate, or else be branded worse than a fool by everyone who knows you. If the admission shocked Quinn, he did not show it. The Marquis did not appear to be shocked either. He merely smiled. And continued smiling, as he raised his foot and kicked her squarely in the stomach.
Chapter 28. Quinn had never known such utter shock, followed by burning murderous rage. "What do you think you're on about, you bastard?" he bellowed as Ismane crumpled to the floor, arms crossed over her stomach. He kicked and slammed his fists against the door, never so helpless in the face of another's pain. There was nothing he could do to reach her. The Marquis spoke not a word to him. He merely sneered down at Ismane, who gasped for breath between moans of pain. "If that did not take care of the problem, I will bring in a doctor who will see to it that the deed is done. Either way, you will not bear the child of this man. You will bear my heirs after we are wed." He looked up at Quinn then, their eyes locking. "If you refuse to our marriage, I will kill this man. With great pleasure. Thieves have no business breathing the same air as the rest of us, especially when they happen to be thieving Highlanders." "You're the thief," Quinn spat. "Forcing a lass to marry ye, taking what was never yours to take. She doesn't want ye. What she does or does not want means nothing to me." The Marquis strode away, leaving Ismane on the floor. "Ismane," Quinn whispered, straining to see her through the small window. "Ismane, speak to me, lass. Tell me he didna harm ye." It was a long time before she spoke. "I wish I could. Oh, lass." He slammed both fists into the door, wishing he could break it down. "Why did ye say such a thing? Ye know it isn't true." "I was desperate. It was the only thing I could think to say. That he might be too disgusted with me." "Aye, he was disgusted all right," Quinn muttered. "But ye had no idea what he would stoop to doing. He wanted to kill the bastard for his cruelty. He had never enjoyed killing before, but thought he might in this instance. At the very least, he would have liked to try and see how it made him feel." She grunted with exertion but managed to pull herself to a standing position, though leaning against the door was the best she could do. "I am sorry to have brought you to this." She sounded on the verge of tears. "Och, lass, ye need never blame yourself. I was the one who took ye, remember? I might have left ye alone. 'Tis not your doing, not a bit of it. It's glad I am that I had the chance to know ye. Truly. Even with all of this around us." "Even so." He meant it, with all of him. She was the one true pure thing he'd ever known. A woman he would have been proud to call his own, were he given the chance. What was he doing? Had he gone daft? He was Quinn Murray, and he was going to find a way to get himself and his woman away from the estate and out of France. She needed him. He'd seen all he needed to see from the Marquis to know the abuse Ismane would suffer every day of her marriage to that wretched excuse for a man. He would do free her, or he would die trying. "Ismane, there must be a way to free me from this cell," he whispered, straining that his mouth might be as close to her ear as possible. "Ye must find a way to get the keys." "How would I do that?" "You must find a way, lass. I know how smart ye are. Ye always manage to think of something." "Yes, and look where it got us so far," she snorted. She was losing hope. He had to get through to her, and quickly. "Ismane, free me from this cell and I will get us out of this horrid place. Ye have my word, lass, and I never go back on my word." This stirred her. She turned to look at him. "Do you mean it? What about the debt? You know I'll never be able to claim my inheritance after this. You will have nothing." "Nothing, lass," he whispered. "I do not agree with ye. He would have everything, if she would have him for her own. And they would find a way together." A look of deep calm and resolve came over her then. She stood up as straight as she could. He remembered all too well the cramping of his muscles after the blow from the guard, and nodded. "I will do whatever I can." Two guards approached, taking Ismane by the arms. "Do not hurt the lass or frighten her too badly," he warned. "She's been known to swoon, and when she does, there is no waking her." I had to nearly drown her in a cold stream to revive her. Would that she understood the message he tried to send. Perhaps if she pretended to swoon, she might catch one of the men off guard and take advantage of it. She looked back over her shoulder as they all but dragged her away, and nodded in agreement. She understood. He knew she would, the clever thing. All she had to do was go through with it then.
Chapter 29. You're not to be left alone now, one of the two guards snarled as they dragged her through the courtyard and into the keep. Orders from the Marquis. What do you plan to do with me? She whimpered, working herself into a frenzy as Quinn had suggested she do. It was the most likely plan really. If she convinced one of them that she'd fainted, she might be able to disarm them or hit them with something. Anything to stun them into giving her time to steal the key to the door. Both of them wore a ring of keys on their belts. Which key would unlock the cell? She would not know until she tried. But she did have to try. We plan to watch over your chambers, the other guard growled. What do you think? I only wish to have privacy. She began to sob. Please, please, I cannot stand this. You're hurting me. Do not hold me so tightly. Calm yourself, girl. Yes, the other muttered. I have no patience for crying women. She cried harder than ever, allowing herself to release every bit of fatigue and heartache and desperation for both herself and Quinn. She wept until it hurt. Quiet. They threw her into the bedchamber, sending her sprawling against the bed. She slid to the floor, weeping all the while. She watched them through parted fingers, hands over her face. I do not wish to do this, one of them said to the other, shaking his head. Watching a weeping, emotional woman. This is not what we are paid to do. I agree, the other sneered with a glance toward her. But I suppose I can take the first watch. You won't stay in here with me, will you? She nearly screamed. I do not need you to watch me. Leave me alone, please. Both guards sighed heavily before one of them left, looking rather pleased with himself. The other leaned against the door, arms crossed. He wore the same red tunic all of the guards wore, and carried the same sword with the D'Orsay crest engraved on the blade. A ring of at least a dozen keys hung beside the sword. How would she reach them? You must stop this, he said. I will not listen to this for much longer. I cannot breathe, she gasped, one hand over her chest. I can't. She fell back against the bed, eyes closed, head rolling to the side. A heavy sigh. Wake up. Stop being foolish. It took all of her resolve to remain still. I said wake up. He came to her, nudging her knee. Wake up. He leaned down. She could smell his breath and feel the heat from him as he drew closer. What was he going to do? How would she react? His hands closed over her shoulders and gave her a brisk shake. Her teeth clattered together, but she managed not to react. The guard swore under his breath, before sliding one arm under her knees and lifting her onto the bed. More trouble than you're worth, he muttered, swearing again. He bent over her to place his fingers to her throat, likely checking to confirm she had a pulse. While he did this, she slid her hand across the bed until the cold, hard hilt of the sword told her she'd found what she sought. Once she was certain she had it in a firm grip, she raised one knee as hard as she could, making contact with the guard's head. He cried out, falling back with one hand to his ear. What are you on about? He demanded, then his eyes widened when he found the tip of a sword touching his throat. The sword she had slid from his belt when he backed away. Give me the keys, she snarled, both hands employed in holding the sword steady. She remembered how difficult it had been to threaten Quinn with it, heavy as it was. What is this? He asked, his back to the wall. Only his eyes moved, darting back and forth as he searched for a way to escape. I said, give me the keys, she repeated, pressing forward with the sword until a trickle of blood ran over the man's skin. You will not get away with this, he warned, even as his hand strayed to his belt. Hurry, she grunted. I would hate to kill you. You would not dare. Do you truly wish to test me when I hold a sword against your throat? A terribly heavy sword which strained the strength of her arms. Only the thought of the consequences which would result if she failed kept it raised. There was no room for failure or weakness now. He tossed the keys onto the bed behind her, likely in the hopes that she would lunge for them and leave him free to overpower her. She disappointed him by remaining in place, eyes fixed on him. What was there to do with the man? The second guard would be back for him, meaning there would be little time to escape before her absence was known. Her thoughts strayed to the early days of her acquaintance with Quinn, when he'd bound her hands together. Might she manage that with this man? No, because she would need both hands to bind him, meaning there would be no way to threaten him with the sword. She had not thought this through far enough. What time was there? Oh Quinn, what shall I do now? The guard made the decision for her. He threw his weight forward, likely of the impression that she would balk and cringe away, lowering the sword enough for him to take it from her. He had underestimated her determination. She watched horrified, as the tip of the sword pierced his throat and continued to go through as he moved forward. The metal simply disappeared. How was it possible? How was a man so fragile, when he appeared so strong and solid? It all happened in less than a second, the sharp blade going through the man's throat until it hit bone. Blood flowed freely from around the sword, running down his chest, soaking the tunic. And still, they stared at one another. Ismain in horror, the guard in surprise. He opened his mouth to speak, but instead of words blood poured out. He dropped to his knees before falling sideways to the floor, still alive but with no chance of survival. She did not dare pull the sword from the wound, knowing how his blood would spurt everywhere and likely cover her. She had seen a friend of her father's, a member of Clan Fraser, wheeled to her home in the back of a cart after a fight with a rival clansman. The dirk which had skewered his throat had still been embedded deep. When Connor Fraser had removed it in hopes of stopping the bleeding, there had been no hope. Such bleeding would not be stopped. The man had died in moments. She would not remove the sword, and the guard had not the strength to do it on his own, not with his life force spilling out all around him. I did not mean for that to happen, she whispered, releasing the sword and backing away. I did not. I would not have killed you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. He stared at her from the floor, his eyes losing focus. Soon he was still. Dead. Oh no. She covered her face, shaking, knowing there was no going back from murder. She'd killed a man, and that man worked for the Marquis. He would see to it that she was punished, or hold the unfortunate event over her head for the rest of her days. If the promise of her grandfather's fortune was not enough to convince her to be his wife, the promise of prison and hanging would be. No. That cannot happen. She roused herself, more determined than ever to escape. Would that she might drag the body away, hide it as she and Quinn had done in the woods. The man was far too heavy for her to manage on her own, and there would still be blood on the floor, and a trail following to where she'd hidden him. She might clean it, but that would take too much time. The second guard could return by then. There was no choice but to leave him where he'd fallen, and pray no one came to check on them for quite a while. She tied Quinn's purse around her waist and picked up the keys, then opened the door as quietly as she had the first time she'd left the bedchamber. There was even less light thanks to the dying torches lining the walls, and less movement in the house. It was only a matter of holding the purse close to her body, and keeping the keys still while she ran, taking every pain to remain silent. Her feet were light as she ran, skimming the stone floors of the keep and over the earthen floor of the courtyard. The sky was full of clouds by then, an increasing wind bringing the smell of rain. Rain might help shield their escape, she thought as she slid along the wall until reaching the door to the dungeon. When a gust of wind blew through, shaking the carts left in the courtyard and causing the horses to whinny in the nearby stables, she opened the squeaking door and hoped the surrounding noise masked the sound. There was no time to light a torch, and the light might have given her away. She had strained to memorize the route from the door to Quinn's cell. When the guards dragged her from it, Geoffrey had taken a longer route, likely in order to confuse her and discourage a repeat visit. There were few torches burning down there, but the faint light was enough for her to watch her step at least. Anything to avoid the puddles and broken patches of floor, which might have caused her to turn an ankle. Right, left again. Her heart pounded sickeningly, her head spun. Only fear and panic kept her moving. If she stopped to think, she might remember how she'd ended a man's life, and that memory would end her. She would not be able to go on. "Quinn," she whispered as she reached what she thought was the stretch of tunnel containing his cell. "Quinn? Are you here?" What if the Marquis had moved him after she left? What if he was somewhere even worse? What if he was already dead? Cold terror touched her heart, making her shiver until her teeth chattered. "Quinn? Here, lass." He shook the door in question, and she held the back of her hand to her mouth to stifle a cry of relief. She opened the little window in the door, and there he was. "I have the keys." "I knew you could do it, lass," he beamed. "Hurry now. We haven't much time." He did not know the entirety of it, did he? They certainly did not have much time. A cry of panic would go up in the house the moment her guard was discovered. There was no time to think of that, as her fingers fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking so badly it was a struggle just to guide the metal into the lock. "Breathe, Ismain," Quinn whispered. "Just breathe and move carefully." "I am not a horse," she warned, her eyes never leaving the lock. "What's that?" "I've heard you use that tone with the horses when they were startled." "I am not a horse." He chuckled. "Even now, you want to argue with me." On the 7th try, the key slid home and turned the lock. The door swung open. The moment it did, Quinn swept her up into his arms and pressed his mouth to hers in a deep, passionate kiss, which took her breath away with its suddenness and the feeling it stirred to life throughout her body. Her first kiss. She curled her fingers in his hair, holding his head close for a dizzying moment before it was all over, and he released her. Would that it could have taken place somewhere nicer, under less dire circumstances. "Now what shall we do?" she asked, taking him by the hand so she might lead him out the way she'd come in. "We'll have to take a horse from the stables and ride like the devil himself were after us," Quinn whispered. To her eternal surprise, she heard laughter in his voice. "I killed a guard," she said, only to alert him to the truth of the danger they were in. To her even greater surprise, there was no emotion behind her confession. Perhaps that would come later, when they were safe. "Och, lass," he murmured, briefly squeezing her hand. "I'm sorry to hear it. We shall need to make haste then." They reached the courtyard, with Quinn shielding Ismain behind his body as they dashed into the stables. "You're as likely as any," he muttered to one of the sleek young geldings in the stalls, chestnut brown and prancing proudly as he led it out. "Can you ride bareback, lass?" he asked. "There's no time for a saddle." "I'll do whatever I need to do," she promised, watching him leap onto the horse's back before he pulled her up to ride behind him. It was a strange sensation, nothing between her and the horse, his muscles flexing and shifting beneath her as Quinn used handfuls of the mane to guide it. This would be the most dangerous moment of all, and she knew it. "Hold on to me, lass," Quinn whispered. "Do not let go. Do not look back. Hold on to the horse and hold on to me. That is all you need do. Understood?" "I understand." She closed her eyes, the side of her face against his back as she clasped her hands at his stomach. It would be easier not to watch. He drew a deep breath before kicking the gelding's sides. They bolted from the stable, hooves flying over the ground, with Ismain fighting to hold steady with her legs. All she heard was the pounding of hooves and the pounding of her heart as they rode from the castle, and that was as she preferred it. She did not wish to hear anything from the castle. Would that she might forget the terrible place existed.
Chapter 30. There was no moon to see by. Hardly any light at all. Perhaps this would work in their favor, providing cover as they fled. "Yah! Yah!" he cried out, urging the horse to greater speed, though it was already running full out, dust flying in great clouds every time hoofs struck ground. And still, he rode harder, his only concern getting Ismain to safety. Just as he told her not to look back, he could not afford to look over his shoulder to see whether the guards pursued them. Speed was the thing, and the element of surprise, both of which they had. He need only ride the horse to the village. And then what? He would have to put a plan together when that time came. They had reached the woods when the rain began to fall, yet he could not bring himself to slow the horse. He could only hope its instincts along with his own would be enough to keep them from disaster. "We seem to have a problem with rain," Ismane shouted, and he realized she was laughing in the midst of the ride of their lives. He could not have loved her more for it. He thought he heard pounding behind them, as though a dozen or more horses were on the approach, but that might have been the pounding of blood rushing through his ears. He glanced back only once. He needed to know what they were up against, and spotted several pinpoints of light in the distance. Guards with torches. They were no longer on the estate, but that did not mean Quinn could slow. The guards would not stop simply because they'd crossed the border. The Marquis would not allow them to stop. Quinn wiped the rain from his eyes with one arm, blinking hard, wishing the storm might have held off until they had reached safety. Then again it could slow the guards, which would make it a blessing even if riding at top speed through deepening mud half-blind was hardly ideal. "Did we make it?" Ismane called out. "I would not stop to find out," he laughed. Perhaps they had, though not for lack of effort on the part of the guards. Ismane had killed one of them, and if the rough treatment he'd received was any hint as to how they regarded those who'd killed one of their own, they would not easily allow for her escape. Even in the midst of the frantic worry which drove him to ride ever harder, ever faster, he wondered what had driven her to kill. How had it come about? Had the guard threatened her? Or worse? He turned back again, but a bend in the road made it impossible to see far enough behind them. There was no telling whether the guards had closed the distance between them. But Quinn doubted they had. What had been a 2-hour ride in a carriage turned into something much shorter when they rode a single horse as hard as the poor beast could go. Had the gelding not been soaked by the rain, he would have been slick with sweat by the time the harbor came into view. Ismane looked over his shoulder. "We're almost there?" The rain had slowed to a mere drizzle by then, allowing them the benefit of seeing where they were headed. Far preferable to riding blind, as he'd been since the rain began. "Aye," he grunted, "though there's no telling where to go from here. How to hide ourselves until the time comes to sail. The village will be aware of us soon enough, like as not, once the guards arrive." Her arms tightened about his waist as she grunted in disgust. Then she pointed. "The ship. Captain Seamus will help us. He said he would be on his way to Edinburgh, did he not? Remember, he thought we were. I know what we pretended on the ship, but I brought your purse with me, and there is more than enough inside to purchase passage. The two of ye became good friends, did ye not?" She snorted. "You sound as though you might be jealous." "I am not. Why would I be? I am certain that I do not know, which is why I wonder at your sounding so." He shook his head. Was it possible that the woman would argue with him this way after all they had just been through? They galloped the rest of the way down the road, and only slowed to a trot once they'd reached the village. Dawn was near, the sky lightening by the minute, and several villagers had already begun their days. It would not take long for the guards to reach them with news of what had happened at the estate. Word would spread like fire. There would be nowhere to hide. Seeking out the ship's captain, Seamus, according to Ismane, was as good an idea as any. They rowed to the docks, seeking out the familiar ship. One of the lanterns on the deck flickered, telling Quinn there was someone awake on board. He let out a low whistle, bringing one of the crew to the railing. "Is Captain Seamus aboard?" Ismane whispered, hands cupped around her mouth. The lad nodded, then disappeared. A familiar face peered down at them a few minutes later. It took mere moments for him to surmise the situation. He looked to the lad who had fetched him. "Lower the gangplank. We'll have 2 more aboard."
Chapter 31. I knew there had to be something more than you were sharing with me. The captain sat across from them at the round table below deck, where the crew shared their meals. Neither Quinn nor Ismane had made use of this or any other room before then. Things were different now. Ismane's hands closed around a mug of hot mead. She shook from the chill, still wet from their ride. There was hardly a chance to tell you the truth. Even now, I wonder if we've done the right thing by being honest. Seamus sat back on his stool, his thick arms folding. What about me makes you believe I would be so eager to run to a nobleman from a foreign country and reveal your presence? I care nothing for the high and mighty nobles, and even less for the man you just described to me. It could be dangerous, harboring us on your ship, Quinn reminded him. Seamus granted him a wry smile. It would not be the first time I've carried cargo I was not strictly permitted to carry. I am not concerned. We will pay you whatever you like, Ismane vowed. Think nothing of it, he said with a wave of one rough hand. We'll be off shortly, and you will reach Edinburgh by tomorrow evening. He left them alone then, his voice ringing out from the deck above. Quinn studied Ismane. She focused on the mug in her hands, still trembling slightly as she raised it to her lips. We shall be safe now, he promised. Once we've reached Edinburgh, we will ride through until we reach Duncan Land at the base of Ben Nevis. Philip Duncan will provide protection to us until it's certain we're in the clear. How can you be so sure? She asked, avoiding his gaze. Because I know the man. And because he will understand why we made our escape, as the captain understood. I killed a man. Her hands shook harder than ever. I killed him. He bled to death in front of me. He moved his stool closer to hers until their legs touched. She seemed to relax somewhat at the contact. Lass, look at me. She did, with red-rimmed eyes full of tears. Ismane, you did what needed to be done. I know it. You would not kill or even injure anyone, unless there were no other choices. She drew a deep, shaky breath. I threatened him with his sword. I put it to his throat. He moved toward me, as though he wished to overpower me. He expected me to fall back, I suppose. He did not. He knew her better than that. The guard did not. The sword. She touched her throat. It went in. You did not kill him. She snorted. I just told you I did. I am not telling a lie. I know it, and I tell you there is no fault on your part. He might have remained still, instead of moving toward ye. Do you think he might have harmed ye? Perhaps. I'll never know. I know. He draped an arm over her shoulder, drawing her to him. The weight of her head upon his shoulder was glorious indeed. She belonged there. But I know ye did it for the right reason. Not out of anger or vengeance. You were saving yourself. There was nothing else to be done. We escaped. We did. He pressed his lips to her wet hair. We did. Thanks to ye, lass. It was your bravery and quick thinking that got us out of there. I could not have done it without ye. He hooked a finger under her chin, lifting it until their eyes met. Ismane, I must tell you something before another disaster befalls us and I lose my chance. If you do not feel the same, I understand, but you must know how much I love you, lass. I love you with all my heart. A light flickered in her eyes, her mouth widened in a smile. You do? I. Very much. He stroked her chin, studying her face. A face that had engraved itself on his heart, never to leave. I am yours forever if you'll have me. Fresh tears filled her eyes. I'll have you. I love you. It was not their first kiss, he'd been unable to help himself when she'd freed him, but it was the sweetest he'd ever experienced. She melted into his arms with a soft sigh, opening up to him, clutching him tight. Needing him as he needed her. She chuckled, ducking her head while he brushed the hair from her forehead and placed soft kisses upon it. We'll have another long ride ahead of us. Aye, he whispered between kisses, moving down to her cheek. We will that. And perhaps when we reach the Duncans, I won't have driven you half mad. I will still have your love. You will always have my love, she promised, kissing his jaw. Always, until the end of my days. Perhaps it will be me who drives you half mad. You may wish you could return to the days when you bound my hands. I doubt it. You do. He pulled back slightly, just enough to meet her eyes. For the sooner we reach the Duncans, the sooner I might wed ye. She giggled, now crying openly. Would that we might take wing and travel faster then. Does that mean you will? She had no chance to speak her assent, for he kissed her again the moment she nodded. The sweetest kiss of his life, quickly followed by the happiest, the most meaningful. The ship began to move, signaling their safe departure. They were safe and in each other's arms. All was well. Chapter 32. Philip Duncan's handsome face twisted in a scowl. The fiend, he snarled, the hands resting upon the table curling into fists. Ismene glanced at Quinn before nodding. Yes. A good word to use. To lie as he did. He stood, pounding one fist into the other palm. All in order to lure you to his estate. What sort of man does this? A fiend such as the Marquis? This came from Philip's brother Jake, who leaned against the wall. 'Tis a pity you were not able to make him pay for his cruelty. Escaping with our lives seemed more important at the time, Quinn chuckled. The full hospitality and protection of the house and the clan are at your disposal, Philip assured them. Anything I can do, please, I need only hear it from ye. In the meantime, I see my wife waiting in the doorway, demanding I allow the two of you to rest and refresh yourselves. They only just arrived. Sarah Duncan was an energetic, no-nonsense type of woman who strode into the room and motioned for the two of them to follow her. My apologies if I wished to first find out why they graced our threshold, Philip grunted, albeit good-naturedly. If an army of soldiers had followed them, would it not be for the best that I learn of it before you spirited them upstairs? Sarah merely shook her head, her long brown braids swinging to and fro as she did. My husband, she muttered with a sly smile. Come both of you. Rooms are prepared along with baths. I suspect you might both be the better for one, after riding from Edinburgh. She was not wrong. Ismene ached from head to foot after 4 days of riding, and the impressive Duncan Manor House had looked something like heaven when it came into view. For the first time, no matter what Quinn had promised all along the way, she felt truly safe. And truly comfortable. The bedchamber which Sarah led her to was similar to the one in the castle in France, but entirely more comfortable and pleasant. The windows were open, allowing the sweet spring air into the room. There was nothing as sweet as Highland air, Ismene was certain, and she would never be foolish enough to leave again. Quinn tells me you are a healer, she murmured to Sarah when the two of them were alone. Aye, that is so. It is the reason I met my husband. He kidnapped me. Ismene burst out laughing. How similar to my own story. Just so, Sarah smiled. She rested one hand upon her swollen belly. And now, I'm well on my way to bearing our second child. Life follows its own rules, it seems. It would seem that way. Ismene sat with a groan of pleasure, sinking into the feather bed. I was badly wounded on the road to Berghead, and became very ill. She lifted the hem of her kirtle to reveal the thick pink line left from that hideous wound. Sarah examined it. Your healer did good work, she decided. I am glad to see it, not simply because you seem like a lovely person, but because you make Quinn very happy. I do not know him well, but I know he is a good man. He is. Ismene blushed. Sarah motioned to the washtub. The water is fresh and hot, and you are free to sleep as long as you like. I will have food brought to you, as soon as you are ready for it. Thank you. Ismene took her hand. Thank you so much. Your protection means the world to us both. Thank my husband for that, she suggested. And I know I speak for him, when I say he is happy to do it. Is there a way I could speak to him alone? I have a bit of business I would like to discuss with him. Sarah shrugged. Certainly. I will let him know you desire a minute of his time. It wasn't until the following afternoon that Ismene ventured out of bed, bolstered by a meal served to her in bed, and found Philip in his study. He smiled when he noticed her waiting for him. How are you feeling today? He asked, waving her in. As though I slept more than half a day, she chuckled, blushing. No one deserves it more from what I've heard, he replied, smiling indulgently. What can I do for you? She cleared her throat, fingering the end of the braid hanging over her shoulder. She could stand up to the Marquis, kill a guard to save the man she loved, but she could not ask this of the laird without fidgeting. I own a parcel of land in Clan Fraser territory, she began. It is not much, but my father left it to me upon his death. A woman owning land, he murmured, nodding. I am impressed. Your father was a wise man. Indeed, she agreed. And as Quinn explained last night, on our arrival, his half-brother is in need of assistance in paying his debt. He owes quite a lot. Philip grunted. You are a powerful man who likely knows powerful people. At least, people in a position to assist me. I wish to sell the land in order to give the proceeds to Quinn, that he might use it to free his brother. Philip's mouth fell open. Truly. That is a very generous thing to do. We are betrothed, she smiled, all but overcome with shyness. I believe it would make a suitable wedding gift. All Quinn ever wished was to free Lennox, and I told him I would do everything possible to assist him. This is all I can do. He smiled. You are a good match. I believe the two of you will be quite happy together. I believe you may be right, she smiled. I would be glad to have my solicitors broker a sale on your behalf, he assured her. And yes, I believe Quinn would be overjoyed to free his brother. Then with a smile he said, You may wish to find your betrothed. I spoke with him earlier, and I believe you ought to hear what it was we discussed. She walked out into the hall, where a little girl she recognized as Sarah and Philip's daughter ran about, laughing at the curly-haired little boy who followed her. Sean his name was. They were cousins, she knew, the boy being the son of Jake and his wife Heather. He adored his older cousin, and wished to be wherever she was, even though he'd only just learned to walk and found it a bit of a challenge. It warmed Ismayne's heart that they could grow up together, along with the twin girls born to another pair who lived within the household. Mackay and Alice were their parents, the girls a pair of feisty shrieking things who were less than a year older than young Sean. So many people. A large, happy, loving household full of the sounds of joyous laughter. The sort of place Ismayne had always longed to make her home. Not that she expected for them to remain in the manor house, once the matter of her property was settled. Quinn did not wish to settle down so easily, and she respected that. She merely wished she knew where they would make a home. She stepped outside, admiring the towering Grampian Mountains which dominated so much of the view from the door of the house. The darkness in which they had arrived had not allowed for a clear look at them. They took her breath away. Yet another thing she would never have been able to enjoy in France. Quinn was with a few of the men, down on the field where soldiers trained. She recognized the limping man as Jake, who she knew was in charge of the Duncan soldiers. It appeared as though they were discussing strategy, as though Quinn were assisting him. Would that he could make a life of doing so. She could only hope. Quinn smiled when he noticed her approach, and Jake waved him on. Good afternoon. He grinned, kissing her cheek. I cannot believe I slept so long. I'm embarrassed. Ye have no reason to be, lass. He took her arm, leading her down to the lake beyond the manor house. It was as still as a pane of glass, reflecting a deep blue sky full of puffy clouds. What a beautiful place, she breathed, relishing the pine on the air. The perfect place in which to rest and recover after what you've been through, he observed. As close to paradise as I have ever found, if you must know. She smiled. I can understand that. She glanced over her shoulder toward the house. Philip told me you spoke with him this morning, and suggested it was something I might wish to hear about. What is it? He winced. Always one to make such announcements on a man's behalf, he muttered. He ought not to have mentioned it. What was it all about? She stopped, turning to face him. The mountains sat behind him, providing the ideal background to his handsome face. A face she loved so well. He sighed then, shook his head. I asked if we might be wed here. if he would oppose my sending for the others, back at the Anderson house. He said he would enjoy hosting all of them for our celebration. She squealed with delight, throwing her arms about his neck. That would be wonderful. It suits you then? Of course. To have everyone who matters to you here with us? I cannot imagine a better way to begin our lives together. And she could not. She wished to know the people who mattered to him. She wished to be part of his life for the rest of his life. What is it the two of you discussed? He asked, releasing her after a long time spent in each other's arms. She smiled. Wedding gifts. Epilogue. 1 month later. Are you ready? Heather nearly glowed with excitement as she finished arranging the short train of Ismane's deep blue silk gown. I believe so. She looked down at herself. The small bouquet of white flowers shook slightly in her hand, but that shaking was the result of excitement. She had never felt so happy. Tucked into the bouquet was a small piece of woven cloth, which she would present to Quinn as a symbol of the home she would make for him and their family. Sarah had already tucked sixpence into her leather shoes for good luck. Niall beamed with pride. I could not be prouder of you if you were my own daughter, he vowed. I know your dear mother and father would be proud of you today. I am just so happy to have you here, she beamed in return, tears threatening to flow. She had fought them all day, each moment more tender and meaningful than the last. When Sarah had washed her feet, when Heather, Dalla and Alice had helped her dress and arrange her hair into a heavy twist on the back of her head. When Marjorie and her sister, Beatrice, had presented her with her bouquet, complete with Quinn's wedding band tied to it with a piece of velvet ribbon. All the while the women had shared tales of marriage. It had been a lovely day, full of laughter and jibing among all of them. Beatrice was expecting her first child with her husband Brock, and she was having a much easier time of it than her sister. Marjorie had spent the entirety of her time in bed, very ill. It was worth it, she smiled, her firstborn son crawling around and getting into everything as bairns were so apt to do. Your time will come too, Alice had assured her. And you will find how wonderful it is. I hope for many children, she'd confessed. I grew up alone, and would not have that for my child. All of them waited at the church, in the village beyond the manor house. Only Heather and Sarah had remained with her at the house, both of them carrying bouquets which resembled her own, prepared to serve as her attendants during the march to the church. The two of them set out at a stately pace, ahead of Ismane and Niall. Niall took her arm, and they began their march. Ismane was sure to start with her right foot, as to begin with her left would mean bad luck. The bells rang in the church, the sound echoing through the air as she and Niall marched on to where Quinn and the guests waited outside the doors of the church. She could see the gathering of friends, family and villagers, and her heart took off at a rapid pace when she realized her intended waited in the midst of them. Her Quinn. They would be husband and wife in short order. You make a lovely bride, Niall assured her, patting her trembling hand. Quinn is a lucky lad. I'm only sorry the two of you will not settle down in your family home. I am glad you purchased the land, she murmured. I would rather it go to you than to anyone. I suppose I shall leave it to Hilda when the time comes, he chuckled. As it ought to be. Yes. That would make everything perfect. She saw the smiling faces of so many she had already come to care deeply for. Roderick and Caitlin, who had recently celebrated the birth of their daughter. Bryce and Alana. Fergus, Bryce's brother, and Roderick's brother Porrick. They had stayed beneath the Duncan roof for nearly a fortnight, catching up and sharing stories with the Duncans late into the night. Most important of all, at least as far as Quinn was concerned, was the presence of Lennox and his family. It would take time for Lennox to regain his full strength and health after so many months spent in prison, but after a week he already looked worlds better than he had upon his release. Lennox exchanged a warm smile with her as she passed, the bond between them already firm. Heather and Sarah stepped aside once they reached the foot of the stairs leading to the church doors, revealing Quinn and the priest who waited for her at the top. When their eyes met, the love she saw there was almost too much for her heart to bear. She thought it might burst from her, so strong was this certainty that she touched a hand to her chest as though making certain things were as they ought to be. Her fingers brushed against the string of pearls Quinn had gifted her for their wedding. Not the same as having your mother's pearls, he had explained upon presenting them to her the night before, but my small attempt at making things right. Perhaps you shall give them to our daughter on her wedding day. Would that the entire world knew that such joy was possible. She stood to Quinn's left, before the priest, who handed them both a small piece of charcoal which they used to draw a circle around them. As they drew, they recited the Kame. The mighty three, my protection be. Encircle me. You are around my life, my love, my home. Encircle me, O sacred three, the mighty thee. Quinn met her smile with his own, taking her hand according to the old priest's instruction. They recited the vows as per the priest's command, exchanging gold bands to symbolize their union. With the vows finished, the priest bade them enter the church for communion and the blessing of the food for the feast. Once the ceremony had commenced, the guests and villagers would carry the food up to the house before celebrating. After that, neither of them was entirely certain. They might stay beneath the Duncan roof, or they might live among the Andersons. They might strike off on their own. It mattered little as Ismene took the arm of her husband, the two of them walking side by side into the church. No matter what they decided, they would be together. Which was as good a place to start as Ismene could imagine.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.